Court of Vampires. The Shifter Prophecy. Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Candace Joyce. Chapter 1. Death. Life. Both mean nothing in the absence of love. The plane jolts, and I grip my seat, trying to contain my nerves. Anxiety rolls through my chest as the aircraft descends into Romania, carrying me toward my destiny, and, quite possibly, my doom. I don't want to go home. Even now, I want this plane to turn around and take me back to Russia. But since most of my companions were murdered last night, I know that's not an option. Home is the only place in the world that's still safe. As we emerge from the grey cover of clouds, I witness my domain. Scattered fairy tale cities cluster against emerald pine forests hundreds of kilometers wide. The woodland is bitterly cold, even during midsummer, and lurking with monsters witnessed by most only in stories. Rolling green farmlands kiss crumbling castles, and long highways wind through grey mountains that have been chiseled from the hard resilience of the earth. My country appears as a painting through the dirty window, and I spread my hand over it. All of it, and all of its responsibilities, are mine. It feels like such a heavy burden. From far above, I can make out a thin, moving line. At first, I think it's a row of cars, but as the plane drops downward, a bitter taste enters my mouth. The sight of my enemy. I'm fooling myself if I think this will be a joyful family reunion. I'm here to do a job, nothing else. I know that before the night ends, there will be blood. Doubt surges through my head. I've been gone for so many years. Will they even recognize me? I shake off a trail of fear. I am Grand Duchess Lysandra Romanova Dracula, Princess of Vampires, heir to the throne. As the chosen one, I can't afford to be afraid. All my training and travels for the past 4 years have led me to this moment. Fear is an irrelevant thing that will only hinder my task. I steel my nerves and avoid a lurch of nausea as the plane touches down and the sun sets. The safety of night has come. I grab my small carry-on, my only luggage, and make my way off the plane. The airport is busy. The bodies pressing against one another make it difficult to move. No one notices me, the porcelain girl, maneuvering quickly through the crowd. I can hear the beat from each heart and feel the rush of blood pounding through their veins as the warm, soft skin of the humans brushes against my icy, hard exterior. I ignore temptation easily, though the stench of their life force is equivalent to the smells coming off a fast food court in the middle of a shopping center. My stomach rumbles, but I roll my eyes and tell it to quiet down. Never have I tasted human blood. I take a sip of the lamb's blood carefully concealed inside my tumbler, which I made sure to grab before the trip as a way to stave off hunger. I maneuver through the crowded airport, wishing I had some sort of chocolate or sweets. Now where would they be? After wandering the airport for 15 minutes with no luck, I have to use the restroom. While washing my hands, I hear a faint noise. It is too soft for a human to hear, but not for a vampire. My eyes glance to the mirror, and I see a lock slightly jiggle. Something is in the stall behind me. I knew it would be dangerous coming back, but I hadn't expected to be cornered so soon. Welcome back, Lysandra. Coolly, I dry my hands, acting like I'm unaware of the stall door creeping open. I couldn't take any weapons on the plane. All I have to defend myself with is my tumbler. I keep the corner of my eye on the mirror, stilling my body for the opportune moment. It begins with the flash of a knife and the screeching wail of a heathen. I dive to the side just as the corner of the knife nicks my t-shirt and tears a tiny hole in my jeans. With incredible speed, I slam the plastic tumbler as hard as I can against the assailant's head, and blood goes splashing onto the floor. I then grab my attacker, a male vampire, by the back of his shirt collar, and my other hand buries into his hair. I use all my strength to slam his skull into the wall, and the tile shatters. I twist his hand holding the knife until I have taken it for my own, and then push him down, putting a knee on his chest to hold him. I raise the blade. "Who are you? What do you want?" I demand. Then I notice something. The mark on the vampire's wrist is one of a bat spreading its wings, flying against a red and black coat of arms. That's my father's crest. This is his soldier. What's going on? "Well done, Lysandra," a familiar voice says behind me. "I am very impressed." I turn to witness an ancient vampire, wrinkles around his stern grey eyes, experienced and weathered hands clasped firmly before his fine suit. Not a strand of his salt and pepper hair is out of place. Even in his old age, he appears very handsome, rigid, and noble. I smile. Sergei. Of course he would have something to do with this. "Grandfather!" I cry, leaping to my feet and tossing the knife down. "Lysandra," Sergei says, spreading his arms wide and smiling at me, a rare thing. I run into his arms and throw myself into his embrace, squeezing tightly. Though it's like hugging concrete, Grandfather feels like home to me. It's been too long. "What's all this?" I laugh, glancing down at the other vampire who is moaning on the floor. "I wanted to make sure you were adequately prepared in your time away. I am quite pleased with what you have learned," Sergei says gruffly, pulling apart from me. "It seems you are ready for the task ahead." My mood darkens. "Yes, of course," I say, nodding curtly. I resume my dignified stance and ask, "So when do we begin? Will Father declare war once I arrive, or will he wait for the shifters to strike first? Do we start killing wolves in the open, or eliminate the packs one by one? Does my engagement to Tomlin still stand?" The questions that have been nagging at me for months pour out of my mouth, and I'm unable to halt their flow. "All is for Tsar Dracomir to decide," Sergei says, "after he has considered your role in the coven." The floor falls out from under me. My role? "Things have been very different since you left Lysandra." Sergei chooses his words carefully. "The Imperial Palace has been attacked by wolves near every fortnight since you've been gone. Your role as the chosen one will not be acknowledged by your father unless you can first prove yourself worthy. Otherwise, you'll be forced from the grounds." "You mean if he doesn't accept me, I'll be banished?" "I'm afraid so," Sergei says, and even his stone eyes appear worried. "But don't be afraid, granddaughter. I'm sure you will pass the test." My heart feels like it's being twisted by a pair of rough, brutish hands. I thought my father, Dragomir, would welcome me back into the coven eagerly. It was his decision that I leave, after all. Banishing me would mean he has lost all faith in the prophecy. Or has he lost faith in me instead? I don't know what I would do if I were banished. I would lose my inheritance, not to mention I have nowhere to go. The other covens wouldn't take me back if my own father, Lord of the Vampires, disowned me. Whatever he decides, I have to go along with it. I have no choice. Very well. Let me go to my fate.
It will be a good one, I'm sure. You, get up!
Sergei kicks the vampire lying on the ground, and he groans.
We must leave. Time is of the essence. The Grand Duchess cannot be discovered here.
The other vampire stumbles to his feet. It is only now that I realize how gigantic he is. He's a brute of a thing. One of his biceps is larger around than my head. He looks at the blood pooling around the fallen tumbler hungrily. It appears he wants to lick it off the floor. I wrinkle my nose.
Forgive Boris,
Sergei says, giving him a sharp look.
He is currently weaning himself off human sustenance. Blood is all he craves.
Boris recoils and looks away. I keep quiet. I wonder why my grandfather would bring a ticking time bomb such as Boris to the middle of a bustling airport. But then things become clear. Nothing is more dangerous than a vampire trying to kick the habit of feeding on humans. He'll kill whatever's in sight. I follow my grandfather out of the restroom, and Boris trails behind us. We leave the airport and walk outside, where a stretch limo is waiting. Inside are 4 other vampires, all male, all huge. My guards, I suppose, taken from the best of my grandfather's ranks. At least my father cares enough about me to get me there before he makes a crass judgment about my usefulness. I settle against the leather seat, and with nothing else to do, look out the window. Bucharest is still a few hours away from the castle. It will be a long drive and nearly daylight before we reach the homestead. We drive through small towns made of picturesque buildings, preserved through the ages, constructed with Gothic, Baroque, and Renaissance architecture, until the view changes and dark forests emerge, barely lit under the light of the full moon. During the long drive, my mind wanders. Over and over, it repeats the prophecy that the family witch, Valentina, had foretold the night before my birth, the prophecy that had determined the course of my life before I was even born. The one who shall end the shifter line comes, born on winter's first breath, fair of hair, blue of eye, descended from the Romanov dynasty. I had been gone for 4 years, since I was 14, traveling to the various covens of the world and learning how to kill werewolves. Each of them had something different to teach me, but in all the time I was gone, I hadn't even seen a shifter, let alone fought one. If I told my father this, would he already think me inadequate? The last night I saw a wolf was the twilight before I left for Russia, a night I never wish to remember again, but am forced to each day in my dreams. Sergei said things had changed at the Imperial Palace. How? What is home now like? Surely my best friend Lydia is still the bright and cheery girl I used to know. Does she still consider me a friend? And Tomlin, my betrothed, he was always athletic and strong, brave. I can't imagine him changing either. There's that same tickle of doubt. It's been 4 years. I used to be little, naive. I'm nothing like I was when I left. How can I expect anyone else to be the same? Eventually, exhaustion takes over, and I doze off. A little while later, I feel Sergei's hand on my arm.
Lysandra, we're almost there.
he whispers.
Just a little while longer, and you'll be able to rest properly in your own bed.
I yawn. So father is willing to give me a good day's sleep before he makes his decision. How nice of him. I blink blearily and force myself to wake up. Just as I'm getting my bearings, I hear the driver cry out from the front.
Sir, come see this.
What's happening? Sergei asks irritably, turning his weary head.
Sir, they're blocking the road. We're under attack,
the driver shouts. There's no time to react. From somewhere in the back, an explosion rocks the car, flipping it over and sending it careening through the air. I hold on tight as the car goes rolling, the seatbelt the only thing holding me in place as we tumble over and over dozens of times. The car finally screeches to a sickening stop. Around me there are groans, but my throat cannot make a sound. Boris punches out a door, and we crawl out, some of us sawing off seatbelts that have gotten stuck. I look around under the pale light of the moon and see that everyone is accounted for. Though the limo is totaled, we're all fine. Explosions and car crashes aren't enough to kill vampires. Someone just wanted to get us off the road. Then I see them. Long shadows in the darkness. A dozen or so figures lurking among the trees. It's a hunting party. And they're hunting me. Chapter 2. They're vampires, but they don't look like us, and they can't disguise themselves as humans like we do. Their skin is ashen grey, cracked like desert ground that doesn't have enough water. They have wiry hair and crooked fangs that protrude from their lips. Their red eyes glow in the dark, while sharp nails longer than their forearms glint by their crooked bodies. They're known as Che Blestemati, the cursed ones. By the blood droplet crest tattooed on their wrists, I can tell they're servants of the Grigore family, a rival coven of my father's, and the only opposers to the monarchy. They'd gladly take the crown if they could. Too bad there's no chance in hell I'll let them have it by killing me, the only living heir. The tallest raises a finger, pointing his deadly claw at me.
Give us the princess, and the rest of you will escape alive,
he rasps, and the others emit hoarse laughter. The guards circle closer around me.
You've made a mistake by interrupting our journey tonight,
Sergei says, unaffected by the threat.
You shall not be permitted to leave. Boris, go.
Boris is like an unleashed dog at Sergei's command. He charges forward as a rabid animal, foam leaking from his mouth. He grabs the arm of the tall vampire pointing at me and rips it clean off. The vampire hisses in surprise, and Boris dives on him, plunging his fangs into the vampire's neck and drinking deeply while the creature howls. It doesn't matter. After going without human blood for so long, any sort of blood will do to sate the desire. As their leader screams, the other cursed ones spring into action. They hurtle toward us, using their long nails as they would swords and knives. As they approach, our guards pull weapons from their utility belts. Pistols loaded with silver bullets. I wince at the familiar metal, shocked that my father would condone the use of such a thing. If I were to touch one of the bullets, it would burn through my skin just as easily as it would burn through the cursed ones. If vampires have begun using silver against one another, things must be bad. The guards begin firing, and the cursed ones start dropping, weakened the instant the silver embeds in their bodies. Eventually, the ammunition runs out, and the guards begin dueling with the broad, thick knives they have attached to their belts, clashing steel against claws. My grandfather is a terrifying sight, killing 3 cussed ones at a time, despite his advanced age. Even during the fray, I have a hard time not watching in awe. At first, I grow frustrated that I cannot fight, for the guards are too close for me to move, but soon they've dispersed to various foes, and I find myself able to help. "Lysandra," Sergei calls, and he tosses me a knife. I snatch it out of the air and fix my attention on the nearest foe. He's ugly, with nails that are longer than the others. He flies at me, swinging his arms, but he's clumsy and unrefined. I smack away his nails once, twice, 3 times before I kick him away, roll onto my side, and slash the knife down his back. He wails as I grab him by the back of the neck. I slice open his jugular and kick him to the ground. A threatening hiss draws my attention behind me. 2 cussed ones charge at once and plunge their sharp nails toward my gut. They tear the edges of my shirt as I duck, resulting in them getting their claws tangled. While they're trying to rip themselves free, I take my chance. Without thinking, I plunge the knife into the forehead of one vampire. Then I rip it out and swing it downward into the heart of the other. They fall instantly, and I rise to my full height, taking long, gasping breaths. I look around and realize all is utterly silent. The guards have finished the others and are currently staring at me with gazes of disbelief. I look down at the bodies of my enemies. I didn't realize what I was doing while I was doing it, but now the reality hits me. In the past 4 years, I have become a killing machine, designed for one purpose: to slaughter anything in my path. The knife has also been embedded with silver. I can feel it burning through the hilt. I hand it back to Sergei, who is the only one who doesn't appear surprised by the attack. He's talking on his cell phone as he takes the blade back.
"Yes, send a helicopter immediately."
Sergei hangs up, his attention back on me.
"I apologize, granddaughter. I did not expect the Grigori to be so foolish as to attack us tonight, though I'm glad I made the necessary precautions in case they did." "She held up pretty good against them,"
Boris laughs Britishly. Although the rest of the guards are basically clean, he's covered in blood, like he took a bath in it. So gross.
"The Grigori made a mistake in underestimating the princess. Her abilities surpass even those of my best warriors,"
Sergei says, laying a hand on my shoulder. "What are we going to do about them? I didn't know they'd become so bold recently," I say. "This is a huge shock to me. When I left, the Grigori were too cowardly to come out of their hiding places in caves scattered throughout Romania. Now they appear organized."
"Tsar Dragomir plans to eliminate the Grigori family when our business with the shifters is done,"
Sergei informs me.
"Once their wolves have been terminated, the cursed ones will be next."
With me leading the brigade, no doubt. My father's greatest weapon. Or pawn, however you want to see it. I sit on a rock to wait for the helicopter and decide not to ask any more questions. I'm going home, but it feels like I'm returning to a totally different place. The helicopter arrives, and the other guards are told to stay behind and to scout the area if more Grigori show up. Sergei is the only one who comes with me. As the sky begins to muddle with the darkest hour before the dawn, I look down and see the imperial palace below me. Castel de Singe is ominous against the cloudy, brooding sky. A stone fortress circles sharp Gothic towers that look over battlements and cluster around the keep, which is even more massive than I remembered. I can spot the patches of red roses from the courtyard below my bedroom, blooming next to a dark, murky pond. An elaborate fountain, hundreds of feet tall and made from bronze, sits by 2 double doors. Though it is late, light still emerges from the thin slits of windows. Custom-built cars valued at millions are parked on the circular cobblestone drive next to the gold fountain. Castel de Singe is the greatest of mansions, built with fineries reserved for only the highest members of society. It wasn't impressive when I was small, but then again, I never left the grounds back then. After having been away for so long, it's breathtaking. The helicopter lands on the roof. Sergei and I disembark and are met by an older woman. Black hair falls past her waist, and she's wearing a long velvet dress. It's the house witch, the one who made my prophecy, Valentina. "Welcome, Lysandra." She kisses my cheek lightly, then kisses Sergei's. "We've been expecting you. Come." She turns, and I follow the trail of her gown as she opens a door and descends a staircase. We go winding down in the dark until she leads us to another door, which she pushes open, exposing the hallway. The castle is carpeted in plush red. Tapestries and paintings hang against the black stone, and suits of armor stand beside works of art on pedestals. She takes us past room after grand room until I feel the castle will never end. She finally stops before a library with a large burning fireplace. "Here, I imagine she would be the first person you wish to see." I peer around the corner and cover my mouth to suppress a squeak. My first thought is she doesn't remember me or doesn't care, but when her brown eyes meet mine, the other girl squeals. She drops her book and rushes toward me. "Lysandra! Lydia!" She nearly slams me against the wall as she flings herself into my arms. She hugs me tightly and crushes my arms against my sides. "I missed you," I say. "I missed you as well. You're so pretty now," she exclaims, backing away and looking at me with wide eyes. As she takes me in, I do the same. She's thinner and almost as tall as me. The awkwardness of early adolescence is gone from her, replaced by natural beauty. She's gorgeous. "You too," I say, truly meaning it. Underneath my thin fingers, I can feel Lydia's heart beating quickly. "What have you been doing all this time?" "This and that. I graduated high school and have been helping Valentina." She shrugs. "But mostly I waited for you to come home." "As was before, Lydia will be your maidservant," Valentina says. "If things go as planned, of course." She and Sergei share a glance. "We must stay up all day and talk," I say, squeezing her hands. "We've been apart for so long. I have to know everything." "There will be time to talk later," Lydia says, smiling and giving me a light push. "I can tell you're exhausted. Go on, get to bed." I'm taken aback by her insistence. Lydia would never turn down an opportunity to gossip, and especially not after we've been apart for so long. But it has been long, and things have changed. I smile and nod. "Yes, we'll talk tomorrow." I feel a little lonely when I leave her behind, but I remind myself it's just until tomorrow. Sergei and Valentina say goodbye when they reach my bedroom, and I close the elaborate door behind me, sighing as I do so. My room is just how I left it. A 4-poster bed in the middle, with a large armoire and plush couch. A widescreen TV is attached to the wall next to the walk-in closet, which is opposite the bathroom. An open breeze blows in from a beautiful balcony, just like in Romeo and Juliet. I walk to the glass doors and shut them, then draw the shades. It'll be day soon. Time to go to bed. I shrug off my clothes and slip into a lacy nightgown, lavishing the feel of silk against my cold skin. I climb into bed and sink into the mattress, sighing in contentment as my body begins to float on a cloud made of dreams and goose feathers. I hear something move on the other side of the room, but think nothing of it. My eyes close as the first ray of dawn breaks over the horizon. When I awaken, it's dark again. Nighttime. I slept longer than I intended. I open my eyes slowly, giving a tired sigh and running a hand through my hair. Then I gaze at the edge of my bed. There's a vampire standing there. I jolt awake with a start, then scamper to a sitting position and clutch my chest. I don't know this vampire. But wait, I do. He's slightly older than me, with muscular arms and a toned body. He is dark all over, dark hair, dark eyes, a dark soul. Hard muscles peek out from his V-neck shirt. He takes a step closer, and the thought crosses my mind that I've never seen a more beautiful man in my life. He turns his head, and I'm struck with the thought that he's an Adonis, a gorgeous face sculpted with tender hands. He's not the boy I remembered. This vampire is mysterious, alluring, handsome. He is someone who could take a woman's breath away and anything else from her he wanted, willingly. With a soothing, velvet voice, he speaks.
Hello, Lysandra. You're even more beautiful than my dreams imagined you to be.
I try to catch my breath. Prince Tomlin is in my room, staring at me lying in bed. And by the longing look in his eyes, it's clear he wants to join me. Chapter 3. Tomlin, I gasp. Good morning.
Good morning.
He grins back.
I thought you'd like breakfast in bed.
He turns, picks up a tray that was sitting behind him, and sets it before me. On it is a cup of warm blood, a rose in a vase, and a chocolate eclair on a soft napkin. Thank you, I say, picking up the eclair and taking a bite. I have a sip of the blood, which I taste is mixed with a hint of hot cocoa, before saying, I haven't seen you in
ages, I know.
He sits on the bed beside me, and my stomach squirms. As he grins, I get a glimpse of his sharp fangs, pearly white and perfect.
I heard you were back, and I couldn't wait to see you.
Obviously. I laugh. I finish the eclair. Tomlin picks up the napkin and says,
You've got some on your face.
He wipes the frosting off my lip before he leans forward and delicately kisses the side of my mouth. The next thing I know, those soft lips transfer to mine, and we're making out. His kiss is firm, demanding. A cold, ceaseless want presses against my own reluctance, and he puts a hand on the back of my head, drawing me close as we kiss. I'm not sure what to do about this, but Tomlin is my betrothed, so I return the affection politely, hoping that he thinks I'm a good kisser. Or at least a semi-decent one.
Sorry about that,
he says sheepishly as he pulls away, although he doesn't appear sorry at all.
It's been so long since I've seen you. This past year, you're all that's been on my mind. I can't stop thinking about you.
This is a revelation to me. We haven't talked since I left, I say, perplexed.
I know. But during the past few months, I realized you were coming back, and I got excited, he says quickly. I really missed you when you were gone. We had a lot of fun when we were kids.
Yeah, we did. Memories of Tomlin and I playing in the palace gardens and wreaking havoc in the kitchens come to mind. We grew up in the palace together, almost as close of friends as Lydia and I were. It's hard to transition from that to lovers, at least in my head. How did you get in here? I'm sure I would have heard the door open.
You'll have to forgive me. I snuck in through the balcony. Figured it would be more romantic.
Ah, I think about the open balcony door earlier. Were you here before I went to bed?
Last night?
He appears confused.
No, that wasn't me.
I shrug. Must have been my imagination. I thought I heard something.
Can't say I wasn't tempted.
He moves closer, stroking my hand with the back of his fingers.
What I had imagined for your first night back at the palace wasn't exactly sweet.
I freeze. Although we're 18 now and, by vampire law, can sleep with anyone we like without repercussions, jumping into bed with Tomlin seems like too much. I think we need to wait until after the wedding, I say, taking his hand and putting it down on the side of the bed, hoping he doesn't get offended. We've known each other forever, but I think we need time to become reacquainted.
I can understand that.
He stands, the champion willing to prove himself.
I promise that you won't be disappointed by the vampire I've become. I have a lot to offer, Lysandra. I'm excited for our future together.
I am too, I say, but my words sound hesitant, forced. But maybe only to me. Tomlin seems confident. He kisses me on the head and says,
I'll wait for you in the Great Hall after you're done getting ready.
Tomlin, I say, and he pauses at the door. How can you be so sure my father will accept me? His gaze darkens.
Your father would be unwise to anger my family. Banishing you from the palace would be a very foolish move on his part.
He leaves, the door closing with a snap. A small bit of anxiety about my father's decision lifts from my chest. If father banishes me, it would mean breaking the engagement between Tomlin and I, an 18-year agreement. It would certainly cause a rift between Tomlin's family and mine. I arise and go to the bathroom. After debating whether to use the walk-in waterfall or the jacuzzi, I decide to take a shower. After I'm done, I see Lydia is there, going through my closet. It's a little weird to me, but I haven't had time to be a teenager since I left, so I roll with it, hoping Lydia still likes me. You should probably wear something nice in case you run into your dad, she says, flinging clothes off the hanger and onto the floor. She pulls out a dress with puffy sleeves, wrinkles her nose, and says, My God, I'm going to kill your stylist. She's trying to murder you, or make you wear ugly clothes, which is just as bad. I was used to jeans or combat gear while I was on the road. Dresses had become foreign to me. What were you thinking? She sighs dramatically, flinging another dress over her head. I don't know. Oh, nothing's working. She falls back in the bed, a hand over her head, and gives a long sigh. You have nothing to wear. It's hopeless. People would think you're the one being banished, I say, flipping through the few clothes I have left in the closet. You're not getting banished. She snaps her head up, looking determined. If you get banished, I rampage, then kill your dad, then bring you back and make you Tsarina. Then we can run the palace by your rules and have chocolate and smoothies every day. She taps her chin. On second thought, let's get you banished. Much funner plan. Let's not. I don't think I could handle being Tsarina. Why? You'd be the big boss. And then you could marry whoever you want. She says the last part with emphasis. I pause. Tomlin is who I want to marry. He's handsome and nice. Come on, Lysandra. It's not to say he isn't dreamy. She shrugs. It's obvious he's hot, but I'm not convinced you two should be together. You didn't exactly have a crush on him when you left. We just met after being apart for 4 years. Give it some time. You and me are okay. She nudges me with her foot. We're different. We couldn't be strangers if we were separated for a century. I finally settle on a short red dress and hold it in front of me. So? Oh, it'll have to do. Lydia gazes at the dress as if it's a dime store slip and not a Vera Wang original. Put it on and I'll do something with your hair. Lydia begins to braid my locks, and I say, by the way, Tomlin was here. He brought me breakfast. He was staring at me when I woke up. Lydia pauses abruptly. He was in here staring at you when you were sleeping. Wow, that's a little creepy. She says the words critically, tightening her grip on my braid. He's trying to be romantic, I say with a laugh. I know, but that's weird, watching you sleep. Totally awkward. She finishes my braid and puts her hands on her hips. There, put on some lipstick and we'll meet up with Sexy but Super Creeper. I giggle, but am interrupted by a shadow at my window. I jump up from my seat and turn toward the balcony. Did you see that? See what? There's someone out there. I jog to the balcony doors, fling them open, and look around. No one. I look down. I'm sure I see the bushes below my window waver a little, but it's nothing more than the wind. Or is it? Girl, are you crazy? Lydia comes beside me and looks around. Who do you think is stalking you? Your fan club? Could be. I scowl. Do you think someone is playing a prank? Maybe it's Tomlin spying on you again. I don't think so. You're imagining things. After all that time learning how to hunt werewolves, you're probably thinking they're at every turn. She slaps my shoulder. Come on, Lysandra. I promise there are no furries waiting to get you. I bite my lip. I know I'm not imagining things this time. There had been something on the balcony. I didn't see what or who. A little bothered, I follow Lydia out the door and down to the great hall. Usually, this is where elaborate parties are held. Modelled after the grand ballrooms of Imperial Russia, the Great Hall has floors of marble and massive paintings of the former rulers of the dynasty set in place along the walls. A painting of my father is mounted at the head of the grand staircase. I shiver. Even his image is intimidating. Tomlin is standing by the large bronze doors. Once he sees me, he eagerly takes my hand and says, There you are. Sergei is waiting for you in the gym. He wishes to see more of your fighting skills in action. I'm not exactly dressed for combat practice, I say, gesturing to the dress.
Your grandfather has clothes waiting for you in the locker room. He expects you to practice every day, Tomlin insists. Your time will be divided between training in the morning and your studies in the afternoon, with your evenings open for us.
Tomlin takes me by the waist, pulling me to his side. Slowly, I wrap my own arm around his and say, "Let's be off." "I'll leave the two of you alone," Lydia says shortly, turning. "We catch up later, Lysandra. Girls' night." "Lydia," I say, but she's already hustling off. Damn her for leaving me alone with him. Tomlin's grip around me is firm and protective, even within the walls of the palace. He patrols me around each corridor proudly, nestling his head against mine every time we turn a corner. It makes me vastly uncomfortable. "I didn't do anything wrong! Let me go!" A high-pitched, frightened voice catches my attention. I turn my head to see a grey wolf cowering under the statues of 4 vampires. The wolf is covered in blood and obviously unable to fight back. He quakes beneath the shadows of his captors.
"Silence, shifter," one of the guards says. "You've been found lurking around the castle grounds. Your fate has already been decided."
I walk out of Tomlin's grasp to investigate the scene further, but the prince grabs my arm and holds me back.
"Don't interfere," he whispers in my ear. "Your father doesn't need another reason to consider your banishment."
That makes me hesitate. Tomlin has to pull me away as the guards advance on the wolf. As we leave the corridor, the wolf's whines and howls of pain follow us, echoing behind our steps like a morbid cry of death. "Won't they give him a trial?" I ask.
"It's a wolf. It doesn't deserve a trial," Tomlin says coldly. "It'll be sent to the stockades and dealt with, after the guards determine what it knows."
Sounds cruel. I had never paid attention to court politics when I was younger, and I wasn't sure how they worked. As an adult, they had my attention.
"Why do you care what happens to a wolf? Lysandra, you saw what they did to your mother."
"I know what they did, Tomlin. You don't need to remind me." I rip myself away from his side to silence him. "Don't forget, I was the one who watched." Memories bombard me at the mention of that terrible night. Mother and I walking in the woods outside the castle. A few lone howls. A scream. Mother trying to protect me. Mother being torn to bits by wolves while they left me alive. I close my eyes to try and shut out the terrible recollections of her death. It won't work. They still come.
"My apologies."
When I open my eyes, Tomlin is bowing.
"I didn't mean to bring up your loss."
I swallow, attempting to wet my dry mouth. It's fine. The past can't always be avoided. I take his arm and proceed to the gym, where Sergei is waiting. There's a variety of exercise equipment inside, along with an Olympic-size pool and a track. After I change into a sports bra and some yoga pants, we start off with a few laps before Sergei and I fence. He finds me proficient with handheld weapons, but lacking in accuracy with a gun. The rest of the session is spent learning how to fire pistols, rifles, and assault weapons. Tomlin trains beside me, though I find that most of the time, his eyes are on me instead of focused on his technique. As I train, my thoughts run wild. I keep thinking about that wolf in the corridor. Was he the one who was on my balcony earlier? Or are there more of them running around? After a long period of training and a quick lunch with Sergei, I'm escorted off to the library to be taught a few college courses by Valentina. Lydia's there with me, We spend most of the lecture passing notes back and forth to each other about what's gone on in the past 4 years instead of listening. By the time we're done, it's dinner. And the time of my judgment. Though I'm usually very pale anyway, I'm sure my skin is pure white now. On our way down to dinner, Lydia holds my hand firmly. "Don't be frightened," Lydia says. "Dragomir will let you stay. He has to." There are tears budding in her eyes. Lydia, for all her theatrics, never cries. "Of course he will," I say firmly. "And if not, chocolate and smoothies, right?" She laughs emptily. We enter the dining room, where there is a long table set with golden plates and 20 chairs to each side. The guests all stand when I enter the room and give a low bow. I curtsy back before taking my seat on the right side of the table next to Tomlin and across from Sergei. Lydia stands by my side to serve me should I need anything. Everyone is here except for my father. Servants, all humans, begin to bring out trays of polenta, sour meatball soup, stuffed cabbages and frigare, while others set wine glasses filled with blood before each plate. Some humans, such as Lydia's family, have served the Romanov-Dracula coven for decades. Yet there are many unfamiliar faces in the mix of servants, ones I do not recognize. "Tomlin," I whisper, "there are many humans here, more than I remember there being."
"The castle's population has grown in recent years. We've had to hire more help in your absence,"
Tomlin says. He seems distracted. "You hired all of them?"
"Well, not all. Some we captured from the local villages. We try to take those most wouldn't report missing, convicts, homeless, the like. They know if they try to escape, they'll be drained of their blood."
"It's no better than slavery," I say, astounded.
"If you see it that way."
Tomlin is looking around, probably for my father. I drop my head. Silver bullets, human slaves. What is wrong with the world we live in today? If I was Arina, such a thing would never come to pass. The servants I had in my house would be paid, not enslaved and threatened. But I'm not Tsarina. As of tonight, I might not even be Grand Duchess. The food is starting to get cold. The stomachs of vampires rumble, their eyes large and hungry on the feast they are not allowed to touch until the king arrives. Me, I'm not hungry at all, only desperate to know my fate.
"Could have bothered to show up on time,"
Sergei grumbles loudly. Usually saying such a thing would be grounds for treason, but everyone respects my grandfather, Dragomir's most honored and decorated war general. Sometimes I believe they trust him more than they do the king. I wonder where my father is. Maybe something has happened to him. Maybe he's not coming, and I have one more precious day before my fate is delivered. My hopes rise. Then the doors fling open. In strides a vampire many would consider the demon of their darkest nightmares. He wears a cloak of midnight and has long, dark hair slicked back into a ponytail. His limbs are long and stiff. A sharp nose rests above high cheekbones. He is not an attractive vampire, but has a gaze that most would shiver under. The mountains of Romania could fall upon my father, and as they touched his skin, each would crumble into dust at his malice. The Emperor, it appears, is the only one in my life who hasn't changed. He's still stern, proud, tall, and unforgiving. Tsar Dragomir's eyes scan the face of each person in the dining room before coldly settling on me.
"Greetings, daughter,"
he says, and his voice encloses me, circling inward,
I hope you are ready to prove yourself.
Chapter 4. The dining room is suspended in time. I rise from my seat, fists bunched at my side. Yes, Father, I am ready. There are no affections lost between us, even after 4 years. He sees me as an employee, as if he'd hired me yesterday.
Good, because I've prepared a special treat for our guests.
He claps his hands, and through the double doors comes a horrific sight. My throat tightens as I see 4 vampires carrying in the same grey wolf from earlier, enclosed in a silver cage. He's as frightened as before, snapping his jaws at the bars of his cell.
Defeat the wolf, and I will consider you a part of the family once more,
Dragomir says.
Do not, and he'll have his freedom restored to him, as well as enjoy you as a tasty treat.
Panic rises in my chest. Sergei said I'd be banished if I didn't meet my father's expectations, not killed, and not in front of everyone. Despite my fears, I nod and proceed away from the table to the open part of the dining room. Tomlin slips me his dagger as I pass. I grip it tightly, wishing I didn't have to fight in a dress. I remove my heels and turn to face the shifter in bare feet as the vampires set the cage down on the floor. Grandfather's eyes are burning as he rises from the table.
Lysandra is your only heir to put your throne at risk. If the prophecy is correct, she'll have no trouble killing the wolf. If not, we know we wait for another.
Dragomir states in a bored fashion, flicking his fingers.
Unleash the beast.
The vampires open the cage. The wolf springs out, gambolling toward me, his large paws thudding against the floor. He springs with his mouth wide open, but I spin around, lashing out the dagger and catching him in the side. He yelps, tucking his tail between his legs before he slides around again and goes for my leg. He nearly gets a bite before I hit him over the head with the hilt of the dagger and kick him sharply away. The wolf cringes, crouching lowly on the floor. The wolf jumps, his front paws coming down upon my shoulders as he lands, pinning me to the ground. His snarling jaws go to enclose around my head, but I hold him back, my hands circled around his neck, arms shaking under the pressure. I manage to swing his head sideways for a moment and deliver a sharp punch, diving my thumb into its eye. The wolf whimpers in pain, scampering off me. I deal 2 more lashes to its torso with the dagger, one in the shoulder and another along his back. The wolf attempts to bite, claw, anything to get a hit on me, but he's slow and I'm fast. Each time he tries to strike, I stab him again until he's limping and I have him cornered on the left side of the room. His eyes dart from side to side, holding a hurt paw in the air. Then the wolf changes into his human form. My stomach contorts in horror as I look at him. He's only a young boy, his hair a mottled grey, thin and small. If he's 13, I'd be surprised. His body is bleeding severely from the wounds I've dealt him. He shivers as I advance closer, the dagger in hand. I'm about to murder a child. "Please don't kill me," he begs. "Please." My heart clenches in sympathy, but I deafen my ears against his pleas. My father made it clear. It's him or me. I swing the blade downward to deliver a quick and merciful blow to the heart. "Enough," Father says, and my blade halts, quivering before the shifter's chest.
"I've seen enough. Guards, take the wolf and dispose of him elsewhere. There's no need to ruin the floor.
I step backward. The boy's eyes roll into the back of his head as he clutches the gushing wound at his side, collapsing. The vampires drag the wolf's limp body back into the cage. I suppress a wave of revulsion as I watch them carry him off.
Well done, daughter,
Dragomir says, giving me a curt nod.
You've proven yourself as my heir and the one whom the prophecy speaks of. You will be an excellent addition to the war effort.
My father sits, and servants begin to fill his plate. Once he takes the first bite, the rest of the guests start to eat as well. Servants come out and begin to silently mop up the blood spilled by the wolf. Dinner proceeds as if nothing has happened. Polite conversation hovering over the table. Lydia puts food on my plate, but besides small, nauseous bites, I cannot eat. The wolf, the boy, didn't even rip my dress.
Now that Lysandra has returned, the war can truly begin, Dragomir says. We must launch our attack against the shifters.
My stomach flips. Already? I haven't even been back for 24 hours, and already my father is looking to send me out onto the battlefield.
It will take time, Sergei informs him shortly. We have yet to discover the location of their den, or dens. We suspect there may be several. To host an attack on them before discovering this crucial information would mean disaster for our forces. How so?
Dragomir's reply is direct. He expects a good answer.
We hold the Imperial Palace, and so long as we are here, they cannot deal an impactful blow. But the woods are their domain.
Sergei takes another bite, chewing thoughtfully.
Within the trees, they have the advantage and are able to fight primarily with guerrilla warfare. If our forces were to leave the safety of the castle, they'd easily be able to hunt us down by sectioning us off from one another.
Very well, Dragomir says.
Lysandra will continue with her training until our spies have discovered the location of the den. Once we discover their location, she and the rest of us will prepare for battle.
Dragomir rises from the table, and all do so with him. None sit back down until he leaves. The room recovers its warmth once he's left. The moment he's gone, I throw my napkin on my plate and curtsy to the guests. My apologies, but I take my leave, I say quickly. The fight has tired me, and I wish for bed. Tomlin nearly knocks over his chair to get back up again as I pass him by, and Lydia watches him carefully. I touch his shoulder and say, "Meet me in the gardens tomorrow?" He smiles.
"Yes, of course, Lysandra."
I hand him back his dagger and then go up to my room, Lydia following. I fall upon the couch face first, not wanting to get up. "What a disaster!" I mumble into the cushions. "My father couldn't have put me in a worse situation tonight." "You handled it pretty well," Lydia says. "He wasn't really a threat to me. He was just a kid." I look out the balcony. I wonder if it'll be different, fighting a full-grown wolf. "Maybe he didn't really want to banish you, so he picked someone he knew you could beat." Lydia's mouth is set in a thin line. "I think that's why he wanted me to fight him, to prove I wouldn't hold back, no matter what." Saying it out loud bothers me. My father wanted to prove to everyone that I wouldn't spare any wolf, even a child. Lydia pours me a bath. I sit in it for nearly an hour before throwing on my nightgown and flopping into bed as the sun comes up over the world. That day's sleep is filled with fitful rest. In my dreams, The boy begs me over and over not to kill him, but each time he does so, I push the dagger into his heart ruthlessly, and Dragomir smiles behind me.
Again, he speaks.
The boy snaps back to life, and I'm forced to repeat my actions until they don't seem cruel anymore, just the brainwashed repetitions of a monster. I awakened that night, tired and weak. After a long training session with Sergei and an even longer lesson with Valentina, I throw on a long black gown and retire to the gardens, where Tomlin is waiting. There's an iris in his hands. He parts my hair, putting the flower inside my locks.
You look lovely,
he says, taking my hands and kissing them. Thank you, I reply. Would you like to go for a walk?
Of course.
With his hand clasped firmly in mine, we begin to stroll the courtyard and the endless maze that is the gardens under the light of the crescent moon. We walk past tall bushes sculpted into the forms of various animals and patches of wildflowers, roses, crocuses, lilac, poppies, and peonies. Fountains that softly trickle water create music in the background, while the wind rustles the leaves of plants. Everything is calm under the blanket of night. I breathe deeply, inhaling the garden's sweet scent.
I can tell you're enjoying this,
Tomlin says softly, squeezing my hand. When my mother was alive, her favorite thing to do was walk the gardens with me, I reply. Doing this reminds me of her. I'm glad you're here, Tomlin.
And I'm glad I'm engaged to someone so special,
he insists, leading me to a bench. We sit down, and the crickets chirp around us, a nature symphony. I'm simply an ordinary girl, I laugh.
No, there's something amazing about you.
Tomlin gives me a soft, eager look.
Always has been, and I've never been able to figure it out. Figure you out.
There's nothing to figure out. I'm just Lysandra, I insist.
Princess, last heir to the Romanov throne, chosen one. Yeah, pretty special.
He chuckles. I hesitate before speaking. I don't know. Sometimes I feel I'm trapped here, held to my fate against my will. I knew I would be fighting wolves, but I expected...
You didn't expect to be killing their children as well? Tomlin asks, shocked. We're here to eliminate them, Lysandra. Bring an end to their race. That's what the prophecy states after all, doesn't it?
I suppose.
Lysandra, I know you think what happened last night was cruel, but you haven't been here the last 4 years,
Tomlin says, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear.
I have. I've seen the wolves kill many of our kind, brutally. They've even started going after the servants who can't defend themselves. We're stronger than them, but they outnumber us. If we allow them to survive, Castel de Singe will fall, and the Romanov Dracula family will be wiped out. Is that what you want?
I shake my head. After all the sacrifices my great-grandmother and her family made to keep the Romanov name alive, I can't be the one to let it die. There's a crackling noise in the bushes. Tomlin stands up with a hand on his dagger, ready to defend me. It's only one of our guards, but he's breathing heavily and looking frightened.
Pardon me, my lord and lady, but you must head back into the palace, he states. Castel de Singe is under attack.
With those words, I begin to hear the growls, and then the screams. Chapter 5. It feels like Tomlin is going to pull my arm off as he drags me back to the castle. We follow the dirt path until the garden breaks and the courtyard before the large bronze doors comes into view. What I see there can only be described as a massacre. Organs and blood mottle the grass as a dozen vampires fight off a countless number of wolves. Limbs are ripped off vampires, while wolves are crushed and broken within the arms of their enemies. Those who aren't dueling with blades or bare hands are shooting silver bullets at anything that moves with assault rifles and pistols. The fight spreads wide, and there's no way around it. The double doors that enter the great hall are a good ways away. We'll have to run straight through the battle to get to them.
Come on,
Tomlin cries, and he breaks into a sprint. I follow him, running as fast as I can through the fray. I duck as a wolf nips at my heels and roll to the side as another jumps over my head. A bullet grazes past my thigh, putting a hole in my dress. I duck as a vampire fires off a few rounds and kills a wolf that was on our tail. We dodge various attacks and stray bullets before Tomlin manages to haul us to the door. He tears it open with his brute strength. He shuts it behind us, and the guards rush to barricade it before the wolves get in.
Maybe we should get some weapons and go back out there, I start. We can help.
No, Lysandra, Tomlin says instantly.
But
I will do whatever it takes to protect you, Tomlin says firmly. I know you want to fight, but now isn't the time. Not here. Let the guards take care of it.
There's a familiar moan, and ice fills my limbs as I see a collection of guards standing around Sergei, who is holding Lydia in his arms. She's bleeding.
Lydia!
I scamper to grandfather's side, and tears begin falling down my cheeks. Her side is raked, as if long claws caught her while she was trying to duck away.
What happened?
She was coming to get you when the attack was launched and got caught in the crossfire, Sergei explains.
It's okay, Lydia whispers. She's still conscious.
I made it.
Lydia. I cover my mouth with my hand to keep from sobbing.
She needs to be taken to the hospital wing immediately, Tomlin says. Tomlin, guard the door. Make sure none of them get in. Lysandra, to your room. That's an order, Sergei says, starting toward the stairs.
I'll be fine. I promise,
Lydia says softly as Sergei carries her off.
Lysandra, do as your grandfather says,
Tomlin says, going to the door and bracing himself against it.
I'll make sure they can't get to you.
I'm not worried about me. I can defend myself. But I obey his orders anyway and climb the stairs to my room. I lock the door behind me as an extra precaution. That night, all I can do is pace. Is Lydia okay? What about Tomlin and Sergei? Grandfather has certainly rejoined the fight by now. I was trained for situations like this. Why am I prevented from helping my friends when I'm needed the most? After a while, I can't wait any longer. I go to visit Lydia in the hospital wing, but the nurses won't let me in. She's in too critical a condition for visitors. Worry devours me. With nothing left to do, I make my way back to my room. Who else should I encounter in the hallway but the Emperor?
What are you doing about? You should be in your room. The palace is on lockdown,
Tsar Dragomir says snappishly. I'm about to ask why he's parading about alone without an armed guard. Before I tighten my lips and respond, I was only checking on Lydia.
Foolish girls should have known better than to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, Dragomir says. If your handmaiden succumbs to her injuries, we shall find you another. Now return to your quarters, or I shall see you escorted there.
With that, he sweeps away. I'm ashamed to find in that moment I cannot suppress my utter hatred for my father. Shaking my head, I wrench open the door to my room and slam it behind me. I notice something is different when I enter. It's quiet. The shouts and sounds of battle have died off. The fight must have ended. I peek out my balcony and see that it's before sunrise. Perhaps my father's forces retreated into the castle, knowing they can't fight under the light of the sun, or they pushed the wolves back. A cry of pain catches my attention. Is someone hurt? Maybe it's one of my comrades who crawled away from the fight after being injured. I look below, but I don't see anyone. I'm about to head back into my room when my ears catch another moan of pain. Someone is down there, and they're hurt. They must be directly beneath my balcony. I'm not sure of what to do, but as the victim gasps for breath, I make a decision. I can't leave whoever it is there to die slowly while I sit and listen to his agonizing moans. I snatch my dagger, fasten it to my belt in case it's some sort of trap, and then swing myself over the balcony. I grab the lattice, avoiding the ivy vines, and make the long climb down. When I reach the ground, I find the source of the noise is coming from behind a patch of bushes. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right, I say, reaching around the branches and pulling them back. I gasp in horror. What I find, lying injured at my feet, is not what I expect. I do not receive the chilling gaze of a vampire, but find myself staring into the murky brown eyes of a wolf. Chapter 6. The wolf's coat is a sandy yellow, barely visible and matted underneath a stain of dirt and grime. He's got a long cut along his stomach, but no other injuries as far as I can tell. Blood pools heavily from the cut. The wolf moans again, and his brown eyes darken with pain as he looks at me. His black nose flares, his expression sinking into one of defeat. He can smell that I'm a vampire. He knows it's over. He breathes heavily, his chest rising up and down as he struggles to breathe. His paws scrape the ground as if he wishes he could get up and start running. He lifts his head up a tad before dropping it heavily in sorrow. Go on, he hushes. Do it. I drop to my knees and pull the dagger from its sheath. I raise my arms and lift it above the wolf's heart. I merely have to plunge it down and the blade will make the wolf's heart stop. It'll be quick. One singular movement. Easy. I'll make it painless. I promise, I say. The wolf whimpers, and I stare. Wolves were the reason Lydia was in the hospital. This wolf could have been the one who hurt her. Wolves were also the reason my mother died. I have a million reasons to kill this wolf. I don't even have to let him suffer. I can make it quick. My hands hover in the air for nearly a minute. I'm frozen. I can't move. What are you waiting for? The wolf gasps. Hurry up. I catch a glimpse of his eyes again. They're echoing with discomfort and pain. I see a plea for mercy within them, a desperate cry for understanding and peace. He isn't begging for death, but asking for life. In his scared gaze, I catch my own reflection, a soul mirroring my own. Then the wolf whispers something, a secret pact between us. Help me. I toss the dagger away. I then put one arm around the wolf's shoulder, the other under his haunches, and lift him up. Vampires are strong, much stronger than humans, but even so, the wolf is heavy. He sags in my arms. The wolf doesn't ask what I'm doing. He only bites his jaws shut and grimaces as I move him. I look around in a panic. I don't know where to hide him. My room. It's the only place in the palace where only a few are allowed to enter, and there is very little traffic. The sky is muddling. Dawn will soon rise, and if I'm caught out in the sun, it'll burn my skin down to muscle in a matter of minutes. Then both of us will be sunk. I can't climb back up. He's too heavy, and his injuries will get worse if I attempt to carry him up the lattice. With no other option, I scamper to the side door of the palace, the one the servants use. I kick it open and run up the stairs, the wolf jiggling in my arms. The wolf drips blood, creating a trail. I bunch up my dress underneath him to catch the flow before continuing. As we pass a small closet, I hear footsteps. Someone is coming. I know the consequences for helping a wolf. I'll be sentenced to death. I slip into the closet before the shadows lengthening on the wall pass by and flatten myself against it. The wolf quiets his heavy breaths, and we wait.
I promise you my forces are doing all they can to locate the den. We can only do so much with our strained numbers. Many must be left behind to defend the castle, someone says. This is the second time they've attacked this month. I am only making sure your vampires are doing their job. A voice utters back coldly.
It's Sergei and my father. What are they doing down here? Arguing, looks like. I hold my breath as they both stop before the closet.
What is it?
Sergei asks. I can almost see my father's nostrils flaring from here.
I smell blood,
Dragomir says.
Wolf blood.
Dragomir steps into the closet, looking around. I press myself farther against the stone, camouflaging my body in the darkness. If he takes another step closer.
My lord.
Sergei's voice echoes from down below.
There's wolf blood down here. Looks like one of them tried to enter the palace.
Dragomir turns. He leaves the closet and journeys down the steps.
If he was too injured to make it up the staircase, that means he's still out there,
Dragomir says.
Let us investigate.
The door below snaps shut, and I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. I dash out from the closet and make it the rest of the way up the steps. I leave behind the servants' staircase and make my way into a main foyer. Thankfully, due to the lockdown, no one is in the hallway. I finally launch myself into my bedroom and lay the wolf down on my bed. He's since passed out and soaked my dress. I worry he doesn't have enough blood left to survive, and I don't have the means to do a blood transfusion. I take another look at his injury. I was taught how to stitch wounds in my time in Moscow, but I need bandages and a first aid kit. I'll be back, I whisper to the wolf, though he can't hear me. I lock my bedroom door behind me with a key before I start heading toward the hospital wing, until I remember they won't let me in. There's a first aid kit in Valentina's office. She'll have what I need. I turn in the other direction, hoping the witch isn't there. I peer around the corner when I arrive and exhale a sigh of relief at its vacancy. What luck! She must be tending to the soldiers. With a turn of the knob, I find her office is unlocked. I step inside. Bookcases with spell tomes line the walls, while a bubbling cauldron sits on her desk. Strange creatures like toads and newts sit in tanks next to bottles of ingredients and herbs. The first aid kit is on the wall. I grab it quickly and snatch a handful of incense to burn on my way out. If I'm keeping the wolf in my room, I need something to disguise his scent. Otherwise, the other vampires will catch on. Once I'm back in my room, I check the wolf. I'm terribly concerned about how cold he's becoming. Though why I'm concerned, I can't figure out at all. I use a washcloth from the bathroom to clean the cut-up as best I can before I start stitching, wondering why I'm doing this. The wound is deep and jagged in parts. It takes me a long time to close it, and even then I worry if I did an adequate job. If my skills are lacking in any way, he'll die. Then I'll have a corpse to dispose of, an even worse problem. Once the wolf is stitched up and there's nothing more I can do, I start burning the incense. White sage. Nothing can overcome the smell of it. It confuses vampires and shifters both. I take off my blood-stained dress, throw it into the corner of my closet, and slip on a cami and some pajama bottoms. Might as well be comfy while hiding the enemy, after all. I wonder if I should move the wolf off the bed and onto the floor, but I shake my head. I don't want to risk reopening his injuries. I'll sleep on the sofa, at least for today. I sit on the couch. I draw my knees up to my chest and hug them, watching the wolf as his breaths rise and fall. A tiny smile crosses my lips. He looks so peaceful and sweet lying there, not at all like the killer I know he is. I don't know what came over me today, or how long I can keep this secret up. I can't believe that after 4 years of training I couldn't kill a wolf, one that might have died anyway. There's a knock at the door. I jump up from my seat, heart clenching at the noise. There's someone here. I look at the wolf. Where am I going to put him?
Lysandra?
My terror increases as I hear Tomlin's voice.
Are you in there? I came by to see if you're all right.
The knocking persists, and a knot forms in my throat as the doorknob slowly begins to turn. Chapter 7. I can't believe I forgot to lock the door. I do the only thing I can think of and throw a blanket over the wolf. Then I toss a few pillows over his misshapen form to make it look like I just rolled out of bed. I barely have time to catch my breath before Tomlin steps in.
I'm sorry. Were you sleeping? He asks, glancing at the bed. I didn't mean to wake you.
It's fine, I say hurriedly. I didn't get much sleep after all that.
I can understand.
Tomlin grimaces.
The battle was a mess.
Was anyone hurt?
A few were injured, but no mortal wounds dealt.
Tomlin's gaze sorrows.
Save for Lydia. I'm sorry.
She'll be fine. I take a deep breath. I know she will be.
The wolves are currently on the run, though Sige refuses to head into the forest to give chase. If it were me, I would have followed them straight to their den.
I'm sure he has spies doing that. Sige is cleverer than you give him credit for, I say. I stiffen as he proceeds closer, circling the room. Tomlin makes a strange face, then sniffs.
Did you spray something? It smells funny in here.
I'm burning sage.
I can smell that, but there's something else.
He heads toward the bed, getting closer to the source of the smell. He goes to sit down on it. If he does, he'll land right on the wolf. Tomlin! My voice is sharp, more irritated than I wanted it to be, but it gets his attention. We've all had a very long night. I would appreciate it if you left me alone to rest. I promise I'll see you once I feel better. The battle just has me. I shudder, shaking my head.
Of course, I'm really sorry,
Tomlin says meekly. He bows slightly.
I'll look for you during tomorrow's training. Until then, you'll be in my thoughts.
He kisses my cheek, then leaves. I breathe a sigh of relief as the door snaps shut, and I lock it behind him. I lift the blanket to make sure the wolf is still breathing. To my surprise, he's woken up, though is barely conscious. I want to ask how he's faring, but he speaks first.
Hey there,
he says. His voice is light, as if speaking takes all his effort.
Pretty nice place you got. I could get used to living like this.
His tongue lolls out of his mouth as I approach, though his eyes are still marred with pain. What's your name? I ask.
Who wants to know?
I beg your pardon. Do you need help? I ask smartly.
What does it look like?
The wolf snaps.
Yes.
Good. Hope you find some. I get up and prance toward the door.
Let's pray for your sake somebody doesn't come walking in while I'm gone.
Wait. Okay, fine. You win. He takes a deep breath. Lysar, he rasps. My name is Lysar.
Nice to meet you, Lysar, I say, trying to force some politeness. I'm Lysandra.
What now?
The wolf's eyes widen and he raises his head. Lysandra.
Okay, don't even ask me to pronounce that.
He lays his head back down. An idea comes to mind. Since I have him here, he technically could be considered my prisoner. I could use this to my advantage.
Okay, stop talking, I say, hands on my hips.
Excuse me? Lysar asks in an unimpressed voice.
Why did your pack attack us tonight? Where are they hiding? And where is the den? Tell me now. Otherwise, I'll be forced to hurt you.
I raise a fist.
You've got to be kidding me.
He gives a snort and rolls his eyes.
I'm not fooling around, Wolf, I shout. Give me some answers.
You're about as intimidating as a bunny rabbit. You don't want information out of me.
How do you know?
Well, for one, you wouldn't be wearing ducky pajamas.
A blush rises in my cheeks.
If you don't tell me what I need to know, I'll press on your wound.
I hover my palm over it, waiting.
What, and ruin your good work? Never. You're an awful interrogator.
Lysar's chuckles turn into ragged gasps of pain. I immediately rush to his side. Are you hurt? I ask, sitting on the bed beside him. Tell me where.
Ah, the torturer turns into concerned companion.
Lysar's voice is arrogant.
Knew you couldn't do it. You don't have it in you, sweetheart.
I try a different tactic. I saved your life, you know. You at least owe me a bit of information in return.
Uh-huh.
You'd be in a hell of a lot worse shape right now if I hadn't come along.
If that's the angle you're going to take, you might as well finish what the soldiers started. I'll never betray my brothers and sisters,
Lysar says firmly.
And like I said before, get on with it. I'm sure I'd make a nice wolfskin rug, and it wouldn't be so bad an existence to be underfoot such a lovely creature as yourself.
My mouth drops open in outrage. Are you flirting with me? You won't be able to seduce your way out of this.
I'm sure I could if I tried, Blondie.
The wolf winces.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get some rest. I'd move off the bed, but, you know.
Yeah, I know. I go back to the couch and lie down. Promise not to kill me in my sleep.
Does it look like I can get up right now?
You could be exaggerating your injuries, so I have to wait on you hand and foot.
You've got me figured out already.
He gives a loud yawn before closing his eyes.
Though something tells me you'd be in pretty big trouble if they found me in here with you.
I don't respond to that. All I say is, "Good night, Lysar."
Good night, tough guy.
I go to bite back another comment before thinking better of it. I've about slipped off to sleep before Lysar asks,
"Hey, lady."
I moan and lift my head off the couch. "What?" He looks at me, brown eyes swimming.
"Why did you save me?"
My face is blank as I stare back at him. I don't know. I get up before twilight is completely gone over the hills and before most vampires awaken. I have to steal some food for the wolf, as well as get some water. I can't walk away from dinner stuffing scraps in my napkin. They'll know something's up. Time to raid the kitchens. Lysar still hasn't awoken. I don't even know if he can eat in his condition, but I should have something ready just in case. I grab a pair of jeans and a shirt and slip them on before proceeding to the balcony. I don't feel comfortable sneaking out. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragomir posted guards at my door last night to make sure that I'd stay in until everything was clear, so I go down the lattice again. I look to the side as my feet hit the ground. Okay. If I sneak through the servants' staircase again, I should be able to reach the kitchens and grab enough food to... A horrible snarling halts my thoughts. I have enough time to turn around before a deadly she-wolf, hackles raised and teeth dripping blood, pounces on me, jaws reaching for my throat. Chapter 8. My training reacts before I do. I grab the she-wolf, roll to the ground, and throw her to the side. She hits a tree, but she shakes it off as she gets back to her feet and stalks around me in a circle. "Where did you take him?" she growls, coming closer. Each hair on her back is raised. She's dead set on killing me. "Hold on," I say, raising my hands to try and keep the short peace. "There doesn't need to be a fight." "Where's my brother?" she hisses. "I know you have him. I can smell him on you." "Does he go by the name of Lysandra?" I ask, taking a wild guess. "Yes. He was right here. I left him to help out our battalion, and when I came back, he was gone. What did you do to him?" "He was hurt. I helped him. He's up in my room, directly above us," I say. "Liar! Why would a vampire save a wolf?" she snarls. "I'm trying to figure that out myself, believe me," I say, giving a nervous laugh. "But I promise that your brother is up there. If you come with me, there doesn't have to be any bloodshed from either of us." The she-wolf pauses. "How do I know you're telling the truth? You could have killed him by now." "You have to trust me." "Trust a vampire?" She laughs darkly. "That's funny." "Okay, whatever. If you don't believe me, let's fight. I promise I can take you, and you won't like it," I threaten. "Or you can follow me up to my room and see for yourself. Either way, we can settle this down here or up there." Her eyes narrow. She then transforms into a pretty long-haired brunette. She's wearing shorts, a tank top, and combat boots, all stained with weeks' worth of dirt. She's about 2 years younger than I am. "Okay, let's go. And if this is a trap, I swear I'll rip your throat out." "I'm sure you'll make good on that promise," I say. I go first and climb back up the lattice. She follows at a distance and suspiciously creeps into my room once we reach the balcony. "Bryn," Lysandra whispers when he sees her. He's awake. "Lysandra!" The she-wolf, Bryn, scampers to the bed. She kneels by him and examines his wounds. Her eyes nearly pop out of her head when she sees the stitches. She looks at me in shock. "You did help him. But why?" I shrug. "Like I said, I don't know." "If you think you can get something out of him," Bryn starts. "Already tried that. Didn't work." I frown. "She sucks at this whole war thing," Lysandra explains before coughing. I drop my gaze. Yeah, out of all people, the chosen one sucks at killing shifters. Now I'm helping 2 wolves instead of 1. How did I get into this mess? "You would be lucky enough to get the only vampire in the world who can't hurt a fly," Bryn mutters. She stands up. "Okay, so now all we have to do is get you out of here." "I can't move, Bryn," Lysandra grumbles. "What do you mean?" Bryn asks quickly. "You have to leave." Yeah, you have to get out of my room before we're found out," I say. "A night is one thing, but any longer is pushing it. You can't stay here." "I have to." Lysandra tries to sit up and fails miserably. "I'm too weak to change. I won't be able to make it out without being discovered. I can't move quickly enough. I'll have to hide here until I'm strong enough to fight again." "Lysandra, you can't stay here for weeks being tended to by a vampire." Bryn says it like it's a swear word.
What are you going to do? Have the pack climb up here and carry me out? Lysa asks sarcastically. They'll be caught easily. It's dangerous for one wolf to be sneaking around palace grounds, but 5 or 6 is impossible.
You can't possibly trust her to keep a secret, Bryn says, glancing at me. I mean, I know she saved you and all, but she could change her mind and hand you over to her leech friends at any time. She won't stay quiet.
Sure she will, if we offer her something. Okay, Blondie, what do you want out of the deal?
Lysa looks to me. I blink. I never figured I could make a compromise with the wolves. Maybe I can work the situation to my advantage. The location of the den, I say immediately. Not gonna happen, Bryn states. Try again. There must be something you want. Then no more attacks on the castle, I say. Not until he's out of here. I don't know if I can swing that. The others won't like it, Bryn says doubtfully.
It's okay, Bryn. Tell them I authorize it,
Lysa adds. I stare. Who is this wolf who can give orders and have the pack follow? And even more importantly, why would they wait for weeks on end for him to heal and agree not to attack the castle in the meantime? Bryn's eye is twitching. Fine. She looks to me. You don't have to worry about getting him food. I'll hunt for him and bring it up here occasionally. Thanks, I say. I'm not doing this for you, she says sharply. She brushes back her brother's ears before giving him a kiss on the head. Be safe, brother. I'll be back at dawn. Lysa licks her cheek, and Bryn gives me a glare. As she's about to pass me by, she leans in and whispers in my ear, You have saved my brother, and for that I'm grateful. But if you betray our plan and give up his location or kill him yourself, I swear I will tear every single brick of this palace down looking for you. And when I find you, your death will not be quick or painless. Bryn stomps out, and I watch her go. As confident as I am that I could beat her in a fight, I have no doubt that she will make good on her promise if anything happens to her brother. The smell of wolf is almost all-consuming in here now. I start burning the sage again and open the balcony doors to clear it out.
Don't mind her. Bryn's bark is worse than her bite.
Lysa watches me as I move throughout the room. She's fine. It's a natural reaction to be protective of family. I grab some fresh bandages from the first aid kit. As I take the old ones off and put new ones on, both of us are silent.
Thank you, he says quietly when I'm done, for doing this for me.
You're welcome. I stand. I have to go for now. I'll be back later.
Where are you going?
He tilts his head. Besides my normal duties, I've got to go to the hospital wing. My maidservant was injured last night, I explain quickly.
Is it bad?
Lysa asks softly. Yes. One of your pack members hurt her. She's just a human. She wasn't even in the fight. My eyes swell with tears. Now she might die. Lysa's gaze is sympathetic.
I'm truly sorry.
I swallow down my tears. Yeah. Okay. I head toward the door. Try to get some rest and don't make any noise. I'll lock the door so no one can get in. I'll be back around sunrise.
Sunrise?
Lysa yelps, but I've already shut the door. I lock it behind me, biting my lip nervously. I really hope nobody tries to get in there, though why someone would, I'm not sure, save for the servants. Guard, I say to one of them passing by. Please inform the servants no one is to enter my room. I prefer the way Lydia keeps it, and as she's ill right now, I'll have no one else touch it.
Right away, Your Highness.
He slaps his chest, and I nod in response. There. At least now, if someone tries to get in, I know they suspect me of something, and they're not a maid to change my sheets. I grin, thinking of how hilarious it would be for a maid to find Lysandra lounging casually on my pillows, even though the consequence would be my head. This time they let me in when I get to the hospital. To my relief, I see Lydia sitting up in the first bed, looking out the window in a surly fashion. "Lydia!" I breathe a sigh of relief as I sit on the edge of her bed. "You're okay." "Lysandra!" Her eyes brighten when she sees me. "Thank the heavens! I was getting so bored in here." "You're certainly looking a lot better," I say cheerfully. "Once they stopped the bleeding, I had a great sleep. I dreamed I was you and you were me. I was the Grand Duchess and you were my servant. We switched places." She says this quickly, as if she still believes it's real. "I haven't had such a good dream in years. It sucked to wake up." "Must be the drugs," I laugh. "But are you seriously okay?" "It's really not that bad. I'll be laid up for a week or so, but then I'll be back to annoying you." "Thank God," I say. "I was worried I'd lose you forever." "You'd have to be dead first," she states before leaning in. "You think you can order that one to take care of me? There's a hot hunk that just showed up for duty." She points to a rather large male nurse in the corner of the room. "Order him yourself, you're bossy enough." "But I'm sick." She puts on a pouty face. "What exactly happened to you, anyway?" I ask, curious. "I don't know." She shrugs. "I was coming to get you, and this big black wolf attacked me, slashed his nails right down my side." A black wolf. So not Lysandra or Bryn. That lifts a weight off my conscience. "I'm sorry about the attack, Lydia. You shouldn't have gotten hurt," I say regretfully, getting to my feet. "I have to go. If I miss out on training, Grandfather will kill me." "This hospital is going to kill me," she says, flopping back on the pillow. "I'll send you a year's supply of Cosmo. That is, if you're not too busy drooling over the hot nurse to read it. See ya." I wave goodbye as I exit the wing and glumly head toward the gym. Training feels utterly useless now. I don't see the point in practicing my combat skills since I couldn't bring myself to kill Lysandra, but I go through the motions anyway to make Sergei happy. My college classes are even more boring than usual without Lydia there. I'm not the only one distracted. Valentina doesn't seem to be fully into her teachings. Halfway through the lesson, I ask a question, but she goes prattling on as if I never said a word. I ask it again, but she doesn't hear me. "Valentina!" I say loudly, and she pauses. "Are you all right?" She halts, her footsteps ceasing abruptly. "It's nothing that concerns you, Grand Duchess." "Tell me," I say gently. "It might lift whatever it is off your mind." She pauses before saying, "My first aid kit is missing. It was gone from my office this morning." All the air has gone from the room. My mind struggles to come up with some explanation. "That's not a big deal," I say, trying to play it off. "One of the soldiers probably used it after the battle yesterday. Any vampire who was injured would have been taken to the hospital. There would be no need for them to steal a medical kit." She puts a hand to her chin, "which makes me believe that whoever took it couldn't go to the hospital because they didn't belong here. I fear we have an intruder in the castle, Lysandra." A chill shivers up my spine. "Do you think so?" I ask, trying to appear innocent. "Maybe someone grabbed it because they couldn't make it to the hospital, or—" "I'm quite sure," she says, shaking her head. "My magic can sense the presence of all magical creatures, and though it's diluted by vampires, I can feel another. Somewhere within these walls, there's a wolf hiding. I'm just not quite sure where." I feel like someone's squeezing my throat shut as I ask, "Could you locate the wolf with your magic?" "No, I would need to create a potion or charm." And such a powerful locating spell could take months to craft, with materials I don't have. She sighs. At least if they took the kit, that means they're hurt. There's little chance of them attacking any time soon. She squeezes my shoulder. Don't worry, Lysandra. The wolf won't get you. Your father will find it long before that happens. She continues on with the lecture, and I try not to scream. After my lessons, I hustle toward my room. I thought vampires were the worst we had to worry about, but I made a major miscalculation. Valentina isn't any minor sorceress. She's a head witch, the most powerful of her kind. If she can sense there's a wolf here, it'll only be so long before she figures out a way to find Lysar with magic. Then the agreement between Lysar and I will be broken, and the wolves will start attacking the palace again. Not to mention, I'll be executed. I slam into Tomlin in the hallway. I go careening backward once I hit his strong chest, but he grabs me, stopping me from falling flat on the ground. "Tomlin," I say, gasping. "Sorry for bumping into you. I'm kind of in a hurry."
"Lysandra, stop,"
he says, sharper than I'm accustomed to.
"You've been acting strange lately, and you've been avoiding me."
"I haven't," I say. "There's been a lot going on. Now, if you excuse me, I have to go." I try to wrench out of his arms, but he holds me tightly, and I find I'm unable to move.
"No, this can't wait."
His grip on my arms is firm, demanding. I scan his face, judgmental and stern, and my body becomes paralyzed with fear. He knows. He's found out about Lysar.
"Lysandra."
His gaze is completely serious.
"Come with me. There's something we need to discuss."
Chapter 9. Tomlin leads me outside, back to the gardens. I don't try to pull away again for fear of angering him. What will he do now that he knows about Lysar? Tell my father? Kill me himself? No one would blame him if he did. They'd say he was doing the Empire a favor. I survey him. I'm pretty sure I'm more skilled than he is, but he's so big, I'll have a hard time getting away if he attacks. "Tomlin," I start. "Whatever you're thinking, I can explain." I fall silent as I witness the sight before me. In a round courtyard in the garden, surrounded by irises, is a tiny round table with 2 cafe chairs. On the table is a bottle of blood, soaking in ice, with fine china and crystal wine glasses beside it. Tea light candles surround the table and form a path. Rose petals are scattered around the area. On a bench nearby, a speaker plays soft, romantic music.
"We haven't gotten much time alone," Tomlin explains. "We haven't been on a date either, a proper one. I figured you'd like this."
His face is hopeful, desperate for my approval. My heart melts at the gesture. He did all of this for me. He's such a romantic. "It's lovely, Tom." I stand on my toes to kiss his lips, and as I do so, a warm feeling spreads throughout my body. He grabs my waist and pulls me close. Then he strokes my hair. I feel a little lightheaded.
"I'm so happy you like it."
His expression is relieved. He takes my hand and guides me to the table. He pulls out the chair so I can sit down. He adjusts my seat before he sits, uncorks the blood, and pours it into our wine glasses. I taste it and can tell it's the finest import. He really went all out for this. The servants bring out dinner. Beef stroganoff on golden plates. We make small talk, conversing about our favorite movies, music, and the latest palace gossip, which takes my mind off things. It's so nice to talk about normal life for a change instead of having to worry about war and wolves. Halfway through dessert, Tomlin cocks his head.
"Lysandra."
He reaches out and pulls something off my shirt.
You've got wolf hair on your clothes.
The romantic date with Tomlin comes to a screeching halt. He's got a tuft of Lysa's hair between his fingers. Tom, I
was afraid something like this would happen, he snarls. Now they're after you.
What do you mean? I ask breathlessly.
Valentina told me she suspects a wolf is hiding in the palace. This confirms he's been sneaking around, Tomlin says. Hatred infects his voice. They're trying to get close to you so they can hunt you down.
I contain my emotions as best I can. Well, I can assure you I've looked my room up and down and there's no wolf in there. If there were, it probably would have killed me by now.
It wouldn't have to be in your room. It might have brushed up against something and you got his hair on your clothes, Tomlin says.
I've made a slip. I quickly change the course of the discussion. Does Dragomir know? What about Sergei? My words stumble.
No, if they did, they'd turn the castle upside down looking. And I'm not sure it's best they do know, Tomlin says. A wolf running rampant in the palace would infuriate Dragomir. He's likely to take it out on the soldiers. Valentina doesn't wish to tell him because she knows he'll hold her responsible. And if she doesn't deliver results quickly, it'll be her head. Perhaps it's best if we keep this between ourselves until the wolf is found.
I nod, a little too eagerly. I agree. Tomlin talks throughout the rest of dinner, but I don't listen. Only give the appropriate responses when he asks a question. My mind is whirling. Now Tomlin has taken on this wolf hunt personally. How will my fiancé react if he discovers it's me who's hiding the wolf? I'm aching to get back to my room, but Tomlin doesn't walk me back until it's nearly sunrise. When I shut the door behind me, I notice that Lysa is spread on my bed, holding a paintbrush in his mouth and struggling to put acrylic paint onto a sheet of paper. The painting looks awful, like something a child would create. "Hey, that's mine," I say, stomping over to the bed. "You're not supposed to touch that." The paintbrush drops out of his mouth.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
His ears fall back.
I was bored, so I went digging through your stuff. I didn't know you were an artist.
Yes, I'm a painter, I say, picking up the brushes. Or at least I was, until I left 4 years ago. I haven't picked up a brush since then.
You left? To go where?
His ear cocks up. To Russia. To learn how to kill wolves, I tell him. Want to know more?
No thanks.
His tail thumps against the bed.
Did you give up painting for good?
I don't know how to answer. Lysa shakes his head and says,
Anyway, where have you been? I've been alone for hours.
Sorry, I was on a date with my fiancé, I say hastily. He wouldn't let me leave.
Your fiancé? He asks, perplexed. Is that the big brute I heard talking outside the door? Doesn't seem like your type.
And you know my type, I ask, giving him a skeptical look. His tail thumps against the bed.
Let's just say I have good intuition.
Whatever. I look down at the bloody sheets he's lying on. We have to change those. You can't sit in filthy blankets all day.
I'd like to take a bath, get all this blood off me, he says, pointing to his fur with his nose.
You can't take a bath, not for at least another week. The stitches need time to set.
Ugh. He throws his head backward. This is torture.
Stop whining, you big baby. With difficulty, I move him to the couch before changing the sheets and throwing the stained blankets on top of my ruined dress.
I can sleep on the couch. It's no big deal,
he protests as I lift him again. Shut up, you're injured. I put him back on the bed. Once you're a little better, you can sleep on the floor.
Ouch, I'm not a dog.
He winces. You look like one. He nudges the pool painting he did earlier.
You didn't answer my question. Please tell me you can do better than this.
He's not going to let this go, is he? I grab the paper and turn it sideways. I can try. I'm not really sure. It's been a long time.
You should paint again. What's the harm? He asks.
I stare at the tubs of paint clustered on the side table. The acrylic is so old I'm surprised it's still good. Maybe now that I have some free time, I can paint again. Just once, to remember how it felt. No. I shake my head. Painting is a distraction from my duties. I stopped a long time ago. It was a silly dream.
Dreams aren't silly. Try painting me. I'll be your muse.
The wolf grins sheepishly, lying on the bed like he's posing for Michelangelo. He's such a glory hound, but at the sight of the brushes, my fingers are itching to use them. I want to paint so badly. All right, I say, gesturing to the bed. Stay there and I'll try to paint you.
You won't try, you will, Lysandra says. I know my portrait will become the next Mona Lisa.
Okay, right. I snort as I pull my easel and a spare canvas from the back of the closet. Try not to move too much.
Don't be like most artists and capture reality, all right? I don't want a picture with a bunch of bloody bandages on me. Make me look cool, he insists.
I'll try to avoid them. It takes me 15 minutes to mix the paint. Once I start, Lysandra is already fidgety, but his movements calm as my eyes meet his. I paint his strong, muscular legs, his domineering form, his long, soft tail and furry ears. I paint him with his middle wrapped in a white sheet to replace the bandages. He appears fearless, full of courage, and strong. Lastly, I paint his eyes, which take the most time of all. They're more expressive than anything else in the portrait. I can't figure him out. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but Lysandra's are boarded up and closed off from the world. I wonder what he's hiding behind them. It's a strange thought when I realize I would love to know. When I'm finished, I don't feel quite satisfied, especially with Lysandra's gaze. I could probably paint his eyes forever and never truly capture the full emotion there. But art is something to be abandoned, not perfected. So I put the paintbrush aside and stare at my work critically.
Is it done? Let me see,
Lysandra says with all the anxiousness of a child. Okay, I breathe. I'm so nervous. Take a look. When I turn the easel around, Lysandra nearly falls off the bed.
Wow, that's incredible, he says. You made me look great.
Yeah, well, I grin. It's embellished a bit.
Do you have any more?
He asks enthusiastically. Sure. I pull a few paintings out of my closet, one of the castle and one of the gardens. There's another of Lydia and another of Sergei. I look around, but I can't find the others. I'm not sure what happened to them. There used to be dozens.
You painted these?
Lysandra's eyes are wide with surprise.
They look so real.
Yeah. My grin falls. But I guess Dragomir thought I was a better soldier, so out the door painting went.
That's too bad, Lysandra says sadly. You seem to enjoy it.
I do. I look out the balcony window. Immensely. Before I get too melodramatic, I put the painting aside to dry. As I set it down, there's a knock at the door.
Grand Duchess,
someone cries. Why won't they just go away? I hustle to the door and shout, What is it?
Your grandfather requests that you arise early tomorrow for training. He has important business to discuss.
Very well, I shout back. Who doesn't have something important to talk about with me? When I come back, Lysandra is staring at me with wide eyes.
You're the daughter of the Tsar?
Yeah, secret's out, I guess. Grand Duchess Lysandra Romanova Dracula, I say. That's my name.
Romanova? Isn't it supposed to be Romanov? He questions.
Romanov is male. Romanova is female.
Oh, wait, so you're Romanov? He asks. I thought the Romanov family was wiped out during the fall of Imperial Russia.
Not all of them, I say. I'm living proof.
And you're descended from Dracula too? Vlad the Impaler? He asks.
Yes, the first vampire, I state. It's a very long story.
I'm not going anywhere. My pack has some stories about vampires, but I want to get it from the source.
His eyes glisten.
Let's hear it.
I sit on the bed beside him and cross my legs. All right, if you say so. Where do you want me to begin?
Tell me about the Romanovs, he says eagerly.
Okay. When the Russians rose against Tsar Nicholas II in 1917, they killed his entire family, even his children. Yet there was one who did survive, I say. His daughter and my great-grandmother, the Grand Duchess Anastasia.
But I thought the remains of Anastasia were found with her brother Alexei, he asks.
That was staged. Anastasia set that up decades ago, so the enemies of our family would no longer search for her and leave her in peace.
But how did she survive? He questions.
I take a deep breath. My great-grandfather, Demetrius Dracula, and descendant of Vlad the Impaler, found her on the streets. She had fled to Romania after another attempt on her life was unsuccessful, yet she was starving and near death. My grandfather used his venom to turn her into a vampire and saved her life.
I bet she was pretty grateful.
His smile is doggish. Quit being weird, I say, but I can't help giggling.
I'm guessing this Demetrius Dracula was Lord of the Vampires or something?
Something like that.
So Demetrius was Vlad's descendant. How did Vlad Dracula even become a vampire anyway? He asks curiously.
Vlad III, Prince of Wallachia, lived in a time where his family only had one purpose, to defeat the Ottoman Empire, I say. As a child, he was held captive by the Ottomans. He somehow managed to escape, and as an adult, he gained military support from the King of Hungary at the time to fight them. I pause. But it wasn't enough. Vlad wanted to crush the Ottomans, not merely defeat them. During his travels, he found a witch and made a deal with her that she would turn him into a monster capable of defeating the Turks.
And I'm guessing his new fangs and super strength made it easier for him to impale his enemies on stakes for blood-collecting purposes? Lysar asks.
Pretty much.
How nice.
His powers could only do so much, though, and even magic couldn't beat the vast number of humans he had to fight against. While riding with some of his soldiers one day, the Ottomans outnumbered them, and he and the other vampires were killed. But not before he gave birth to an heir. What was left of the Dracula family went into hiding, along with those who served them. They relocated to the mountains of Transylvania, what's known as modern-day Romania, and waited until the time of the vampires came once again.
And these vampires were willing to stick around with the family whose leader willingly slaughtered hundreds of people?
Lysar asks, skeptically. Most of the humans Vlad had turned were sick, or looking to elevate themselves into positions of power. They were very grateful he transformed them into creatures that were incredibly strong and had longer lifespans, I explain.
So all Vlad had to do was bite a bunch of people and they became his minions?
A bite from a vampire isn't enough to turn a human. They have to be intentionally injected with our venom. I lift my upper lip and tap one of my fangs. That's what starts the change. It's excruciatingly painful, and most humans don't survive. Or so I've heard. You have to be extremely strong to live through the change.
I'm guessing you didn't have to go through with it?
No, both of my parents were already vampires. I was born this way.
Lucky you. Lysar yawns.
How did shifters come to be? I ask curiously.
Shifters have always been around, Lysar says too quickly. There's no story to it.
Whatever you say, I quip suspiciously. I feel like Lysar isn't telling the truth. but I've learned in the past few days that any attempts to get information out of him are clearly unsuccessful. For whatever reason, werewolves are particularly protective of their secrets, even when it comes to the ones of their origin.
So what happened then?
Lysar asks, inching forward.
Did Anastasia and Demetrius hook up?
They fell in love and established the Romanov-Dracula dynasty, I say, ignoring his comment. The Draculas came out of hiding, then built Castel de Singe. Our family has ruled for nearly a century in this castle. My father, Dragomir, descendant of Anastasia's son, married my mother in hopes that they would have a large family, but my mother only had me. I'm the last living piece of the Romanov family.
So if someone were to take you out,
Lysar says slowly, the empire would fall, yes. The covens would be scattered without a leader to carry on the Romanov-Dracula name. I look at him. So if you truly wanted a way to eliminate the vampires, I just gave you the answer. He cocks his head.
You just handed over the worst piece of information you possibly could, willingly. Why?
I pause to think. Maybe because I don't care all that much about the war in the first place, I admit, marveling how true it is to myself. I don't think I ever cared, even after wolves killed my mother.
Wolves killed your mother?
He asks, shocked. Yes, and I saw it. But still, I can't hate wolves. I sigh. I'm just emotionless about it. I just don't care. I find all the fighting silly.
How? Most vampires hate wolves from the moment they're born,
Lysar says. Not me. Even when they killed my mother, when I watched them kill her, I could only hate the ones who took her from me, not wolves as a whole. I let out a huff of frustration. It just seems unfair to hate an entire race based on the actions of a few who are part of it.
You don't seem like a person who could hate anyone,
Lysar says softly. I'm just weak.
No, you're not weak.
He shakes his head.
Forgiving someone is a lot harder than hating them, especially after they do something terrible to someone you love.
I shrug. I guess.
Much of what I've heard about vampires doesn't appear to be true,
Lysar says.
I thought you survived off blood alone, but I've seen you eat food.
Blood is like water to us. We need it to survive, but we can't live off it, I say. All the systems in our bodies, the digestive, the nervous, the respiratory, all of them work, except for circulatory.
You don't have a heart?
Lysar raises his brow. It's there, but it's not beating. It's the only part of our body that doesn't function.
How are you alive?
He leans back, astounded. It's a side effect of the curse the witch put on us. I shrug. That's why we need to drink blood from others, to sustain the magic that helps us live without a heart. But the penalty for our power was we'd always have a cold, still heart.
Lysar shook his head. It's all so strange from what I've been taught. You eat, you sleep, you even age. I thought vampires were immortal.
You're thinking of the cursed ones, I say. They're immortal. They got that way by only drinking human blood.
I thought that's what you did.
No, most of us only drink the blood of animals. Occasionally, one of us drinks human blood, and that's the problem. Once you taste it, all you do is crave it more and more. If you drink enough of it, you turn into a cursed one.
But you get to live forever.
It's an awful existence. They're just addicts, I say spitefully. Your entire life is based around getting your next fix. Sure, most vampires only get 120 years, but it's actually living, not basing your entire life around achieving a chemical high. You just become a monster.
Sounds like our haunted.
Lysar lets out a yawn.
Human blood does something funny to our kind as well. If you hunt humans, you turn into something different and uncontrollable.
How is a haunted different from an actual wolf? I ask.
Trust me, you'll know them when you see them, he says. So you can't go out in the sun at all?
There are some lotions I can put on that the head witch Valentina makes. Then I can go out in the sun, but it doesn't last long, I say.
Wolves are fine in sunlight, but we prefer the dark, so our schedules are nocturnal like yours. And neither of us like silver.
His tail wags.
Looks like there are more similarities between wolves and vampires than we realized.
Maybe, but only one of us can survive, I say glumly. Humans outnumber all of us by the millions, and they have the technology to kill us now. There isn't enough space for two supernaturals now like there was in the world before. It's my kind or yours. His ears droop.
You're right on that one.
I force a smile. Let's go to bed. We're depressing ourselves.
Sounds good to me.
He lays his head down and gives another yawn.
And don't worry, Blondie. I won't tell your secret.
Loud snores tell me that Lysandre's already fallen asleep. After I lie down, anxiety rolls in my chest. I told him everything he needed to know, practically gave him specific instructions on how to end the vampires for good. Was Valentina sure that the prophecy stated I was to end the shifter line and not my own kind? Lysandre's snores grow louder, and I slap a pillow over my head to drown them out. Can I trust him to keep my secret? Or is he biding his time, waiting to expose my secrets until he gets back to his pack? As my eyes close, I let my thoughts drift away. Doesn't matter. He knows now, and I can't change the past. The bigger question is, why did I tell him in the first place? A week passes. I shove the painting of Lysandre in the back of my closet so no one finds it. I continue with my training, and Tomlin continues to take me on elaborate dates each night. At first, I love the romantic gestures, but as time goes on and they become grander, I feel ashamed that I'm a bit irritated. Would it be too much for us to simply watch a movie? I want to voice my wishes, but Tomlin is so excited about each date he takes me on, I find my voice small and silent. Bryn and I have little contact, only occasionally meeting up when she's dropping off food for Lysandre. It feels like a weird business relationship. We nod when our eyes meet, and that's about it. Something strange happens between Lysandre and I, though. We begin to talk. Each sunrise before I go to bed, we have conversations. He always asks me how my day went, and I tell him the various details. His favorite stories are about my training and Sergei. He doesn't like hearing about Tomlin, and I'm not too fond of talking about him either, so we discuss other things, like my college classes and why I think what Valentina's teaching me is completely useless. But never the war, and never the fact that wolves and vampires shouldn't be friends. Lysandre and I shouldn't even be talking. This is an invisible rule both of us know, one that hovers between us. It's always tiptoed around and never acknowledged. On the 7th night he's here, I return to my room and find that Lysandre has moved. He's on the balcony, lying on the marble floor and looking up at the sky. His eyes are engrossed with the universe, the millions of diamonds that glimmer above us.
Do you ever look at the stars, Grand Duchess? He asks, not taking his eyes off the sky as I draw near.
I sit next to him and cross my legs. Not very often. I'm too busy during the night to stop and watch the stars.
What a shame.
Lysandre tilts his head.
I try to, whenever I can.
Do you stargaze often?
Yes. It reminds me of my childhood. When I was a pup, my dad would build a fire, and the whole pack would gather around it and tell stories.
He rips his gaze from the sky to talk to me.
We'd look up at the stars and count them, and whoever saw the most shooting stars would win. The losers would have to go get more firewood.
How did you know who saw the most shooting stars?
That was part of the fun. You never knew who was telling the truth and who was being dishonest. He grins. You had to guess. Sometimes you could work the lie out of them, other times not.
Grandfather and I used to go hunting in the woods. We'd take a tent and be gone for a few days, chasing a stag or something, I say. My face darkens. That was before the wolves made it too dangerous to go into the forest.
You love your grandfather, don't you?
His tail falls on my lap, and I let it sit there. Yes. Absent-mindedly, I begin stroking his tail, and he doesn't pull away. Very much so.
And your mother? What was she like?
His voice is truly curious. I decide to answer. Her name was Katya. I swallow. She was kind. The kindest vampire I ever met. But she was also crazy. I laugh as I remember. She'd try anything. I remember she used to take me to the mountains, and we'd try to climb them together. She'd go cliff diving and race her horse through the woods. Whenever she could, she'd steal me out of class and make forts with me out of sheets and blankets, then take Lydia and me down to the lake so we could dip in its chilly waters. She'd swim any time, even in the dead of winter. I beam. Nothing scared her. Nothing. I looked up to her for it.
She sounds like quite a woman.
She really was. She had a lot of dreams, and she tried to follow each one whenever it came to her and taught me to do the same.
Did your father support her dreams?
Are you kidding? He crushed them. I slammed my fist against the marble. He never supported anything she did. Dragomir's only concern was preserving the monarchy. By the time she died, he'd practically taken all the color out of her. I felt like my mother had faded away. That's why we were out in the woods the day she died. I was trying to get her to wake up, to be who she was again.
You know she did what she could to protect you,
Lysandra says, leaning against my leg and trying to comfort me.
The way you're describing her, there's no way she'd go down any other way.
She died a shell of herself. She was a powerful fighter. I feel like if she wanted to win, she could have. But she gave up and let the pack take her, I say bitterly. Dragomir ruined her. He might as well have taken her life himself. And I don't think Grandfather will ever forgive Dragomir for that. I look up at the stars again, wanting to change the subject. I can't stand to talk about my mother anymore. Do you have any dreams?
One of my dreams is to travel to Russia and run along the Arctic Circle,
Lysandra says.
There was a story my mother used to tell about a wolf who ran after the sun until he caught it. I've never been in a place where the sun never sets, but I think it would be fun. It would be surreal to live in a place where it's always daylight.
You want to run around in a frozen wasteland, knee-deep in snow after a star you can't catch? I laugh. Siberia isn't exactly friendly to visitors. The tundra takes more lives than it keeps, and the sun isn't out all year. Half of the time it doesn't rise at all.
It's perfect for a wolf. It's solitude. You can be untamed, free. Nobody tells you what to do or gives you any crushing responsibilities.
His tail curls, and I notice how soft his fur is, shining underneath the moon.
You've been to Russia, haven't you? What's it like?
I take it a step farther and start running my fingers through his thick fur. I wasn't a fan of Moscow. I had to leave due to the large number of cursed ones living there, but I fell in love with St. Petersburg. I smiled dreamily.
It must have been incredible to see the city of your ancestors.
He's ignoring the fact that I'm petting him, as if not acting like I am makes it any less wrong. It was. And sad. Lysandra's fur is bristly underneath my hands. I saw the Winter Palace, where Anastasia lived. It was such a beautiful building. It upset me to know that if the monarchy had continued, that might have been my home. It almost seemed like ghosts were living there among the artifacts and architecture. I tilt my head backward, looking at the brightest star. That's my wish, to return to the Winter Palace someday, not as a visitor, but as my rightful place as Grand Duchess.
Russia's monarchy fell long ago. You could never rule there again.
That's not the point. I look sharply at him. I belong there. My family belongs there. It's ours. And I want it. Badly.
Yes, but you have to think that if Anastasia hadn't met Demetrius, maybe you wouldn't have been born at all, Lysandra points out. You might be a Romanov, but you're also a Dracula. That's infamy in itself.
Vlad was a cruel ruler, one resembling my father. I don't want to be anything like him. Lysandra wags his tail.
I doubt you ever will be.
What about you? I smack his leg. Do you think you'll ever be able to chase after the sun?
I have a lot of responsibilities back home.
Lysandra drops his gaze.
This is the longest I've ever been away from the pack, and I know they're suffering without me. I'll probably never have the opportunity to run across the tundra or even leave pack boundaries again.
Well, thank you for sharing your dreams with me anyway. I dig my hands through his fur and he sighs. I'll probably never live in the Winter Palace either, but what's wrong with dreaming?
Absolutely nothing at all.
Lysandra's eyes are glimmering. Lysandra and I continue to converse. We move inside when the sun comes out. We don't do anything but talk all day about anything and everything. When I next look out the window, I'm surprised. Is it really almost sunset? I ask, shocked.
Looks like it.
Lysandra grins wolfishly, limping back to the bed.
You better get some sleep, Blondie. You've got training in a few hours.
But I don't want to go to bed, I say.
Too bad. You need your sleep.
Lysandra lies down.
And not another word.
I listen to him, putting my head upon the couch cushion. I like talking to Lysandra because he listens. He doesn't tell me what I should do or who I should be. He accepts me as I am. That thought makes me happy, but it also shoots a wave of guilt down my spine, because I know it shouldn't. A few more days pass, and Lysandra grows quiet. He doesn't respond as much when we talk and seems a bit hazy. On his 10th night at the palace, he doesn't say anything at all. He just goes right to bed. What's the matter with you? I wonder, lying down to sleep. Usually I can't shut him up. He doesn't respond, and I know. Something is horribly wrong. The next morning, Bryn has brought him a rabbit to eat, but Lysandra doesn't seem like he wants it. What is wrong with you? Bryn says in frustration. Lysandra only grunts in reply. Has he lost his mind? I'll keep an eye on him, I tell her. Don't worry. You better, she responds before slipping out the window. It takes me an hour to get ready, and by the time I'm ready to go, he still hasn't touched the rabbit. Lysandra, eat your food. You have to keep your strength up, I demand, nudging the rabbit at him. I'm not hungry, he mutters, weaving his head back and forth like he's in a stupor. Lysandra has devoured his food every time Bryn has brought him some, save for the past few days. What's going on? I bend down at his side, gingerly moving his fur so I can peer at his wound. A wave of revulsion churns my stomach as I stare at the cut. The area around the stitches is raw red, tinged with soft green and festering with pus. Lysandra's wound is infected. If I don't get him help, blood poisoning will set in. Despite everything I've done, he's going to die. My hand is shaking as I pull it away from Lysandra's wound. I wonder why he didn't tell me about the infection, but then I realize by the time physical signs were setting in, he was probably too delirious to notice. This is far beyond what I can fix, but I can't take him to the hospital. I pace around my bed, wondering what to do. I have to clean it. That's a start. I go to the bathroom and soak a wet washcloth with soap and water. When I come back out, Lydia is standing before me. Despite all my efforts to conceal the wolf, I forgot that as my handmaiden, Lydia has a key to my room, and the guards would see no problem in letting her in. Her eyes are wide as she gazes at me and then at Lysandra. She raises a quivering finger to point at the wolf, her mouth opening to scream. Chapter 10. I drop the washcloth immediately and sprint to the other side of the room. I slam her against the wall and pin one of her arms above her head. "Don't say anything," I whisper, covering her mouth with my hand. Lydia squirms under my hold, squealing as loudly as she can. Her eyes are twisted with the look of betrayal. "Shut up, calm down," I say quietly. "If you can promise to stay quiet, I can explain everything." Lydia stops squirming. I slowly let up, but once my hand is off her mouth, she takes a deep breath to scream again. "Cut it out!" I slap my hand over her mouth for a second time. "I made a deal with them." Her tone is suspicious as she mumbles through my hand. "What deal?" "The pack promised not to attack the palace until this wolf is healed. Unfortunately, this particular wolf is dying, so if he kicks the bucket, they're back to laying siege on the castle again, and more of us are going to die." I snap. "Now are you going to help me or not?" I take my hand away, and she nods slowly as she says, "I knew there was something else, Lysandra. You could never betray your father. I have complete faith in you." "Yeah, right." I run my hand through my hair and say sarcastically, "Glad you didn't jump to any conclusions." "So what's wrong with him?" Lydia asks, circling the bed like he's an alien from outer space and not a wounded animal. "His cut's infected." "It looks pretty bad." She bends down to observe it. "But not impossible to treat." "We don't have the supplies," I hiss. "Valentina has a potion that cures such things," Lydia says. "If we can get our hands on it, he'll be okay." "Valentina," I say reluctantly. "I already took something from her, and that was a first aid kit. She'll be livid if she notices one of her potions is gone." "It's our only option. You stay here and take care of the wolf," Lydia instructs. "I'll get the potion." "You're going to get caught," I warn. "How do you even know which one to take?" "I spend tons of time in Valentina's office. I'll be fine. Don't go anywhere." She scampers away before I can stop her. I trust Lydia. She can be irrational at times, but now that she knows the whole story, she won't say a word. I hope. I start running a bath. If the potion doesn't work, I at least have to clean out the wound. I carry Lysandra to the tub and set him in it, beginning to scrub.
"I always knew I'd end up getting bathed by a hot chick,"
Lysandra says groggily as I'm sudsing him up. His head starts to roll, and I have to snatch it to keep him from going underwater. "You're delusional," I tell him. I use antibacterial soap on the wound and try to clean out as much pus as I can. It's gross, but I really don't care. I just want Lysandra to live. I haven't risked my own neck for over a week for him to expire on me now. Bathing Lysandra is intimate, even while he's in his wolf form. It would embarrass me if his life wasn't at risk. But it is. I pour the water over his fur softly, and the water turns red from the blood oozing from the wound. He at least looks a little more comfortable, if not totally out of it. As I wash him, I look at his soft ears, large paws, muddled eyes. He's a beautiful creature. If the world loses him, if I lose him, it will be a great and terrible loss. I'm done drying him off when Lydia comes back. She kneels on the bathroom floor beside us,
holding a bottle of fizzing liquid in her hand.
Got it. Easy as pie.
Who's new girl? Lysar asks before slipping into unconsciousness again.
Wow, your pet talks,
Lydia says.
Are you sure that's not poison? I ask, raising an eyebrow.
We're gonna find out.
Lydia uncorks the bottle.
Hopefully I didn't grab the wrong one. Open wide.
I force Lysar's jars open, and Lydia pours it down his throat. The wolf coughs and sputters as if it burns. Then he settles, falling into a comfortable sleep, accompanied by the loud snores I've come to know so well. Before my very eyes, the infection starts clearing, his skin healing anew over the wound. It's working, I marvel.
Told you, he's gonna be fine,
Lydia says.
You're such a drama queen.
I give her a glare. Help me get him to the bed.
What do I look like, your maid?
She cries outlandishly.
Yes.
Oh, right. Sure then. We stagger to the bed, Lysar in our arms, before plopping him down. Lydia collapses on the bench beside me and adds,
That's pretty clever, forcing the wolves into a truce by capturing one of their own. I've got to hand it to you, Lysandra. It's pretty sneaky.
I didn't capture him. I found him, I say quietly. He was already hurt.
He was?
She jumps up.
Then why didn't you kill him?
I made the deal after I saved his life.
But why would you do that?
I don't know why I did what I did. I can't keep the guilty look off my face. But Lydia, you have to trust me, and please don't tell anyone. I grab her hands and squeeze them. This is for the good of the palace. I might be saving one wolf, but we're also saving dozens of vampires at the same time. Just don't say anything to anyone, okay? She gives me a reluctant look, then squeezes my hands back.
Okay, I don't really get your reasoning, but if you think this is the right thing to do, I'll go along with it.
Thank you. I smile at her. You're such a great friend.
Lysandra,
she looks concerned.
Be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you.
She looks at Lysar.
And if you're found out, it'll be the worst possible thing that could happen.
I don't want to leave Lysar's side, but I have no choice. I have to keep up appearances by going to training.
You're not focusing, Lysandra,
Sergei says as I miss the target for the 10th time. His voice is deep with frustration.
How do you expect to defend yourself if a wolf attacks and you can't place a single bullet within range? Again?
Yes, grandfather. I cock back my pistol, studying the gun and trying to focus. Every time I raise it, I see Lysar in front of me, and I don't want to pull the trigger. Later, Lydia gives me outlandish looks throughout our college classes, right under Valentina's nose. She could not be more obvious. It's not until I ignore her completely that she gets the point to act aloof. When Valentina finally releases us, I snatch my books and rush off, feeling like I'm going to throw up. Is Lysar all right? Has the infection gone away? Or has the potion gone wrong and I'm coming home to a dead wolf? I practically fall over when I see Lysar, happy as a clam, lounging on my bed with his head on a pillow, munching on my chocolates, and watching HBO. My rage couples with the stressful events of that morning. I stomp to the bedside, fists clenched. "Get up!" I say, turning off the TV and smacking him with a pillow. "Who do you think you are, some sort of king?"
"Hey, that was a good episode," Lysar whines, thumping his paw down.
"Shut up! I've been worried sick about you all day, and here you are sprawled out like a spoiled dog and having the time of your life," I burst.
"Worried,
His tail wags.
"Okay, I like this. Keep talking."
My cheeks burn. Don't even go there. I pick up the box of chocolates and my eyes bulge out when I find it half empty. It's almost gone. Tomlin gave me these.
You told me you didn't want them, so I thought I'd help myself.
He licks his chops.
When's dinner? I'm hungry. I ate that rabbit hours ago.
Have Bryn bring you something, I grumble.
I don't think she's coming back tonight. It's not like I can call her on my cell phone. You're the Grand Duchess. Order room service.
I'm not ordering room service for you, I shriek.
Come on. Aren't you a little hungry?
My stomach rumbles, giving me away.
That's what I thought, Lysandra says smartly.
I mumble a few curse words and grab my cell phone, jamming it against my ear. Lydia, I say when she picks up. Yeah, I'm hungry. Go ahead and bring me a bowl of soyanka with a loaf of fresh bread and a
large steak,
Lysandra cries, licking his lips again. And a large steak, I finish.
Medium rare, with mashed potatoes on the side,
Lysandra insists. I say through gritted teeth, medium rare, mashed potatoes as well. Thanks, girl. Bye. I hang up and toss my cell phone on the bed. There. Happy?
Maybe.
His eyes look toward the remote.
Can I finish my show?
I fume. Fine, you can watch something, I guess. I turn the TV back on and hand him the remote. I'm surprised to see that even as a wolf, he can change the channels pretty well with his nose. I get up to leave.
Where are you going?
He asks, craning his neck over. I'm going for a walk until the food comes back, I say. No point sitting in here. If I'm in my room all the time, it looks suspicious.
Lissy, get over here and watch this with me,
Lysandra demands.
I jerk to a halt.
I'm sorry, who are you talking to?
You, dummy.
I've never been called... What was it you said?
Lissy.
But Lysandra's my name.
Lissy's better than that mouthful of jumbled syllables you call a name.
It's what my parents decided to call me. What did your father and mother name you after? Some sort of soap?
It's Lysar, not Lysol.
His voice is deadpan. You have to admit, they're pretty close. His look is sheepish.
You're still Lissy, so there.
A fluttering feeling starts at my middle, rising up into my chest and exiting through my shoulders. I've never had a nickname before. Everything about me was always so formal. Lissy sounds personal, a secret name only reserved for Lysandra. It sounds like someone else, a normal girl, happy and free from royal obligation. Okay, you win. I sit beside him on the bed. But you're going to have to explain what's going on because I'm completely lost.
I'm only 3 seasons in. I'm sure you'll catch up.
He laughs. I have no idea what's happening in the show, but I find that it doesn't matter. I'm enjoying watching it with Lysandra all the same. He talks and makes jokes throughout the program, and I laugh along with him, even though I don't get most of them. I lie back against the bed, leaning on my arm. I'm so close to Lysandra. His fur brushes against my cold skin. He doesn't notice, or at least I don't think he does. He just continues watching his show. This feels like the most natural thing in the world. Just 2 friends watching TV and waiting for takeout. Dinner! Lydia walks into the room, pushing a food cart with 2 trays. She stops when she sees me and Lysandra curled up on the bed together. She raises a disapproving eyebrow.
Finally! Thanks, lady!
Lysandra exclaims, sitting up. You look a lot better, Lydia says skeptically.
Whatever you gave me did the trick,
Lysandra says.
Thanks.
My duty is to serve my lady, Lydia replies robotically. I tilt my head. This is so not like her. I wish she'd warm up to Lysandra, though I know after years of embedded hatred of wolves it's a little much to ask. She just got out of the hospital after being attacked by one, after all. Lydia stays until we're done eating, and then she loads the plates onto the tray.
Do you want me to stay, Lysandra?
If you're busy, I'm okay, I state. But I'd love it if you'd hang with us.
I've got homework to do. See ya.
Her shoes click across the floor as she leaves, and I narrow my eyes. I'm pretty sure Lydia finished her homework in class today. She doesn't like being in the same room with Lysandra. After what happened to her last week, I can't say I blame her.
Ooh.
Lysandra raises his eyebrows.
Ice Queen.
Don't mind her, I say. She'll come around. We go back to watching TV. Episode after episode, I feel my concerns ebb away, replaced by the woes of fictional characters. Lysandra's form is warm and cozy against me, and every so often my eyes wander from the television to him to catch his expressions as the action takes place on screen.
I don't think I've ever seen you so chill. When was the last time you relaxed and binge-watched some shows?
Lysandra asks, rubbing his back on the bed when we're finished with season 4 of whatever we're watching. Never. I sit back. I can't remember having a break in the past 4 years.
You go on dates with Sir Fancy Pants every night, he counters.
That's not fun. That's still work, I sigh. Tomlin expects me to act a certain way, all proper and beautiful, well-mannered and fierce. The girl of his dreams. I make quotation marks in the air.
That's not good. Being with someone you're engaged to shouldn't feel like work.
He shrugs.
At least not all the time, anyway. I could understand if you really loved each other and were going through a rough patch, but the way you talk about him makes me think he's more annoying to be around than fun.
I do like him, I insist. He's okay.
The love of your life shouldn't be okay. It should be the person you can't live without, whether you want to or not.
Lysandra insists. You don't understand. It's my duty to marry Tomlin, I say. If I don't, my family name will die out. The Romanov Dracula family has had an alliance with Tom's family for years. I can't mess that up by falling for somebody else.
I get the mechanics. It's just not very romantic, is it? Though not for lack of trying.
Lysandra pops another chocolate from the box into his mouth. There's a knock on the door. Lysandra freezes, but I hold up a hand to tell him to stay put. I crack open the door to see who it is. It's Lydia. She's back. Hey, changed your mind? I ask cheerfully, opening the door wider. She doesn't smile. Instead, she's chewing at her lip in worry. It's your dad. He wants to see you. Now. Now. My mind reels. Has Lydia betrayed me? Did you say anything? No. She shakes her head. But maybe he found out. My movements don't feel like my own as I begin to shut the door. Okay, I'm coming. I grab a dress and head into the bathroom to change. Lysandra's attention is no longer on his show, but on me, watching as I come strutting out of the bathroom with my head high, trying to appear confident and not terrified.
What's going on? He asks.
It's my father. He's summoned me, I reply.
Why would Tsar Dragomir summon you now in the middle of the day when everyone's sleeping?
Lysandra asks. Something's happened. My gaze flickers to his. Or he's found something out. I head to the door to join Lydia. Lysandra, if I don't come back, hide until Bryn comes. Then try and get yourself out of here. Maybe if they can't find you, they won't be able to prove anything.
They won't find me, I promise.
He nods. Okay. I straighten my dress, stalling. I don't want this to be the last goodbye. See you soon, hopefully.
Sure. Hey, Lissy.
Yes? I turn just as my hand is on the doorknob. His face shows genuine concern.
Be safe.
Chapter 11. Lydia escorts me to the great hall. If my heart had a beat, it would be pounding against my chest, bursting from my rib cage. Neither of us speak a word. Tsar Dragomir is standing in front of the bronze double doors, hands clasped. His face always holds the same angry, bitter expression. I cannot read it.
"Come with me," he says. "There is something you need to witness."
His eyes flicker to Lydia.
"Begone, servant. This has nothing to do with you."
So he's not accusing me of anything. Not yet. Lydia brushes by me and squeezes my fingers as she leaves. Once she's gone, I feel utterly alone. I trail Dragomir as a ghost, ready for my execution. A heavy rain begins to fall upon the roof of the castle, and an ominous feeling takes over me as Dragomir opens a large door that leads to the judgment room. It is a circular room, enclosed on all sides by tall benches that nearly touch the illustrious ceiling. A large fireplace burns against one of the walls, roaring with all the fury of the underworld and shadowing the room in an eerie glow. A brand sits within the fire, red hot and eager to burn flesh. Members of his council are sitting in the judgment seats, waiting to deliver a sentence. Father climbs the stairs to the benches, and I follow, taking his right-hand seat. This isn't about me, obviously, or he would have said something by now. Father has brought me in to witness a trial, but why would he schedule one at this hour when many members of the royal court are still wiping sleep from their eyes? Valentina is the only one who appears awake, sitting erect on her bench, a pillar of triumph. Sergei sits next to her, impartial as always. Tomlin flanks his side. His casting looks at me every 5 seconds as if he is worried.
"Valentina has brought to my attention that a wolf lurks within the castle," Dragomir says to the court. "Some supplies have been raided from her office, including a very valuable restorative potion. Valentina believes the wolf is the one who has been stealing from her."
No, it can't be. Valentina must have felt compelled to go to Dragomir after the potion turned up missing. But Lysandra hasn't been found yet, so what's the need to call a meeting right now?
"Thankfully, the wolf has been located and will be dealt with accordingly," Dragomir says. "Bring the wolf in."
Lysandra's still in my room, so one of the others must have been caught. My blood runs cold. Please don't let it be Bryn, I think, leaning over the dais as they open the door, trying to see who it is. 2 vampires drag in a man shackled with chains. They throw him on the ground, jerking his head back by his hair. The man grits his teeth the same way a wolf would and growls at my father.
"Look at him, a cornered beast, furious that he was caught within a trap of his own making."
Dragomir grins viciously.
"It's apparent you regret your decision to steal from my head witch."
"I took nothing," the wolf replies, hatred in his voice. "Your soldiers found me in the woods."
"After you made your escape, no doubt," Dragomir responds dryly. "It won't be long before we hear the whole story."
"I have no trouble dying for my family."
"You won't die, Wolf. Not yet."
"My name's not Wolf. It's Kipcha," he snarls.
"Your name doesn't matter to me," Dragomir responds. "Tell us, where is your den located?" "Go to hell." "Very well."
My father waves his hand.
"We will get the answer out of you soon enough."
One of the soldiers grabs the hot brand that's been sitting in the fire. With a single movement, he jabs the hot poker into the wolf's side. The brand smokes as it singes the stomach of the wolf, and he screams, raising his voice so it shakes the walls. When the soldier pulls the brand away, I see the wolf's skin has been scorched with the symbol of my father's household. The bat is forever blackened into the tissue, a sign of ownership and humiliation. I am horrified.
Ready to talk? Dragomir asks.
Never,
Kipcha hisses. Very well, again.
The soldier plunges forth the brand, and Kipcha screams a second time. I want to say something to stop this, but my limbs are glued to my seat. I can't move. I grit my fingernails into the wood of my chair, wincing as Kipcha's horrendous cries grow louder.
Where is the den? How did you get into the palace? Are there other wolves lurking nearby?
Dragomir asks question after question, which Kipcha never answers. But that doesn't seem to bother my father. He watches the torture with an excitement I've never seen. On the edge of his seat, eyes gleaming, a cruel smile spread across his face. For the first time, Tsar Dragomir becomes someone I'm truly afraid of. He's not simply a cruel king anymore. He's become a madman. I'm forced to stomach the torture for nearly an hour. Kipcha's howls eventually grow soft and quiet. Now, when they hit him with the brand, he no longer tries to fight back. He merely whimpers as the metal smokes against his skin. Dragomir lounges in his seat. He seems to have grown bored with the torture now that the victim is no longer struggling.
Enough.
Dragomir raises his hand.
We have plenty of time to interrogate the wolf now that he is in our grasp. Throw him back into his cell. The proper answers will be wrestled from him come morning.
There are so many brand marks on Kipcha's skin, he appears more dark than light. They drag him limply along the floor back to the dungeons. I've never had such a strong desire to rise up and punch my father directly in the face. Siege is still like stone, but I know my grandfather well enough to realize even he's disturbed. He stands.
Is this spectacle quite over? He asks. Or shall we be subjected to more of your pleasantries in substitute of sleep? You may go, General, Dragomir says. It was only to serve as a reminder.
Siege sweeps by us, saying not another word. His cloak billows as he goes by. A reminder of what? Is Dragomir losing control of the royal court, or was this his way of saying that any sort of disobedience will be met with fire and pain? I cannot help myself from giving my father a cold gaze as I get up. Father, I also take my leave.
I wanted you to witness this for yourself, Lysandra,
Dragomir says chillingly, observing my pale reflection.
Know that this is the type of leadership you must exemplify if we are to win this war. We cannot show the slightest mercy to any wolf. All must perish.
I nod, giving a curtsy. Yes, Father. Good night. When I exit the judgment room, Tomlin is waiting for me. I find that I am shaking. He takes me in his arms, wrapping them tightly around me. That was so terrible, I whisper into his shirt. I can't believe Dragomir forced us to watch such cruel acts. Sometimes war requires awful things. Tomlin raises my chin, then kisses me deeply. I asked him not to summon you, said you couldn't take watching, but he insisted that your eyes had to be opened to reality. I pull out of his arms. My eyes are wide open now. I give him a peck on the cheek. I'm tired, Tom. Should we see each other tomorrow? I'll be busy, unfortunately, setting perimeters for the palace, but the day after, I'm all yours. He puts his lips against my forehead affectionately. Don't worry about all this. It's not yet your responsibility. But it is. I make sure Tomlin is gone before I start on my next quest. My feet don't take me in the direction of my room, however. They go toward the dungeons. I hardly understand what I'm doing until I'm already below the castle. Down here, only 2 guards stand present at the cells. Easy to distract. I pause. If Dragomir manages to discover the location of the den, he'll kill all the wolves and the war will be over. Me setting Kipcha free will prevent that. Is this my destiny? To turn from the captured wolf and allow my father to obtain the answers my kind so desperately needs? I think of the way they branded Kipcha and my stomach churns. No, if I'm to end the shifters, it'll be another way, not through torture and barbaric methods. I pick up a stray stone and throw it. The noise distracts the guards, and they go to investigate. I run forward and grab the cell keys off a hook on the wall. I bolt through the dungeons until I see Kipcha lying on the ground in his wolf form, a monstrous red coat behind bars. The brands have singed his fur away in many places. I stick the key in the lock, attempting to get the rusty thing to open. What are you doing? Kipcha asks, voice pained. Come to lead me to my doom. Don't ask any questions, I whisper, swinging open the door. Run! You're the vampire helping Lysandra. His eyes widen in realization. Yes. Can you make it far with your injuries? I can make it to my pack. They can take care of me from there. Kipcha winces as he gets to his feet. You play a dangerous game, vampire. I understand the consequences for being caught. Kipcha stumbles out the door. What's the quickest way out? There's another door in the back. It'll lead you past the guards and give safe passage into the forest. I hush. He transforms back into a man and I hand him the keys. I have to get back to my room. If they discover I'm gone after they find your cell empty, they'll put 2 and 2 together. You've done enough. Trust me. Kipcha proceeds down the opposite hallway, looking back at me. I won't forget this, I promise. I nod to him before taking off again in the opposite direction. The guards are back, but I am able to slip past them and away, back to the safety of the great hall. Lysandra jumps up on the bed when I return. There you are, I thought. He shakes his head. Never mind. You were gone forever. What happened? My father called a royal meeting. They found a wolf in the woods and brought him in for questioning. My insides twist as I tell him the bad news. They used an iron brand on him to make him talk, but he wouldn't give in. Did he say what his name was? He asks, panicked. Kipcha. Kipcha. Lysandra's eyes water. No. Did he mean something to you? He was my best friend. Lysandra lies down on the bed and covers his eyes with his paws. We grew up together. There wasn't a moment of my life where he wasn't by my side. Lysandra's voice is muddled with agony. I sit next to him and say, well, hopefully we can get you out of here soon and you guys can see each other again. What? His eyes come out from under his paws. I set him loose. If we're lucky, he made it back to the woods. You... how? Lysandra's voice is riddled with astonishment. He was in the dungeons. I managed to get the keys so he could get out. Lissy. He rises to his paws, his tail wagging faster than ever before. I can't believe this. He laughs, spinning in circles. He jumps up and down on the bed, leaps to the floor, and starts running laps around the room. He paws at me, his big tongue wagging loosely. You did this for me? Thank you. He barks a couple of times before I laugh and shush him. Be quiet, we're going to get caught. I know, but this is amazing. His smile is broad. You didn't have to do that. It was such a risk. You're crazy for even attempting it. I didn't really think about it, I say, which is probably a good thing, because if I did, I would have stopped myself. Well, seriously, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. He skips around the room, his paws doing a little dance. Come on. His nose pushes the button on my stereo and dance music comes on, electronic and upbeat. Let's celebrate. You're making a fool of yourself, I say, laughing as he does the Macarena around the room, his butt in the air.
You think you can do better? He asks. He rears on his back legs. Join me.
You're such a goofball, I laugh. I grab his paws and we start sweeping around the room, him hopping on his back legs to keep up with me. Together we look like an uncoordinated girl and her dog doing the cha-cha. You're obviously feeling better, I say with a smile, letting his paws drop to the floor.
Yes, I think I'll be able to change soon. Then I can get back to the pack,
he says cheerfully. His statement seems to deflate the excitement in the room. His tail drops, and I force a smile. Yes, it's exactly what you wanted, I say. He nods.
Yeah, exactly.
He turns the stereo off, then stands by the couch.
I'll sleep here tonight. It's about time I gave you back your bed.
It's not a big deal. The bed's big enough that we can share, I offer. I pat the mattress a few times. Come on, hop on up. He grins, padding over to the bed and leaping upward. He circles a few times before settling on my feet. I turn off the light and bury my head in my pillow. Good night, Lysandra.
Good night, crazy girl.
I grin. That night, Lysandra curls up against my legs, much like a dog would. His peaceful snores lull me right to sleep. Grandfather, are you all right? I pull myself out of the pool and wrap a towel around myself as I sit beside him on a gym bench. He's not barking orders at me like he usually would, nor is he correcting me on my mistakes. His gaze is distant, his tongue silent. It's all very odd.
Things have been weighing on my mind, Lysandra.
He sighs. Like what? I edge closer to him. Is it because the wolf escaped the dungeons a few nights ago?
That is troubling, but there are other things.
Then what? What could be so disturbing that it even shakes Sergei? Sergei doesn't hesitate.
Dragomir's actions of late disturb me. In the past, the vampire wars were fought with valor, with honor. This is something your father doesn't have. No self-respecting emperor should make torture a public sport.
He puts a hand on my shoulder.
I don't want to see you turn into someone like him.
I look down. Tomlin says you have to be cruel when fighting a war.
Tomlin is young and eager to prove himself. Sometimes cruel things are required in war, but it is never required to turn yourself into a monster in order to defeat your foes.
But we are monsters. We're vampires, I protest.
You are descended from Dracula, one of the cruelest vampires alive, he says. But you are also descended from the noble house of Romanov. In your father's attempts to preserve the family name, he has marred it with blood. You are the one I believe can restore respect to our house, Lysandra. The only living Romanov that still has some sort of compassion left in her.
I swallow. What an honor. And a heavy responsibility. By helping Lysandra, I'm throwing all that out the window. Is that all that bothers you? Because you know I'll do my best to keep our family safe.
Something else is on my mind, he muses. The wolves are clever, but they're not skilled enough to get inside. I believe they have someone working with them from within the palace walls.
My mouth is dry. You think so? Who?
It's a mystery to me.
He puts an arm around me, giving me a side hug.
I want you to take caution, Lysandra. This person could be anyone, even someone we trust completely. Whoever is working with the wolves is dangerous. I could not bear to lose you like I lost Kotya. It would destroy this old fool.
My eyes well with tears. Whereas I had lost my mother, Sergei had lost his daughter, the light of his world. I was all he had left to remind him of her. Guilt seeps through my insides as I embrace Sergei. Don't worry, grandfather. I will keep myself safe and always do what is right, no matter what.
I know you will.
He stands.
Let us continue training. I'll no longer burden your young mind with the worries of an old vampire.
I'm clumsy during the rest of my workout and mindless in my lessons with Valentina. My thoughts are absorbed by the intricacy of my lies. My father is one thing, but can I continue lying to Sergei, someone who truly loves me? I return to my room afterward, feeling defeated. I open the door slowly, then close it behind me and turn toward the bed. A long shadow crosses my path. I look up and gasp, finding my throat incapable of making sound. There's a strange man in my room, someone I don't know. My first thought is that it's an assassin sent to kill me, and my hand flies to my dagger. I cease to pull out the blade when I recognize the man's warm brown eyes. Just that morning, they were within the body of a wolf.
Lissy,
Lysar says.
It's me.
Chapter 12. Lysar's hair is sandy blonde, like his coat. His nose is sharp and angular. He has a square face and a broad chin. His short beard is trimmed almost to the skin and surrounds full, perfect lips. A pair of jeans hangs loosely around his hip bones, exposing bare feet. He doesn't wear a shirt. Small scars cover his muscular abs, pectorals, and arms, marks from battle blending against tan skin. And those eyes. My God, those eyes are amazing, brown and deep and honest. Lysar's not like Tomlin, perfect in each way. He's flawed and composed with a rawness that I am absolutely enchanted by. There's something unique about Lysar that's completely absent from every vampire. He's wild. Even at first sight, it's clear to see that Lysar is someone who is completely free, unchained, in a way I never could be. As he stares at me, the unexplainable, magical connection we share hovers between us again. It's grown in strength and is deeper, more private. I feel the air jolt with electricity as he turns toward me. The answer for my previous actions comes up and slaps me in the face. I realize why I've been helping the wolves all this time. He grins, and there's a flutter in my chest.
Surprise.
His words evoke a smile I can't suppress. You can change. That's great news.
Yeah, it is. Now he can get out of this stupid castle.
Bryn comes out from the bathroom, breaking the moment. A small well of sadness starts pooling inside of me at the sight of her. I notice that her hair is wet. I cock my head to the side, and she says,
Sorry, haven't taken a shower in weeks.
That's fine. I shrug. It's no big deal. You guys are leaving anyway. Lysar's gaze flickers away from mine.
Yeah, I guess it's time to go.
I fumble for an excuse, for more time. I can get you a shirt if you want one, I offer.
He doesn't like wearing a shirt. Totally gross and weird, Bryn says.
Lysar grabs her and begins playfully wrestling her to the other side of the room. I don't think Lysar being shirtless is gross or weird. Doesn't bother me at all. I can't bear to say goodbye to him, not now. Trying to loosen the tightness in my throat, I say, it should be easy. We can climb down the lattice like usual.
We can't go down that way, Bryn says immediately, pointing to the balcony. Look.
I stride out the balcony and look down, staying in the shade of the trees against the rays of the sun. 2 soldiers are stationed below. They must be wearing some of Valentina's sun lotion to be outside during the day. Guards have been swarming around the castle since Kipcha escaped, Bryn states. Dragomir must have posted guards at each window and door to make sure no other wolves get in or out, I muse, looking at Bryn. I climbed up before they got here, Bryn says. They won't leave. I think. Hold on, I have an idea. I leave the room, then come back around 30 minutes later, 2 black cloaks in hand, and Lydia following me. Put these on, I say, handing Bryn and Lysandra the cloaks. Lydia knows some secret servant passages. We'll go together as a group so it looks less suspicious. Lydia is more than eager to help the wolves escape. She just wants them out of here. Put these in your pockets, Lydia says, pulling out small bags of dried roses mixed with white sage. It'll disguise your scent. Bryn and Lysandra throw the hoods over their faces, and I say, let's go. The hallways are well lit during the day, which doesn't help. The only comfort we have is that most of the vampires are sleeping. Lydia leads us to the first secret door, but frustratingly, we find it blocked by soldiers. Damn, Lydia whispers. There's another one close by. Hurry. We flee to the next servant door, which is in the library, but find that one blocked too, along with the one in the kitchen. We're running out of time. We're going to get caught, Bryn hushes. We're forced to press against a corner as a group of guards go by. It's not my fault, Lydia hisses. I didn't know they were guarding the servant passages too. This isn't going to work. Let's go back, I say, before someone notices. We scamper back in the direction of my room. Of course, who else should I see rounding a corner but Tomlin? Hide, I cry, shoving the 3 of them behind a couple of suits of armor. I stride forward to get Tomlin's attention before he passes by. His eyes widen when he sees me. Lysandra, he says in surprise. What are you doing up? I couldn't sleep, I say. There's a lot going on. I'll say. Tomlin's knuckles crack at his side. I haven't been able to sleep either. Too busy thinking about the wolf that escaped the dungeons. Perhaps if Father showed mercy to the wolf yesterday, he wouldn't have felt the need to escape, I say dryly. Wolves don't deserve mercy, they deserve justice, Tomlin rebukes. All the same, they plague my sleeping time and prevent me from getting any rest, I say. Way too true of a statement. Well, don't stay up too long, he says. It's not safe in the palace during daylight. Wolves could be anywhere. He kisses me on the lips before striding off. I give a sigh before returning to my companions. Lysandra's face is scrunched up as he comes out from behind the suit of armor, like he was forced to eat something awful. Who's he? Bryn asks in interest, a careful eye on the spot where Tomlin once stood. No one important, I lie. Come on. Lysandra walks even closer to me, his arm brushing up against mine. It gives me goosebumps. It's no use, we're trapped, Bryn says as we re-enter my room, looking harried. She throws the cloak on my bed and states, There's no way to get out of here. There are guards at every exit. I flash my eyes over to Lysandra, who is watching Bryn calmly. He doesn't seem too upset about the situation. I wonder why. We need a plan, I offer. Something foolproof. Foolproof? How? Bryn rolls her eyes. Lydia won't look at me. What do you have in mind? Lysandra is the only one in my corner, staring at me curiously. He's ready to listen. I pause, scanning my mind for ideas. We'll stage an attack in the woods, I say. We'll make it seem like the wolves are plotting something. Bryn will make sure she's seen and lead them to the site of the ambush. All the soldiers will have to leave their posts to help. The fight will cause enough of a distraction for Lysandra to escape. Lissy, that's a brilliant idea, Lysandra says in awe. I blossom at the compliment. Wait a minute. How do we know this isn't a trap and your vampires will come to slaughter us? Bryn's eyes narrow suspiciously. Bryn, she healed me and helped Kipcha, Lysandra says in a patronizing tone. Obviously she's not plotting against us or she would have made a move already. My heart does a little dance at Lysandra backing me up. Lydia sits down and mumbles, I'm not so sure she's not trying to lead the vampires into a trap if you ask me. The gaze she gives me makes my insides shrivel. Have I really fallen so far in the sight of my friend? I'm just trying to do the right thing, I whisper. Lydia sighs, dropping her head. I know. We already tried getting us out, and we failed, Bryn argues. For the plan to work, I have to escape, and I don't see that happening. They're looking for a male wolf, not a female, Lydia subs in. If you come down to my room, I can disguise you as one of the servants and sneak you out my window. Couldn't we do that with me? Lysandra asks. Lydia shakes her head. No, men aren't allowed in the female servant quarters. You'd be caught instantly. Yeah, you're right. I don't look good in a dress, Lysandra adds. The thought of Lysandra wearing Lydia's gowns, his brawny muscles straining through the fabric, causes me to snicker. Sounds like a good plan, Bryn says, swinging the cloak back on. She gives Lysandra a hug and says, I'll tell the others about the ambush. You'll know when it's time to leave. Lydia and Bryn exit, snapping the door shut behind them. I realize that Lysandra and I are finally left alone. It's not for the first time, but now that he's in his human form, it feels like it. Well, looks like we're back to waiting. Lysandra sits down on the bed. He rubs his face. I hate this, he finally spits, face curling into a visage of rage. It's so stupid. What do you mean? I sit beside him, concerned he's angry. All of it. Vampires and werewolves tearing each other apart. We shouldn't be fighting. There's no reason. There are tons of reasons. I laugh. Like what? Tell me a good one, he says. I've been fighting vampires since I was born and never questioned it. But all I've had to do in the time I've been here is think of reasons why we kill each other. And I honestly can't come up with any that matter. Well, there's... A silence looms between us. A long, heavy pause. You can't do it, can you? He gives me a skeptical look when I don't say anything. See? It doesn't make sense. I know we have to share land now because the humans have taken over everything, but that doesn't mean we have to rip each other's throats out. We could come to a compromise. I shake my head. There could never be peace between our kinds. We're total opposites. We have a lot in common. More than you think. We couldn't be any more different. Here. I pick up his hand and place it against my own. It's strong and callous, much the way a wolf's paw would be. Cold. I touch his skin. Warm. I stroke his arm. Tan. I show him mine. Pale. I take my hand and put it on his chest. Beating. Alive. I then take his fingers and put them directly over my heart without hesitation. Still. Dead. You're not dead, Lissy, Lysandra says quietly. Out of all the people I've met in the world, you're the person that's most alive. I glow. Do you really mean that? I wouldn't say it if I didn't. All you're ever going to hear from my mouth is the truth. And the truth is, you're one of the most amazing people, Lissy, not vampires, that I've met. Probably ever met. That's such a sweet thing to say. Well, you know, he shrugs. I'm quite the charmer. I slap his bare chest. You're not that spellbinding. My gaze catches his. Not completely. I can't disconnect from his eyes. They have me trapped within a dizzying enchantment, stirring a thrill within my soul. Neither of us blink or attempt to look away. We're both contained in a prison of breathless exhilaration, wonder circling us like a rope. His eyes don't break contact when he says,
"You want to know that heart thing you did earlier? Well, I've got one of my own. Yours."
He grabs my hand, putting it on his heart.
"And mine."
He rests his hand on my chest again, leaving it there. We stay locked like that for minutes, Lysar's heart increasing in beats with each second that passes. I wonder when we're going to stop, and I realize that I don't want to. This is incredible. It's the most intimate thing I've ever done with anyone. Not a wolf. Anyone. A loud banging on my door awakens me. I lift my head sleepily, wipe my hair out of my face, and look around. Lysar is tangled up in my sheets, still in his human form. We accidentally fell asleep while watching TV together and waiting for Bryn to make her move. I suppose he planned to move to the couch, but never actually did. That doesn't bother me. "Lysar, wake up!" I whisper, shaking him. His eyes groggily open, and I say, "Someone is at the door. Hide." He awakens immediately. He rolls off the bed, transforms into a wolf, and crawls under it. I adjust the blanket to hide his tail, while the rapping at the door increases. "Just a minute!" I have enough time to light some sage to hide the smell and brush some tangles off my forehead before I wrench the door open. Tsar Dragomir is waiting there, a barrage of guards behind him. Have we been caught? "Father," I gasp, What brings you here at this hour?"
"We need you to fight,"
Dragomir hisses.
"A group of our soldiers followed a wolf through the woods where the pack is hiding. We believe they're planning an ambush. It's time for us to turn it around on them."
Bryn, our plan, it actually worked. Maybe we have a chance after all. I need time to get ready, I stall, trying to close the door.
"Sergei has the proper attire for you waiting downstairs."
Dragomir reaches out and catches the door in his hand.
"There is not another second to waste. Come."
Dragomir grabs me by the arm and wrenches me out of the room. I'm forced to march outside in my pajamas as he drags me downstairs. I chance a glance behind and see Lysar is peeking out from beneath the blanket, his eyes confused and lonesome. My lip quivers as I force back tears. Lysar's going to escape while I'm gone. I won't even get to say goodbye. Even worse, Lysar will have to find a way out of the castle on his own, while I'm helping the other vampires kill his family. My own plan is going to ruin everything. Chapter 13. I'm toted to the barracks, where the rest of the vampires are waiting. There are hundreds of them down here, way more than I realized the palace had. I keep my head down as I pass them by, ignoring the soft chuckles as the soldiers see me in my pajamas. Sergei stands at the door and hands me my uniform, a black unisex leotard padded with bulletproof armor and combat boots covered with a royal red cloak. I use the locker room to change, and then join the other troops. Grandfather gives me a pistol, which I put into a concealed pocket within my pants. I can feel the silver bullets radiating heat from the magazine of the gun. I keep a hand on my dagger, planning to use the pistol only as a last resort.
"Listen up,"
Sergei says, and all the soldiers snap to attention.
"We have the wolves enclosed in a small area of the woods. The goal is to keep them quiet, then spring upon them when they last expect it. The Tsar will be watching the battle from an embankment above."
Tsar Dragomir appears satisfied. I hope he's not simply coming to watch me.
"We move forward."
Sergei waves his arm, and the other vampires follow in straight, singular lines, exiting the barracks and journeying past the gardens and into the forest. The foliage is tough to get through. I have to march with my knees up past my middle to get through it. The forest is dark, thick with the cover of trees, and full of terror. An owl hoots in the night, and an eerie breeze caresses my cheeks. The scene is like something out of a horror movie. No wonder the wolves have the advantage. They could sneak up on a vampire long before he'd see them coming. There are so many vampires here. I only hope the pack is big enough to hold them off. I don't want to be involved in the prophecy until Lysandra is no longer my obligation. With him hiding in my room, I feel like I'm playing for two different sides. At least that'll all be over with after today. The knot in my throat tightens.
Hello, Lysandra.
I inwardly groan as I see Tomlin crushing bushes to get to me, holding an assault rifle.
Are you ready for this?
As I'll ever be, I respond. How about you?
I'll be fine so long as you're beside me,
he says valiantly.
I wouldn't want anyone else on my team.
Thank you, Tom, I quip, not knowing what else to say.
You're a great fighter,
and a gorgeous one. The wolves will stop in their tracks at the sight of you. His sight is on me instead of the route ahead, so I'm forced to look at him. His eyes are dark and true. They aren't something I can sink into and call home. Just the other night, Tomlin's kisses caused my knees to bend. Now I feel nothing for him. Why? All the way there, Tomlin continues to throw various pickup lines at me. It starts to get annoying. I really wish he would stop with the flirting. We're going to battle, not on a date. Though to Tomlin, I'm sure there's nothing more romantic in his mind than him and me killing wolves together. How cute. Why don't we go in holding hands? Finally, Sergei tells him to be quiet, and Tomlin's mouth shuts. We're almost there. The entire battalion pauses when Sergei holds his hand in the air near a large clearing. There's the sound of several vicious growls, and Sergei cries, "Attack!" The silence changes to a deafening roar. Vampires raise their weapons at wolves flying through the air, their teeth bared and claws outstretched. The peaceful, moonlit forest quickly turns into a massacre. The sound of bullets shatters the silent night, and steel clashes against steel. A vampire is knocked down and mauled by a wolf. A wolf is gutted through by a vampire's spear. Both sides, shooting in opposite directions, take each other down simultaneously. I join the battle, focusing my attention on two different wolves. I slash their sides, hurting them enough so they're forced to limp away. Another wolf pounces on me, but I roll him off my shoulders and stab his ankles so he can no longer walk. Then there's another wolf whom I kick in the head, knocking him out. I try to kill, but to my dismay, all I can do is wound and self-defend. I don't have the heart to deliver a final blow. It seems Lysandra isn't the only wolf I can't hurt. The forest is clearing quickly. Many of the vampires are wounded, and the wolves who still have strength are on the run. The soldiers give chase, leaving much of the battle abandoned. The only ones left behind are those who have been dramatically injured. I only hope we bought Lysandra enough time.
Lysandra!
The Tsar shouts from above. His finger is pointing to me.
Take out the remaining survivors.
I spin around and see that Bryn is standing nearby, both of us locked in opposing positions. Her eyes are wide and fearful, dancing from side to side nervously. She doesn't know what to do. I don't either.
What are you waiting for? Finish her!
Dragomir cries. Neither she nor I make a move, waiting for the opportune moment. I can't kill Lysandra's sister, I think, but I realize that I have to. All that remains is Bryn and me, head to head on the battlefield, and the expectant eyes of my father from the embankment above. There's no way out of this. One of us has to die. Chapter 14. Bryn launches herself into the air before I have time to react. Her snapping jaws land inches from my neck, though I'm certain she could have landed a hit on me if she really wanted to. "What are you doing?" I whisper out of Dragomir's earshot. "Just make it look real," she hisses harshly. She tries to bite me again, but I whip myself out of the way, holding tightly onto my dagger. I jab it forward, taking 3 harsh stabs that Bryn manages to avoid. She slinks underneath me, grabbing onto my cloak and ripping it. I stumble forward and tackle her to the ground. We wrestle for a bit before getting back on our feet and circling each other.
"She's toying with you! Stop making yourself look like a fool!"
Dragomir shouts. My cheeks burn. Bryn's eyes narrow and she says, "Now!" She jumps again, and I wait for her paws to connect with my shoulders and knock me backward. I fall in a way as to pretend my head has hit the ground and tumble backward. Bryn runs. I take out my gun and fire a few shots after her, purposely aiming for the tree trunks. The stray bullets miss her as her tail vanishes. Dragomir has already made his way down from the embankment as I rise to my feet.
"You let her get away!"
He snarls as he stampedes toward me, his cloak ruffling behind him like an incoming storm cloud. "I'm sorry, father," I state, clambering to my feet. "The wolf gained the advantage." Dragomir smacks me across the face, and the blow pitches me back into the dirt. He grabs me and shakes me by the front of my shirt.
"You've made us look weak."
He shakes me harder and my neck rocks back and forth.
"You made us appear pitiful. I ordered you to kill it and you let it go."
His eyes are red with rage, his face contorted into a bloodthirsty rampage. His nails dig into my skin, and I taste blood at the corner of my lip. I want to fight back and know that I can, but I'm too scared.
"My Emperor, stop!"
Tomlin has skidded to his knees by my side. He grabs Dragomir's arm to wrench him off me. Dragomir's red gaze turns on Tomlin, and the vampire blanches. He's touched the Tsar. A major mistake. I wonder if he's going to kill Tomlin. I wonder if he'll kill both of us.
"Take your fiancée back to the palace,"
Dragomir finally spits, pushing me into Tomlin.
"And keep her out of my sight for the rest of the night." "Yes, Your Highness."
Tomlin picks me up under the arms and drags me out of the forest. By the time I've finally come to my senses, we're finally back at the palace, and I realize that I've been crying. I crumple against Tomlin's chest, quivering. "I've never been so terrified in my life," I say, and it's the truth.
"It's okay. You're all right now,"
Tomlin says, though his voice is so far away. "What if he takes it out on me that we lost?" I ask, looking up. His face betrays concern, but he shakes his head.
"No, the Tsar was only angry. If you hide from his sight, his mind will be preoccupied with other matters. I'm sure of it."
I nod quickly. "I hope so." I touch the corner of my mouth and see that it's still bleeding. "Walk me back to my room?"
"Of course."
Tomlin escorts me in silence, holding my hand. For once, his gestures aren't irritating to me. They're tethers I'm using to keep from losing it in these halls.
"I have to report back to Sergei," he says when we reach my bedroom door. "I'll make sure to check on you once my duties are done."
Tomlin lifts my chin, observing the mark Dragomir left with an angry gaze before once again shaking his head. He stalks off, shoulders taut and rigid. I open the door to my room and enter. I look over my balcony and see that there are no guards down below. The empty silence increases my sorrow. At least one good thing came out of today. Lysandra returned to his pack. He climbed down the ladders and got away. If you could call it good. I knew I'd be sad when Lysar left, but I never imagined him leaving would cause such a big hole. It's like part of me has been carved out with a blunt knife. Now that he's no longer here, I feel completely vacant, empty. His absence creates a cavern I cannot fill or satisfy. With nothing left to do but feel, I sit down on the bed and sob.
Hey, cut it out,
A cheerful voice says, breaking the silence.
none of that.
My head juts up in shock. Lysar! There he is, standing near my bathroom door. What are you still doing here? I think that's something we'd all like to know. Bryn is back, climbing over the balcony. She's in her human form, bleeding from the forehead, leaves and branches tangled in her long hair. She's breathing heavily and looking murderous.
Bryn, I can explain,
Lysar says, holding his hands up. Can you? Her teeth are bared. You better have a good explanation. You two have to go before the gods come back, I say, running to the balcony and looking below. There's not a lot of time.
No, I'm not leaving,
Lysar declares. What? What? Bryn and I both say at once. His sister strides forward and says, Are you crazy? Lysar, let's go. There are no guards. We have an opening. She starts tugging on his arm.
I changed my mind. I'm staying here.
Lysar pulls his arm away from his sister and gives her a sharp look. Why? So you can spy on us? I accuse. Feed information to your pack when I'm not watching? Lysar stares.
I have my reasons.
If he's spying, I have yet to find out, because he hasn't told us anything useful, Bryn shouts.
Bryn, calm down,
Lysar warns. No! Are you telling me today was all for nothing? We risked our lives to implement that plan. It was the perfect opportunity for you to get out, and you threw it away, Bryn growls. We deserve to know why.
Because I don't believe it has to be this way,
Lysar growls, and his hands bunch into fists.
We can stop all of this if we take the time to learn from each other.
Is that what this is about? Bryn asks, astonished. You're suddenly a peacekeeper because you've been living with a vampire?
It's way more than that, Bryn.
The muscles in his arms are tense as he crosses them over his chest. What could be more important than going back home? Bryn steps up to her brother. We've been gone for weeks. I want to go home. I miss the den. I miss sleeping in a bed. I can't live like this forever.
Then don't.
Lysar's voice is harsh.
Tell the pack to return to the den. I'll meet up with you later.
Her mouth drops open. Are you serious? I'm not going to leave my own brother behind.
Bryn, trust me.
His hands grip her shoulders tightly.
I've got a pretty good feeling about this.
His head turns to gaze at me pointedly, and I feel a warmness rush over my skin, devotion skimming across the surface of water, wrapping itself around me. Bryn's face becomes utterly horrified. No, absolutely not. She pushes Lysar away. I've got to stop you.
You can't stop me. I can't stop myself. I've already tried.
He moans.
The connection has been made. There's no breaking it now.
Do you understand what this means? Mom and Dad are gonna flip, Bryn shrieks. You're betraying your own kind.
I have to do this.
Lysar's decision is made. He spreads his legs wide, hands in his pockets, a tree rooted in the ground that cannot be moved.
One day you'll understand when it happens to you.
Bryn shakes her head. Whatever, Lysar. If that's the case, the pack and I are going home. Hope it all works out for you. Bryn slips down the balcony without a goodbye, which is shocking. I've never seen her not give Lysar a kiss or a hug before she leaves each time. Whatever Lysar did, it's definitely crossing the line. I'm sorry she left, I say quietly, clasping my hands in front of me.
It's okay, he says, but I can tell by his tone he's really hurt. She'll get over it once she realizes the truth.
What was all that about? I ask, totally confused.
Don't mind it. It's a wolf thing.
His eyes soften when he notices the mark on my face.
Lissy, you're bleeding, and your cheek is bruised. Did one of the wolves hurt you?
Your wolves didn't touch me during the battle. Dragomir did this, I say, pointing to it.
He hit his own daughter? What kind of monster is he?
His eyes widen. I made him appear weak. Vampires value power above all else, and Dragomir can't afford to lose support, I say meekly, though I know it's not an excuse.
Wolves favor family above everything, Lysar says harshly.
Obviously not, since you're not going back with Bryn, I counter.
Why I'm staying has everything to do with family.
He grasps me gently by the elbows, guiding me to the couch and sitting me down. He goes to the bathroom, where I hear the running of a tap. He comes back with a steaming compress and a wet cloth. He puts the warm compress against my cheek and uses the cloth to wipe away the blood trickling from my mouth. Thank you, I mumble. The moment is surprisingly tender. I find myself disappointed when his fingers pull away from my face as the compress cools down.
You're welcome.
He tosses the compress to the side.
It looks a little better now.
I take a deep breath. Lysar, you know you can't stay here.
I know I can't hide forever, he counters softly.
What are you saying? You can't make yourself known. I get up from the couch and start to pace. This is crazy.
I'm not leaving, Lissy. Get that through your head.
His voice starts to rise again. Lysar, this is still a dangerous situation, I say defensively. We've almost gotten caught several times, and my father won't forgive me for this. This isn't fair. This isn't okay. Hell, this isn't even right. I'm putting myself at risk, so I at least deserve to...
I stayed because I didn't want to leave you.
Lysar gets up from the couch and then falls upon the bed face first.
There. Happy?
I'm temporarily floored. You didn't want to leave me?
Can't. Won't. Take your pick.
He shrugs. But why? I sit beside him, putting a hand on his back. It's warm and tight. Instinctively, I begin massaging it in small circles. The muscles beneath my fingers soften underneath my touch.
I know it's not safe for you to be here, and I hate that I'm putting you in danger, Lysar grumbles. But Lissy, I can't pull myself away. I would if I could. That's why I've been trying to think of solutions all day where you won't get in trouble and I can reveal myself.
Reveal yourself? I laugh, though there's nothing funny about the idea. Do you think that the Tsar will offer you amnesty? That he'll be open to considering the idea that wolves and vampires can get along? You've lost your mind.
Maybe if I talk to Dragomir.
There's no talking to him. Did you see what he did to me? I ask. He tortured Kipcha with a brand. And if he knows you're here, he won't hesitate to do the same to you after he executes me.
I won't let you die, Lissy.
He turns his head.
Do you hear me? Never. If you think it's too risky and that there's a chance of you getting hurt, I'll leave. Right now.
He takes a deep breath.
All I ask is that you give me a few more days, weeks, if you can spare it, to figure this out. I don't want to leave you. It would tear me to pieces.
My tongue is silent as I mull over his words. Lysar is willing to put both of our lives at risk just so we can be together. In the past, I would have considered this a selfish thing for him to do. But that was before I felt the exact same way. Before I believed it was worth it. not so anymore. I think about how broken the world is, how merciless it has become in the throes of war. My life is a cold, emotionless blizzard, and Lysar is a burning ember, some sort of light and happiness in all of it. Without him, what is left? Nothing but dead wolves and dead vampires going round and round in an endless cycle. Maybe together Lysar and I can break it. It's something worth fighting for. Hell, maybe even something worth dying for. Okay. I nod resolutely. If you think this is the best way, I'm all for it. You're serious? He sits up, astonished. Yes. After all, vampires and werewolves have killed each other for centuries and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. Maybe it's time to try something different. You read my mind. He grabs me around the waist and pulls me against his chest. I don't know how we're going to fix this, but we are. I nuzzle my head against his chest, enjoying the sound of his heartbeat thudding against my ear. I don't tell him the burning secret inside of me, that I'm the chosen one, destined to end the shifters. Would Lysar still believe in me if he knew that? Or would he be repulsed and turn away? My body starts to quake. Lissy, you're way too stressed out by this, he says. He cups a hand on the back of my neck. Don't you think you should do something to get your mind off things? I think. Paint, I say immediately. I want to paint. Okay. What? He tilts his head. I want to paint you again, I say breathlessly, except this time as a man instead of a wolf. He nods. If that's what'll make you feel better, I'm all for it. I head to the closet and bring out my easel again. Lysar looks around. Where do you want me? There. I point to the bed. Same place you were before. I start mixing the paints with a fever as he lies down on the bed. His form naturally sprawls out on the mattress, one arm behind his head, exposing his glorious form. Perfect. I start outlining, and as my brush hits the canvas, I feel my fears and worries slowly melt away to be replaced by a passionate flame. As I'm painting, I imagine Lysar and I are trapped in a secret amour, a passionate love affair rivaling a Shakespearean tragedy. Yet there is something completely different about me painting Lysar this time. It's erotic and intimate and secret. All through my work, it's hard for me to concentrate. Instead of focusing on the painting, my eyes can't leave his body, trapped in an endless realm of enchantment and wonder. Getting a little uncomfortable over there? Lysar asks, his mouth curling into an arrogant grin. I'm not the one lying half-naked on the bed. I hold the brush in between my teeth and squint at the painting. Uh-huh. I take the brush out of my mouth and smack it down on the side table. There. My best work, wouldn't you think? He stands up, walks to the easel, and lets out a low whistle when he sees my painting. Wow. I'm impressed again. Though, did you have to make me look so provocative? I look like a hooker. I'm a painter. I only express what I already see with my own eyes, I say. He scoops a bit of paint off my palette and smears it on my nose. I'd say the painter was biased. I hold my breath. Maybe a little. Lysar moves to the stereo and turns it on. He changes the station until it falls on a classical channel playing slow, soft music. He picks up one of my hands, puts his other on my waist, and sways around the room. What are you doing? I ask. I'm dancing, he whispers in my ear. You said I looked like an idiot last time, so I thought I'd prove to you I could do a better job without a tail. I laugh softly. We twirl around the room, song after song after song. With each melody, Lysar grows closer, pressing his body tightly against my own, until even my pale skin is glowing hot. He presses his lips to the top of my head, skimming them on my neck, going downward. Lysar's lips trail from my ear, past my cheek. Then he kisses me. When his lips touch mine, it's like there's an explosion inside my chest, jolting my heart from death to life. A swooping feeling flies through my stomach, lifting my feet off the ground. Lysar puts a hand on the middle of my back, drawing me closer and deepening the kiss. It feels like electricity sparks between us as his mouth moves gently over mine. The feeling that comes over me is unlike anything I've ever known. It's hope. It's life. This kiss brings me back to a place where I always should have been, where I need to be. If souls can connect, I swear that Lysar's and mine are melded together, moving as one in a place beyond space and time. Just as he's about to go farther, I stop and pull away. The painting is dry, I whisper. I should hide it. Lysar swallows. Yeah, right. I step out of his grasp and grab the painting, unable to look him in the eye. The gaze of the man in the portrait is almost as burning, and a funny churning rolls in my stomach. I shove it in the back of the closet with the others. I hate to put it out of sight, but I guess it belongs with my dreams, stuffed in the dark, ignored by everyone except me, who longs to acknowledge that they exist, but is too afraid to bring them out into the light. Let's watch a movie, I say, turning back to Lysar. I can't think right now. Too much has happened today. Lysar nods, slowly and carefully. Okay. He turns on the TV and settles on some action film I couldn't care less about. It gives me time to sort through my confused thoughts. Throughout the movie, we hold on to each other and don't move. In our embrace, Lysar seems shy, reluctant to share his feelings even though they're plainly there. I'm right there with him, even though our actions clearly say what neither one of us is willing to speak out loud. A werewolf and a vampire affectionately cuddling. I'd laugh if the situation wasn't so serious. There's a gnawing guilt inside of me that eats away at my insides when I think of Tomlin. Technically, I'm cheating on my fiancé. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not in love with Tomlin. I know exactly who I'm in love with, and it's totally wrong, even though it feels completely right. I make the decision to tell Tomlin that I have to end our engagement as soon as possible. I don't want to hurt him, but at the same time, I can't marry someone I feel so disconnected with. It wouldn't be fair to him. Part of me hopes that Tomlin's theatrics are merely attempts to woo me, and not born out of actual feelings. Maybe all those dates were born out of duty and not desire. I hope so. I'm going to cause the entire empire to come toppling down, all for my own stupid feelings. But perhaps there's still a way to save the Romanov name and make peace at the same time. It sounds so impossible, even in my head. Halfway through the movie, Lysar notices I'm distracted. Without asking what's wrong, he leans down and kisses my head. Don't worry, he says, lips pressing into my hair. We'll work it out. My mouth is dry. I hope so. Sleep is hard to come by during the night. Even the lullaby of Lysar's soft snores can't send me off to dreamland. Eventually, I slip into an uneasy slumber, one full of nightmares of wolves and vampires killing one another, the land slowly filling with blood, until eventually we all drown in it. I'm awakened when the lock on my door jiggles. I lift my head as the doors begin swaying back and forth, a sparkling magic swelling behind the frame. "Lysandra," is all I have time to say before the door explodes inward, thrown against the hinges. We throw up our arms to prevent the debris from entering our eyes, and then lower our limbs to see who it is. The room is thick and cloudy. Valentina emerges from the smoke, her gaze perched upon us with an unfathomable hatred, her hands glowing with the strength of her magic. Her magic turns red when she witnesses me tangled in the sheets with a wolf. "I knew it," she whispers. "I just didn't want to believe the truth." Chapter 15. "It's not what you think," I say, edging off the bed. Lysandra jumps to his feet. I freeze, knowing if I make any sudden movements, Valentina won't hesitate to blast me away. "My magic sensed you had something to do with it," Valentina says coldly. "But I couldn't believe the Grand Duchess herself would betray her own kind." "This isn't her fault," Lysandra says immediately, pushing me behind him. "I forced her to hide me against her will. She didn't have a choice." My heart soars at his bravery, but I can't let Lysandra take the fall for this. "No, that's not true," I say. Lysandra objects as I push him aside and stand in front of the witch. "I found him injured and nursed him back to health. He promised that as long as I helped him, the pack wouldn't attack the castle." "Is this true?" she asks, glaring at Lysandra. "Not that I trust the word of a wolf." "You don't need my word. Has there been an attack on the castle in the previous month?" Lysandra asks. "Your pack was planning something in the woods today," Valentina says accusingly. "Luckily, Dragomir stopped it before it happened." "The battle today was my plan, to help him escape. It was a distraction so Lysandra could leave," I say, gesturing to him. "Then why is he still here?" Valentina hisses. Lysandra and I glance at each other. Here it goes. Time to test our theory. "We want to see if there can be a peace between the wolves and the vampires," Lysandra says. Valentina throws back her head and laughs bitterly. "What an elaborate lie, born from silly daydreams." "It's true," I insist. "Lysandra and I think we might be able to convince both sides to stop fighting." Valentina still appears suspicious. "Hold out your hand," she says. I do so, and she grabs it, her long fingernails pressing into my flesh. My skin glows golden for a moment, and her eyes narrow. "My magic says you're not lying," Valentina says, lifting her hands away. Her face is mottled with disbelief. "But for you to think there's actually a chance of stopping this war without bloodshed is insanity." "I used to think all wolves were vicious, but my time with Lysandra has changed my mind," I say. "There's another way. There must be." "Princess, you cannot avoid the prophecy," Valentina insists. Her visage is regretful. "No matter how you feel." "What prophecy?" Lysandra asks, clueless. I can't meet his eyes. "He doesn't know." Valentina straightens, raising an eyebrow. "Perhaps you haven't abandoned us, as I once thought." Lysandra tilts his head. I clutch Valentina's dress. "Valentina, please, don't tell my father," I say. "Give Lysandra and me a few more days to figure all this out. If we can't think of anything, you can out us to him, I promise. But Lysandra won't hurt anyone or spy on us while he's here." Valentina's gaze is harsh but thoughtful. "You're asking me to put my life at risk. If I do this, I'm not only fraternizing with, but also helping the enemy." "I know it's a lot to ask, but it's only for a little while longer. Please." I clutch her dress tighter. Her lips are pursed. I have 2 demands if you wish me to keep silent. First, the wolf must take a magical oath. Only then will I allow you to keep this secret. For now.
I'll do whatever it takes,
he states, stepping forward.
Tell me what to do.
Promise that no harm will befall any vampire, and that you won't use your time to spy on Dragomir's plans while in hiding, Valentina says. If you should break this promise, my magic will know, and I will come looking for you. Her face darkens, and I won't show mercy a second time.
I promise,
Lysandra says, nodding. Very well. She waves her hand, and a spell glimmers around Lysandra before vanishing. What's the second demand? I ask, knowing her silence comes at a high price. I need a flask of blood from the wolf for my spells, Valentina says. Many of my potions cannot be created without it, but since I fight for the vampires, it is a difficult ingredient for me to obtain.
Done.
Lysandra extends his arm.
Take what you want.
Valentina pulls a triangular dagger from her dress. She slashes Lysandra's arm open, and he gasps as blood begins pouring from the wound, spilling onto the floor. The smell of wolf blood, rich and raw, fills my nostrils. She holds a clear flask underneath the flow and corks it once the glass is full. I dart for a bandage to wrap Lysandra's arm quickly, putting pressure on the wound to stem the blood. He gives me a grateful look before glaring at Valentina. It is done. The witch clasps the blood to her chest as if it's a precious gift. A bargain has been struck. I will keep silent. Thank you, I offer. I knew I could trust you. The witch doesn't answer. She halts at the door and puts a hand on the frame. I won't keep this secret forever, Valentina whispers. Dragomir has eyes everywhere, and I won't lose my place in this house for a lost cause. She floats away, and I lock the door behind her. Lysandra mops up the spilled blood on the floor with the towel.
What was she saying about a prophecy?
He asks, balling up the bloody towel. My stomach jolts. It's nothing, I mutter. I put my hands on my hips. I've got to go. Sergei's probably waiting for me.
Well, take it easy.
Lysandra throws the towel in the laundry basket before wrapping his arms around my waist.
Like I said, it's gonna be okay.
I breathe in deeply and press my lips against his bare chest. I hope so. Sergei isn't there when I arrive at the gym. One of the soldiers informs me he's still taking care of business from the attack yesterday. With a free morning, I go in search of Lydia. It's been so long since we actually had fun together. I need to apologize to her for how distracted I've been recently. I find her in the library, flipping through a magazine. I sit down on the couch she's on and draw up my feet. Hey, why don't we hang out before class? I ask. Just you and me. I miss you. She rolls her eyes before flipping a page. Now you want to hang out. Perfect. I sit back. You seem pissed. I heard what happened. She snaps the magazine shut. I can't believe you manipulated Valentina into helping you. I didn't manipulate anyone into anything, I say, repulsed. She needs wolf blood for her potions so she can save the lives of vampires who are hurt in this war. That's the only reason why she's hiding this. You told me the wolf was going to leave once he's better. Now he's better and he's not leaving. She throws the magazine on the floor. I take a deep breath. I know you're upset Lysandra is here, but this could be good for everybody, and I appreciate that you— Shut up, Lysandra! She glares at me. You've been back for a month, and we haven't hung out once. You spend all your time with that wolf. My mouth drops open. You know I'm busy. Plus, I spend way more time with Tomlin than I do Lysandra.
If you want to fix the problem, tell Tomlin to back off. Tomlin is your fiancé. What you're doing to him behind his back is wrong, she snaps harshly. I never meant for it to happen this way. My throat constricts. I didn't want it to. I'm tired of your excuses. I used to think I knew you, but you're completely different than who you used to be. Lydia's eyes become watery, and she snatches the magazine off the floor with a harsh flourish. You don't care about any of us. His pack almost killed me, but you don't care. All you care about is that damn wolf. Lydia. My voice dies in my throat as she runs off, clutching her magazine and sobbing. I don't think in all the time I've known Lydia I've ever made her cry. I put a hand on my mouth. This whole situation has turned into one big mess.
Don't cry, Grand Duchess. A rasping voice coos from the shadows. There are much more important things to shed tears over.
I jump, and my shoulder hits the back of the couch. A monster emerges from behind a bookcase, red eyes gleaming. His skin is so sickly white, you can see the purple veins rippling underneath what looks like transparent paper that has been lightly layered over muscle. Long claws emerge from his fingertips. His face is squished and contorted, and he has a thick nose like a bat's. His ears are sharp and pointed, and fangs protrude crookedly out of his mouth. A foul smell, like death, reeks from him.
Hello, Lysandra.
The cursed one licks his fangs.
I've been waiting for you.
My brain takes a minute to register the situation. There's a cursed one in the palace, and by the looks of it, I'm his next victim. Chapter 16. My hand flies to the place where my dagger usually sits, but then I realize that I left it back in my room. I'm unarmed.
There's no need for that.
He laughs, and the sound comes deep within his chest, thick and evil.
I just want to talk.
You're a Grigore, I say instantly, edging away.
You're right about that. I'm Ivan.
He offers a clawed hand for me to shake before he retracts it quickly and laughs again. What could a Grigore want from me? Your family tried to kill me, I say, inching away.
That was before we realized how valuable you are, he says.
He starts circling the room, and one of his claws strokes under my chin, trailing through my hair. I shiver. How did you get in? I ask. I have to keep him talking until help comes.
Your guards are preoccupied with the wolves at the moment, which coincidentally is the purpose of my visit, since you've been hiding one.
My mouth drops open. It was you. You were the one in my room on my first night back. How did you... Ivan's hand slaps over my mouth, sweaty and gross.
Shh, shh, he says, giggling. None of that. I won't give away all my secrets.
I pull my head away, wrinkling my nose. All right, fine. What do you want? He sits on the armchair across from me. He crosses his legs, looking all too much like a gargoyle on a perch, waiting to devour those below.
Neither one of us wishes to see the war with the wolves continue. The effort to sustain it is too costly, not to mention the loss of lives is regrettable. I believe there could be a peace if Dragomir was no longer in charge.
You want Dragomir off the throne?
Dragomir does not deserve to rule. You and I both know he is a crueler king than any of us could have imagined.
And why would the Grigore do any better? I shoot back.
Us? No.
He smiles and shakes his head.
We only seek to put the proper ruler on the throne. You, Grand Duchess.
I pause. Okay,
Why?
You wish to stay with your precious beloved wolf, and we want more than what we've been given.
Ivan's eyes flash.
Promise to give us land, places of power, and some of your human slaves to feed on. Then we'll fight for you.
You think I'll give you a human cattle farm? You're crazy.
Wouldn't it be better than what's taking place now? Humans live such fragile, meaningless lives.
Ivan leans closer. In an instant, he's beside me, whispering in my ear.
Think of how many vampires and werewolves will be spared. How many of our kind would be saved from Dragomir's wrath if you were to stop it?
I swallow. I'm not sure.
Think about it, Princess. We can't continue to sacrifice the lives of vampires and wolves both.
Ivan edges away, backing into a dark corner of the room.
I'll be back for your answer soon.
The air returns to the room once he's gone. The window is open when it wasn't before, and a cold breeze flutters the drapes. I bolt to the window and shut it with a sharp snap. I lean against it, breathing hard. I wasn't sure how to stop the war, but Ivan might have given me the answer. Maybe if Dragomir was gone, the vampires wouldn't want to fight anymore, and we could work out a stalemate. Could I team up with the Grigore family, the sworn enemy of my own, to bring down my own father? I shake my head. What Ivan wants is too much. I won't give him the servants to use as their own personal blood supply. It'd be a worse situation than what's going on now. Cursed ones are devious and unpredictable. I'd place them on the council, and they'd have me assassinated by the time I anointed them with the royal seal. No. If I'm going to do this, it might as well be with people I know I can trust. But can I truly trust anyone? Valentina comes in, carrying a stack of papers.
Grand Duchess, she says in a concerned manner, is something wrong? You're so pale.
I swallow, shaking off my nerves.
It's nothing, Valentina.
Probably a good idea not to reveal a possible plot to bring down the Empire to her after the heart attack she received this morning. Tell me, Lysandra, how long has the wolf been contained in your room? She asks, putting the papers down on her desk.
1.5 months.
He hasn't been out since then. I sigh. His muscles are probably starting to deteriorate. Valentina stares at me before ruffling in her dress pockets and pulling out a vial of something small and crystalline. Take this, she says, handing it over. I promise it's not poison. What is it? I turn the bottle in my hand. A potion for invisibility, with the drinkers only able to be seen by those who are using the same magic. If you and the wolf take it, you'll have a few hours to run free in the gardens so he can stretch his legs. Take this as well. She gives me a vial of sun lotion. You might as well use the spell during the daytime as an extra precaution. Thank you so much, Valentina, I say with a smile. Lysar will appreciate this. I don't know anyone who could stand being cooped up in one room for weeks at a time, especially something as wild as a wolf, she says, her hands bunching together. This should help some of the restlessness. Her eyes are soft, the crow's feet at the corners downturned. I curtsy to her. Like I said, thanks a lot. You're welcome, Grand Duchess. Feel free to take the day off as well. Lydia asked for a free afternoon, so it's only right I give you the same. My smile sags. Yes, of course. I wave a hand in farewell, clutching the potion in my hands. I walk down the hallway a little miffed. I didn't like the look Valentina gave me when she handed me the potion. It was almost as if she felt obligated to give it to me. What a ridiculous idea. I shake it off. Valentina hasn't told anyone my secret. If she had, half the palace would be after me by now.
There you are.
Tomlin spots me in the hallway. To my surprise, he's carrying a long, dark dress. I quickly slip the potion in my pocket before he sees. He gives me the dress and says,
Here, put this on. Valentina told me you've got the day off. I've got an exciting day planned for us.
My temper flashes. He decided what I was going to do with my day without even asking. How rude. I don't feel good about this, but I guess now is the best time to tell Tomlin the truth. Tom, I have to be honest, I say. I push the dress back at him. I don't think we should continue seeing each other like this. It's best if we remain friends.
What? Lysandra, we're engaged.
His huge smile doesn't falter. We shouldn't be, I say firmly. I'm sorry, but I'm not in love with you, and I don't think you're in love with me either. Because of that, I have to end our engagement.
Are you all right?
He raises an eyebrow.
I know what happened yesterday with your father was stressful. I should have stayed to comfort you.
Tom, I'm being serious, I hiss. I don't think we should be romantically involved. I can't marry you.
Lysandra, you're talking crazy. You haven't gotten enough sleep, and you've been stressed since you've returned. Let me take care of you.
He reaches his arms out. I'm perfectly in my right mind, I rebuke, pulling away. And I'm ending this before it gets any worse. He grabs me by the wrist.
Lysandra, I can't accept this. This engagement has been planned for over 18 years, and you've never said anything about backing out until now. You can't prove to me that you don't want to get married out of the blue. It's completely unexpected.
He hands me back the dress.
Here. Now get dressed. After dinner, if you still don't want to marry me, maybe I'll reconsider.
He laughs, almost without humor. My mouth is hanging open. This is absolutely otherworldly. Tomlin is refusing my decision to end the engagement. He's practically acting like I didn't bring it up at all. I could make a scene, put up a fight, and force Tomlin to see the truth. But with a wolf in my room and Ivan Grigore following my every move, maybe I shouldn't. I can't afford to be pressing my luck any more than I already am right now. Once the palace hears of the broken engagement, people will definitely think something is up. Fine. If he refuses to see that we're not together, let him think we are. Tom will get the message once everything dissolves into chaos in a few days, which I'm almost certain it will. Whatever, I snap. If you don't want to listen to me, you'll understand eventually. I head into one of the empty guest rooms to change and slip the potion and sun lotion into the dress pocket. I would have had fun with Tomlin that day if he had chosen to listen to me and agreed to be friends. But since he's forced me to go along with this charade of a relationship, my anger only increases with each passing hour. I feel like Tomlin's property, hanging on his arm, wearing the dress he picked out for me, the dress I hate and don't want to wear. After dinner, I manage to convince Tomlin I'm tired and return to my room. I collapse against the door, giving a frustrated sigh. What a moron, I grumble. I want to get out of this stuffy dress. I try to open the bathroom door, but it's locked. Lysandra must be using it. I can't stand to feel this wretched thing against my skin any longer. I rip it off, throw it across the room, and search for my jeans. Now where did I put them?
Nice bra and panties.
I shriek, standing upright. Lysandra is leaning against the bathroom door and grinning. I grab a pillow and chuck it at his head, which smacks him right in the face. You perv! I toss another pillow, furious.
Hey, I didn't mean to walk in. It was an accident,
Lysandra exclaims, shielding his face. Close your eyes right now and turn around, I shout, pointing at him.
All right.
He does as he's told, facing the bathroom wall.
Sorry.
I pull on a shirt and jeans before smacking him in the back of the head. That's what you get for sneaking up on me like that, I say. Weirdo.
Like I said, I didn't mean to. If it makes you feel better, you looked pretty damn hot.
Lysandra smiles roguishly. I ignore the heated feeling that's all over my body. Yeah, okay. I roll my eyes. Anyway, look what I got. I ruffle through the abandoned dress and pull out the potion.
What's that?
Lysandra asks, raising an eyebrow warily. An invisibility potion. We'll be able to see each other, but no one else will, I say victoriously. You can get out and stretch your legs, and I'll get a chance to de-stress.
Are you sure that's such a good idea? What if the witch set a trap? He says.
Even if she did, we're invisible. Nobody can catch us if they can't see us. Don't you need the exercise? I toss it to him. He catches it with one hand and peers at it.
You have no idea how badly I want to leave this room.
He hesitates before a broad smile crosses his face.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes! I grin, holding up the bottle. Come on, let's go have some fun. Chapter 17. Lysandra takes the potion from me and uncorks the bottle. He takes a hearty swig as I slather the sun lotion all over my body. The potion is halfway gone before he hands it to me. I start chugging it before he gently pulls my hand away.
We should probably save some of it, he says, just in case we need to escape.
I nod. Right. I recork the bottle and put it back in my pocket. Let me try it first to see if it works. Lysandra appears just as solid as he usually does, so I wonder if the potion is actually doing anything. I step out of my bedroom and walk past a guard, crying at him to halt. He doesn't. I suppose the potion makes it so no one can hear you either. Hey! I shout again. I step in front of him, waving my hands, making funny faces. He doesn't blink, so he truly can't see me. Huh, I say. I stick out my foot as an experiment. The guard trips over it and falls on his face.
Now what the devil was that? He asks, getting to his feet and scratching his head. Must have tripped over my own feet.
I giggle. So the potion doesn't make us intangible. Good to know. I motion to Lysandra, and he comes striding out of the bedroom, appearing relaxed.
Finally, fresh air.
He breathes deeply. Wait until we get outside, I say. I spin around the hall, my arms over my head. Finally, you have no idea how wonderful it is not to be bothered.
I'm bothering you.
He grabs me around the neck, putting me in a headlock and mussing my hair. I pull myself out of it and give him a playful push. You're different. I grin at him. I don't mind you bothering me. Lysandra's eyes are everywhere as we pass the grand rooms of the castle.
Sort of odd, walking freely around a vampire's lair,
he says, nudging my shoulder. His arm presses against my own, and he keeps it there. Lysandra stiffens as we pass a few vampires in the hallway, but none of them attack us. It's obvious they can't see us. One vampire sniffs as we pass by, and his friend says,
"What's wrong?"
"I thought I smelled." The vampire shakes his head.
"Nothing, it's nothing." "Do I really smell that bad?"
Lysandra asks me once we pass. "Not bad, just like a wolf. You smell like trees and dirt," I say.
"Well, vampires smell like blood, and there's so many in here that I can't smell anything else,"
Lysandra says. Then he puts his nose in my hair.
"But you're a little different. Flowers and cotton mixed with the blood smell. I really like it. Sort of horror-esque."
"You really know how to catch a lady." I grab his hand and break into a run. "Come on, we're almost to my favorite part." When Lysa's bare feet leave the castle stone and touch grass for the first time in weeks, his eyes light up. He throws back his head, letting out a joyous howl before changing into a wolf and bolting through the flower gardens as fast as he can. As a vampire, I can keep up with him. I give chase, watching his long tail trail behind him as the golden sun creates a halo around his sandy fur. He laughs, and the moment seems to be in slow motion as Lysa's deep brown eyes glimmer with a precious delight that I've never seen before. The look in them is something that's treasured and cherished and reserved just for me. I run past him and exclaim, "Try and catch me." Lysa lets out a playful growl. His strides increase as we rampage through a field of poppies. He transforms back into a man, his muscular arms wrapping around me as we fall to the ground. We tumble down a large hill, rolling over and over each other until we stop, me on top of him and laughing hysterically. "You're fast," he says, his chest heaving up and down. "You're faster," I breathe. He turns over and I fall on my back. He's hovering over me, his face inches from mine, balancing on his elbows. The blue sky drifts behind him, bird song weaving melodies in my ear, while a gentle breeze brushes through his sandy hair. The blossoms from the flowers drift around us, creating a harmonious dance as I look into his eyes and he looks into mine. Why did I never realize how magnificent the daytime was until now? Maybe it's because Lysa wasn't there to paint the sky, to show me there's more to life than the night and the darkness.
"You're the most beautiful creature I've ever seen,"
he says, brushing back a strand of my hair. I nuzzle his nose with my own. "And you the most handsome," I say. I push him back down and sit on his hips, shaking my hair behind me.
"Careful. You're gonna have a problem in a minute."
The smile he gives me looks so much like the lopsided, mischievous grin of a wolf. "Cut it out. You're so lame." I get up and fling myself into the bushes, then peek out and crook my finger. "Let's play a game. Hide and go seek."
"No use playing with me, not with my sense of smell."
Lysa laughs, getting on his knees. "I'm pretty smart, and you said I smell like flowers. Maybe it'll be a challenge." My head dips underneath the foliage. "Count to 30. I'll listen to make sure you don't cheat." Lysa makes a sarcastic noise. Then he shakes his head before covering his eyes. Almost immediately after he's done counting, I'm surprised to see he's standing right there, hovering over my hiding spot in a patch of wildflowers with his hands in his pockets.
"See? Easy."
He smirks. I scowl. "Beginner's luck. You won't get me so easily next time." We play again and again. Lysa locates me underneath a willow behind a statue.
"This is too simple. You try and find me,"
Lysa says. He turns on his heels and takes off in the other direction. I count for 30 seconds and look around. I smell the air, but Lysa's scent is gone. I scan the ground, but there are no tracks either. Where could he possibly have gone? There's a steady stream of bubbles rising from the pond nearby, and it hits me. I bend my head downward and make my voice as loud as it will go. "Okay, Lysa, you've been caught. Come on out." A spray of water hits my face. I sputter as Lysa pulls himself out of the pond, laughing. "Okay, that's it," I say, wiping the water off my face. "You're going down." I start to chase him around the pond, and Lysa laughs as he dodges me, changing from wolf to man and back again. All day long, Lysa and I explore the gardens. He's got boundless energy after being cooped up in the palace all this time. Eventually, the sun starts to set. Lysandra stands on top of a hill and watches it intently, his face a calm painting, each part of his body melting into the skyline. He looks like he belongs there. I'm addicted to the sight of him.
Lissy, come up here.
He grabs my hand and pulls me beside him. He puts his hands on my shoulders as he leans down and whispers in my ear,
Isn't it amazing?
It's just a sunset, I say, laughing.
No.
He nods toward it again.
Look harder.
I squint my eyes. Although I've seen plenty, watching this particular sunset with him makes it entirely different. The sun bathes the world in an array of orange hues and purple halos, red the color of blood oozing across the sky. Suddenly, the sunset ceases to be something ordinary at all and turns into something magical. Yes, I whisper. Yes, I see it now.
Close your eyes and listen.
Once my eyes are shut, I find that I have an incredible ability to see. I can hear the wind rushing through the long grass and smell the pine and fresh rain trickling through the air. I feel the remnants of life coursing beneath my feet and believe in the earth's ability to breathe as a living creature. It's something I never noticed before as a vampire. I never had the ability to, until Lysandra. Wolves never had to be taught or told this. They always knew. What is all of this power within me? I hush.
It's like being a wolf, he says. You feel the forest, and the forest feels you. It lives in your body.
Is that why you can't leave Romania? I open my eyes and turn to him. For the first time that day, he frowns.
Lysandra sighs. This is our home. Some of us have relocated to other parts of the world, but they're never happy. Always so miserable, complaining about how badly they want to come back and run through the forests again. We love Romania. My pack will stay here and fight for it.
So the vampires couldn't chase you out, no matter what they do, I say sadly.
Nope. If we have to die, it might as well be here, where we belong.
I put my arms around his shoulders, drawing him in. A cursed one snuck into the palace this morning to see me. His name's Ivan Grigore, I say softly. He offered to team up with me to take down my father so we could stop the war. I chew my lip. I know we can't trust the cursed ones, but maybe I should take his offer.
No, Lissy, Lysandra says strictly. That's a terrible idea. Don't compromise your values just to get the job done. I still believe there's a way to end this without a catastrophe, and it sounds like this Ivan wants to cause one.
I nod. You're right. I lean against his chest. Slowly the sky starts to darken. I don't want to go back, I whisper.
I know. He rubs my arms. But we have to.
I sigh, feeling like I'm weighted down by concrete blocks. This day has been absolutely perfect. But now it's over. Come on, before the potion wears off.
Lysandra nudges me. Hop on my back, he says. I'll carry you.
I clamber on. Lysandra puts his arms underneath my legs and lumbers toward the castle as the stars begin to pop out, one by one. I marvel that even as a man, Lysandra still walks like an animal, a proud and wild monster that's uncontrolled by anyone or anything. I wish with all my heart I could have that kind of freedom. I can feel the spell wearing off as we enter my room. Lysandra sets me down, collapses into bed, and pulls the blanket over himself. What are you doing? I ask, putting my hands on my hips and raising an eyebrow.
I'm going to get a nice long sleep while you get to go train with your grandpa."
The corners of his grin are visible, smothered in the pillow. That's right. Oh. I turn to head back out the door again. See you tonight.
Yep. Have fun.
He reaches out and snags me by the waist, delivering a wet, sloppy kiss to the center of my forehead before letting me go. I beat him back, wiping off his wolf slobber and giggling. This day has been one of the best I've ever had. Maybe there can be more of them.
"You seem tired, Lysandra. There are bags under your eyes,"
Siege comments as my bullet misses another one of its targets. "I didn't get any sleep, grandfather," I say, though even the dullness of the training sessions can't keep my precious secret from raising a bit of happiness in my eyes. Siege raises an eyebrow, but doesn't say anything. I take a quick nap before my classes in one of the parlor rooms. I wake up with a start that afternoon to find that I'm 15 minutes late. I hustle to class, papers and textbooks fluttering in my arms. I jolt to a stop when I see Dragomir poised in one of the hallways like a bat, waiting for me. "Father," I breathe, "what brings you here?" He swoops up to me.
"Tomlin came to me earlier, saying you wanted to end your engagement,"
he says, the words slithering under his breath. My blood runs cold. He told my father, the traitor. All I wanted to say was the truth, I start. I don't love Tomlin, therefore—
"You foolish girl," he snarls. "Do you think my marriage had anything to do with love?"
He smacks the books and papers out of my hands, and they go crashing to the floor. I back away, squeezing my body against the wall. I just thought—
"My union was to preserve my race and protect the Romanov name."
His voice is the thunder, his fists a raging tycoon.
"You are a disgrace to your family. Have you no sense at all? You dishonor your mother's memory. She made sacrifices to keep you alive, yet you spit in her face."
My heart hurts at the mention of my mother, but I force myself to have some courage. "Father, I can't do this," I say, pushing myself off the wall. "I won't."
"You will marry Tomlin," Dragomir hisses, "and because of your reluctance, the event will arrive sooner rather than later. The day after tomorrow, there will be a wedding."
"I can't, Father, I can't." My hands wring in front of me, and I plead with him to be merciful. "Please don't make me do this." Dragomir's wicked smile widens.
"You shall be Tomlin's bride, or be executed for treason. I'll not have a daughter so disrespectful to the fate of the Romanov Empire. For shame! What your ancestors would think of you."
I'm silent at his threat. Dragomir raises his head in victory. He knows he has won.
"I'll inform Tomlin of this and order the servants to prepare for the wedding. No doubt your groom will be thrilled."
He spins on the heel of his boot, his black cloak spreading behind him. I fall on my knees, gathering my books and papers slowly. Tears are dripping from my eyes and down the edge of my nose.
"Cease your crying. 2 days from now, find yourself fit to be a bride."
Dragomir's voice echoes down the hallway.
"Or fit for a grave."
Chapter 18. I'm a mess when I fling open the door to my room. I'm trying to keep it together, but right now I'm in pieces, unable to handle myself. I'm usually so in control of my emotions. Losing it like this is completely scary to me. Lysandra is the only safe place that I can go to right now.
"Wissy?"
Lysandra turns the TV off and throws the remote to the side when he sees me crying. He sits up in bed. "What's wrong?" I wipe my face with the palm of my hand sloppily.
My father ordered me to marry Tomlin. I say the words through gasps, trying to stop my tears from coming.
Okay, this is nothing new.
He gives me a strange look. The day after tomorrow. I sniff.
Whoa, 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 he says, holding his hands up. The day after tomorrow?
Now he looks panicked. Yes. I drop my head. I told Tomlin I didn't want to marry him, and I guess he went to Dragomir about it.
Wow. He shakes his head. If a girl doesn't want to marry you, you try to change her mind. You don't go running to her daddy like an entitled pansy.
Lysandra, this is serious. I stomp my foot.
I know.
He paces the room, clenching his fists.
Is there any way you could buy us more time?
Already tried. He says he's going to execute me if I don't go through with it.
Execute you?
His gaze darkens. The wolf in him comes out, and a deep growl echoes through his voice as he rumbles,
That is not happening.
I don't know what you want us to do about it. I flop down on the bed hopelessly. I don't have any options.
Yes, you do, Lysandra says firmly.
He sits on the bed beside me and puts an arm around my shoulders. I lean against his chest and he rubs my arms as he says,
Maybe you can manipulate him into putting the wedding off. You are his only heir.
That's not going to work. He was pretty serious.
Then we'll run away, Lysandra says resolutely, if that's what it takes.
Run away. I draw back, shocked. I can't do that. What about the monarchy? I have to stay here.
No, Lissy. Remember what you told me about your mom. His eyes are serious. Your dad crushed her. He stole everything about her that made her special until she didn't want to live anymore. Do you want to stay here and meet the same fate? Because that's what Dragomir is going to do to you. He'll squash you under his thumb and control your every move until you're so miserable you don't care if you live or die. This wedding is only the beginning. He's going to mold you into someone just like him, and Lissy, I've been here long enough to know you'd rather die than see that happen.
He's so right. But what are we going to do? We have nowhere to go. I moan.
We'll find somewhere. His eyes are hopeful. I know we will. Maybe we'll head to that winter palace of yours and hide from the tourists when they come through.
He smiles, though it's not full of his usual careless cheer. What about your pack?
Forget them.
He shrugs.
If they don't want to help stop this war, fine. But you and I aren't going to be part of it if we don't want to be. Not anymore.
I sniff again, wiping my nose. Okay, but I have a better idea. I stand up. I'll speak to Tomlin again. If he sees how upset I am, maybe he can talk Dragomir out of this.
I don't think that's going to work.
Lysandra stands with me.
If I know Captain Douchebag, and I've figured him out pretty well from what you've told me, he's not going to be into it. We should leave now, while we have the chance.
I shake my head. No, Lysandra, there must be another way. I put my hands on his chest. We got Valentina to change her mind about us, and she hates wolves. I can't leave grandfather and Lydia and everything I've ever known. I've got to give them one last chance.
They're not willing to give you a chance, Lissy, he whispers, even though you deserve it.
Lysandra, please. My eyes are swimming. He sighs and puts his hands on the side of my face.
Okay. For you.
He mashes my cheeks together into fish lips.
Just because you're so cute.
Cut it out. I laugh, batting his hands away. I put my head in my hands and fall on the couch. I don't know how I'm going to sleep now.
You're in luck, Lysandra says, picking up the remote again. Because there's a marathon on.
Eventually, I do end up falling asleep, but only with the beat of Lysandra's heart thrumming against my ear.
I wake up with my head against his chest. He's snoring, one of his arms wrapped around me. I gently pry it off. My God, wolves are strong. Get dressed and head for the doorway. As I pass the bed on the way out, he grabs my hand. Be strong, okay? He seems concerned. You just have to get through today. And if the dumbass doesn't agree, I'm ready to get out of here as soon as you say the word. I nod, swallowing nervously. Right. Just for today. I bend down and kiss his cheek. I promise I'll come back. You better. He hulks down in the bed like a cornered animal, or I'll come looking for you, and no vampire's gonna stop me. Lydia and Valentina are awaiting me when I step outside. I'm thankful they didn't intrude and had the decency to wait for me to wake up. Come, Grand Duchess. The seamstresses need your measurements for your wedding gown, Valentina says. I want to vomit. Valentina tilts her head and I follow, head down. She leads me to a parlor room where tailors are pinning up a white lacy gown with long sleeves and a layered skirt, made in the style of the year 1917, the same year the Romanov Empire fell. At their request, I slip it on and step on a stool in the middle of the room. My throat clenches when I gaze into the golden mirror. I'm a living impression of Empress Alexandra, wife of Nicholas II. I look like I've stepped out of the black and white pictures and transported myself to another time. It would be so beautiful if I didn't hate the situation. Tears of joy, Valentina informs the dressmakers, so they don't ask questions as water starts pouring down my face. This is for the best, Lydia whispers, grabbing my arm. All traces of our fight yesterday are forgotten. She's staring at me in concern. Tomlin is the one you're supposed to marry. He always has been. This way you can preserve the empire and stay in the palace. You said yourself that I wasn't into him, I say, choked. She stares. I know, but he's better for you than a wolf. How would you know? You've never been in love, I snap. So you're in love with him now? She puts her hands on her hips. I can't believe you. Just leave me alone. Lydia purses her lips. Fine. She tatters away and slams the door as she leaves the room. I endure the rest of the dreadful fitting before I'm dragged off by Valentina to the great hall where they're setting up long dining tables. I'm here to pick out the colors of the linens, the flowers, and other things I don't care about. I keep looking around through the whole process. Where is Tomlin? He is the groom, after all. I spot Sergei standing rigidly in the corner of the room. He looks surly and really unhappy. I manage to sneak away from Valentina for a moment so I can stand at his side.
Hello, Lysandra.
His gruff voice is deadened.
Are you ready for the wedding?
I shake my head. I didn't want this. Sergei's mouth is set in a thin line.
That seemed to be Tomlin's thoughts this morning. He voiced that this is happening too fast.
A small bout of hope rises in me. Tomlin had doubts. Maybe there's a chance of stopping this after all. Do you think he'll change his mind?
No.
Grandfather drops his gaze.
Tomlin's a vampire of his word. He will go through with this.
Grandfather, I don't want to do this. My frown sinks. Can't you do something?
If there was a way I could prevent this from happening, Lysandra, I would do so.
He sighs.
Personally, I think you're too young, but Dragomir could not be persuaded.
Only now do I notice the deep bags under his eyes. You stayed up all day trying to convince him otherwise, didn't you? I whisper.
What I do in my spare time is of no concern to you, he says stiffly.
Thank you, Grandfather. I give him a hug. At least I always know you'll be there for me.
Tomlin will take care of you. I at least have that much comfort.
He cups his old hand against my face.
I only wish that you felt the same way about him as I did about your grandmother. Then I could accept what's about to take place.
His eyes are swirling with memories. If only he knew that I did feel that way about someone, but it wasn't whom I was about to marry. Finally, I spot him. Tomlin's skulking around in a foyer off the great hall. Thank you, grandfather, I say, touching his arm before darting off. I run down the hallway after Tomlin. I call his name, but his head turns and he ducks around a pillar in the opposite direction. He's avoiding me after he caused all of this? How dare he? Tomlin, stop! I finally grab hold of him, rip him around, and throw him into an empty room. I lock the door behind me and say, I need to talk to you. What about? He asks, voice wary. He seems scared of me. What's wrong with him? Sige told me you weren't sure about the wedding, I say. Is that true?
He wasn't supposed to say anything. His eyes narrow. I didn't say I wasn't sure about you, but not all this.
Look, I get that you're in love with me, I say, and it hurts to say the words. But we don't have to do this right now. We're 18. We have time.
You don't get it, do you? Tomlin shoves his hands in his pockets. This isn't my choice, or yours, or anyone's except Dragomir's. I never would have gone to him if I believed he'd pull something like this.
Tomlin, we can't do this. It's wrong.
Why? Is it so terrible to imagine being married to me? He asks bitterly. His face is full of hurt.
It's not that, I insist. I sigh. Tomlin, there was a time in my life where I couldn't think of being with anyone else. But things have changed. And you know as well as I do, we shouldn't be going through with this.
I haven't gotten a single explanation as to why your feelings are different, he says. I just want to know why. Please tell me why.
My mind, heart, is blank. Then I think of Lysandra, and everything fills with light. I can't.
Tomlin's gaze falls. He rubs his hand against his face and says, I wish I had the answer to why you're cutting yourself off from me. I would break whatever it is apart with my bare hands.
It's not you, Tomlin, I say softly. I promise it's not you.
He leans against the fireplace. Yeah, well, you have me fooled.
If you knew, Tomlin, you'd never forgive me, I say.
There's nothing you could do that could ever make me hate you. Hear me? Nothing.
He brushes my hair back, and his words are so honest. Tomlin is such a good person. If we were together, I'd ruin him. This isn't right, Tom. We can change this, I insist, taking his hand and guiding it back to his side.
Lysandra, I'm begging you, don't do anything stupid, Tomlin pleads. Dragomir isn't opposed to using force to get his way. Let the wedding happen.
You can stop this. Ask Dragomir to call off the wedding. There must be a way.
Tomlin backs away. I'm sorry, Lysandra. I can't do it. He'll kill me. He'll kill my whole family.
He takes a deep sigh before raising his eyes.
I know this isn't how you wanted it to be, but as your husband, I'll do the best I can to make you happy. I promise.
Tomlin leaves, taking the rest of my hope with him. Lysandra was right. Tomlin won't help me. He never could. I have to grab Lysandra and leave. Now. I hurry out of the room and head down the hallway. But on my way, I hear a treacherous voice whisper in my ear.
Where do you think you're going?
I skid to a halt, a bird trapped under the paw of a cat Dragomir is standing before me, flanked by guards. If I didn't know better, I could swear my father read my innermost thoughts. My mouth sputters non-answers. Dragomir flicks his fingers, and 2 soldiers grab me, one on each arm.
Guards, take my daughter back to her room.
Dragomir's gaze is cool and smug as he surveys me.
And make sure she stays there.
Chapter 19. The guards place me in my room and lock the door behind them. Lysandra emerges from his hiding place behind the wardrobe, looking morose.
I'm guessing Pretty Boy didn't take the bait.
No. I sprint to the balcony and look down. There are at least 12 guards down there. I moan, my face in my hands. There's guards at every exit. We don't stand a chance.
Hey, it's all right,
Lysandra says as I begin to cry, opening his arms and concealing me in them.
We'll get out. I promise.
How? I gasp. I can't stop crying this time. Everything's ruined. We can't escape. My father's made sure of it.
You're not going through with that wedding, even if I have to barge in and object myself,
Lysandra says. He starts shaking me.
Hey, stop that. I'm not giving up. So quit it.
I sniff, and my tears start to lessen. What should we do?
The only thing we can do.
He shrugs.
We wait until daybreak, and then once the vampires have to avoid the sun and we get an opening, we take the rest of the invisibility potion and make a run for it. You still have enough sun potion to avoid getting burned. The woods aren't that far. If you can get me there, I can protect you.
It's getting out of the palace that's going to be the problem. My head hits his chest. I should have listened to you. We could have left last night.
Yeah, well, nobody's perfect.
He laughs. I can't help but give a tearful giggle. I look toward the bed and my stomach drops. We have to make a run for it. Tomorrow they'll clean out my room and move all my stuff to Tomlin's. They'll find you if you try to hide again. I bite my lip. I just wish it didn't have to come down to this.
Me too. I really hate your dad,
Lysandra grumbles. Yeah. I frown. You're not the only one. I look up. As soon as our eyes connect, there's that fizzling magical bond between him and me, this unexplainable connection. At first I chalk it up to butterflies, to falling in love. But then I see something glimmer in Lysandra's gaze. This isn't mere infatuation. It's magic. Lysandra, I ask, what is that? His gaze is avoidant.
What is what?
Don't act stupid. This thing. I push away from him. This connection between us. You know what it is, and Bryn was acting like she did too, so what's going on? Lysandra pulls away from me and sits on the bed.
I knew you'd figure it out eventually, he mutters.
Thanks for not being cryptic, I say sarcastically.
Give me a chance to explain. It's called bonding,
Lysandra says slowly.
When a wolf meets someone special, there's a connection. Bonding is something that only happens between one wolf and another. It's not a human thing, and definitely not a vampire thing. But for some reason, I went against centuries of shifter biology and ended up bonding to you.
So that explains the supernatural weirdness. Okay, fine, but what does it mean? I ask.
What do you think it means?
He asks, looking up at me. Lysandra, spit it out.
Bonding is only something that happens with the wolf and his mate,
Lysandra finally shouts.
It's a predatory instinct telling me who I should be with, and I picked you.
I don't have any words. It takes me a minute to stutter something out. I'm your mate? That's what my heart is telling me, he says firmly. You don't get it. I have to be with you, Lissy. My body thinks you're mine. Every fiber of my being goes against leaving your side. It's literally painful for me when you're gone. Lysandra grimaces. I've been trying to hide it from you, but instead of making it go away, the connection's only getting stronger. Can you undo it? I ask. Make the pain go away? You don't understand. Once you're bonded, it's permanent. Wolves mate for life. Lysandra looks away. You don't get a choice with who you bond with. But even given a choice, I wouldn't have made the connection with anyone else. He attempts a joke to try and lighten the mood. I guess I like vampire chicks. That's why Bryn was so upset, I whisper. You wasted your bond on me. I didn't waste it. He steps forward and grabs me. Don't you get it? I love you, Lissy. And nothing, not Dragomir, not my pack, not the entire world is ever going to change or get in the way of that. You're mine. Do you hear me? Mine. His hands cup my face. He pulls me forward, and his lips meet mine in a deep kiss. A growl sounds from his throat. I kiss him back and fling my arms around his neck. Lysandra's kiss is deep and untamed and imperfect. It's lightning rampaging through a blazing storm. He's a predator of the night, taking everything from his prey with fierce howls and determination. Instantly, he's a drug I become addicted to, and I need more. My lips don't part from his as he pulls off my clothes, and we fall on the bed. His hand grazes my thigh, lifting up my dress, and I pull at the elastic of his jeans. He's taking soft breaths as his fingers skim across the skin of my bare shoulders. The breeze through the balcony caresses the thin white curtains around my four-poster bed, wrapping them around us in a mystical embrace. His lips skim my form, leaving a pulsating pathway that screams at his very touch. The scent of pine and fresh rain mingles with the warm, musky scent of him that I love to smell on my pillows, my clothes, and my bed. I can feel the heartbeat that is pounding underneath his chest, pressed against mine and begging for release. All I'm wrapped in is a sheet, but I want to be concealed in his arms. The thunder comes, and he suppresses a moan that desperately rises from the depths of his hunger, his wolf. It is something I should be afraid of, something I shouldn't dare to tempt. My Lysandra. I know better than to lie with my enemy, but reason falls aside at the temptations of love. As my wolf overtakes me, I allow myself to fall into a world without boundaries. There are no prejudices, only blurred lines and forbidden, unachievable dreams. The door snaps shut. I awaken with my hair sprawled across the pillow, wearing one of my thin nightgowns. Lysandra is lying on my chest, fast asleep, one of his arms wrapped around my torso, his jeans sagging lowly on his hips. The night seems perfect. The stars are shimmering above, the moon high and crescent-formed. I run my fingers through Lysandra's locks, absent-mindedly. Before yesterday, I was lost, a confused, wandering girl in a world where I didn't belong. Only now do I feel whole, different, complete, set to a task that is wholly my own. Unexpectedly, a shadow falls across my bed, causing me to jump. It is then my eyes set upon my worst nightmare. Tomlin is in my room, the door hanging off its hinges behind him. His face is murderous, fangs exposed as he gazes at me, lying contentedly in bed with a wolf. Chapter 20. Tomlin, don't do anything you'll regret, I say, inching upward. Lysar is immediately awake. His nose flares with Tomlin's scent as he gets on all fours. His fists clench the blanket. He's looking for a fight.
You betrayed me, Lysandra.
Tears are running down Tomlin's face, which is filled with hurt.
How could you?
I'm sorry, Tom. I fell in love, I whisper. It was an accident.
In love, he whispers. No, love isn't an accident.
There's nothing more frightening than a provoked, emotionally tormented vampire, and I've pushed Tomlin past his limit. His fangs glint in the moonlight. He's clearly intent on using them, and in this state he might not notice if he turns them on me.
Lissy, you need to run,
Lysar says calmly, holding his arm out to defend me.
Don't you dare speak to her,
Tomlin points a finger at Lysar.
You're the one who brainwashed her. You took her away from me. She was never yours to begin with.
Lysar's shoulders are rounding. He's getting ready to change.
If you know what's good for you, you'll let us go.
Tomlin throws back his shoulders.
Let you go. Let you go. I'm not letting you take her anywhere. We're getting married today, and I'm going to convince her otherwise of this nonsense. She's coming with me.
Like hell she is, Lysar snarls, and he pounces, changing into a wolf mid-leap. Lysar's claws sink into Tomlin's chest as he attacks. Lysar's mouth rounds into a snarl, and he beds his fangs into the side of Tomlin's neck. Tomlin doesn't yell or even flinch. He grabs Lysar by the back of his scruff, pries him off with one hand, and tosses him to the floor. Lysar doesn't relent. He grabs Tomlin's ankle, yanks him off his feet, and goes for the throat again. Tomlin punches him in the face and grabs Lysar's jaws. For a gruesome, hideous moment, I think Tomlin will rip Lysar's jaw in half, until the vampire kicks the wolf across the room, sending him flying. The wolf soars across the room and hits the armoire, knocking it over. Tomlin reaches for me, but Lysar snags his hand with his jaws and shakes it, causing a bloody wound. Tomlin tackles Lysar, and they roll on the floor, trying to wrestle each other into submission, fangs from both sides flashing. "Stop, please!" I beg, trying to get between them, but seeing no opening. Neither of the boys listen to me. They're focused on killing each other. I can't get in the way without fatally wounding myself. The scuffle gets worse, with Tomlin knocking over my desk and my easel. Tomlin's hands encircle Lysar's neck, and he starts to squeeze. I watch in horror as Lysar's eyes pop out of his head, his paws scrabbling for release. Tomlin only squeezes harder, crushing every inch of life from Lysar's windpipe. My God, he's actually going to kill him. The words are foreign to me. Before I know it, I'm grabbing the lamp at my bedside. I feel a strong, irreversible need to protect and defend Lysar. It's as intense as our bond, a wicked screaming that increases in loudness as Lysar begins to go slack. The need to save Lysar's life is roaring in my ears, and I become an animal, acting only on impulse. Raising the lamp, I scream loudly and smash it upon Tomlin's head. The impact causes Tomlin to drop Lysar in surprise. The sharp porcelain cuts into Tomlin's scalp, causing a gushing cut. Lysar collapses on the floor, coughing and sputtering, while Tomlin turns toward me as I back against the wall. I swear in that moment Tomlin's eyes turn red, and he's not there anymore. All love and remembrance for me is gone. He's going to kill me, too. Just as Tomlin is about to move, Lysar grabs him again. The wolf takes him by the back of the neck and wrenches him to the floor. He forces his paws onto the back of Tomlin's shoulders. "Lissy!" Lysar roars, pinning Tomlin for a nanosecond. "Run!" I listen this time. I make for the balcony and jump off it, landing in a roll. The guards are too stunned at my risky jump to take action immediately. They don't move until Tomlin cries, "Wolf! The princess is escaping with a wolf!" That makes them move. They charge after me as I head into the woods, but I'm much faster than they are. My training comes in handy as I leap over trunks, streams, and rocks. Sergei made sure I knew how to escape in uneven terrain if it ever came down to it. The forest is an asset to me, while it only slows the soldiers down. I hear the clattering of the lattice behind me. I glance backward through the trees and see Lysar is sliding down it, using his claws to get a good hold. He chases after me, bowling through the guards and knocking several of them over to join my side, even quicker than I am in the woods. A few stray bullets fling past us, tearing bark off the trees. "Don't shoot, you'll hit the Grand Duchess!" Tomlin cries behind us. Bitterness infects me at his voice. Why does he care what happens to me after he nearly attacked me? "Lysandra!" Tomlin shouts. "I'm sorry!" A sharp pang of sympathy shoots through my gut. Tomlin didn't mean to turn on me. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, an accident. But then, maybe it wasn't. Lysar immediately notices the look on my face. "Don't listen. Keep going," Lysar says, panting. "Someone who truly loves you will never try to hurt you." Lysar and I run for at least a kilometer, the footsteps of Tomlin and the guards fading behind us. My silk nightgown snags on the branches. We're too scared to stop until we can't run any more, and we're forced to rest our lungs. We pause by a small flowing brook that streams water into a round pond, submerged in the bleakness of the midnight woodland. The only sound is the trickling of the brook and the croaking of toads. "Lissy," Lysar says, gasping. "Lissy, I think we lost." His sentence is cut off as Tomlin comes flying out of nowhere. He's alone, but that doesn't make the threat any less as the vampire pummels my wolf into the dirt and pulls a dagger out from his belt. Tomlin stabs it forward, but Lysar transforms back into a man and grabs Tomlin's wrist. He twists the dagger out of his hand and tosses it away. Lysar lands a few good punches on the side of Tomlin's head. Tomlin rolls off, and the two boys get to their feet and circle each other. Tomlin draws a sword, and Lysar laughs, taunting him. "Come on, pretty boy. Go ahead and finish me off, as I'm obviously unarmed." Lysar spreads his arms wide, waiting for Tomlin to charge, but the vampire doesn't take the bait. Lysar looks at the pistol holstered on Tomlin's leg. "Or how about you shoot me with one of those silver bullets?" "I'm not going to kill you like a coward," Tomlin snarls. He rips a second sword off his belt and tosses it at Lysar's feet. "Prove you're the better suitor, and fight for the girl. If you beat me in combat, I deserve to lose her heart to a filthy wolf." Lysar glares. He bends down and picks up the sword, and as he draws it, the metal sings. "Fine. I'm more than willing to pound on you for a minute so you get the point." Both of their arms draw backward as they charge toward each other. They jump into the air as their blades touch. The weapons give an ear-shattering clang as they meet, and both boys start battering the swords around, dueling quickly. Tomlin performs intricate maneuvers, making the sword dance with a flick of his wrist, while Lysar swings with all the strength of a warrior. Tom isn't a novice with the sword, but Lysar can match him blow for blow. While Tomlin's style is more refined and clever, Lysar just wants to get the job done. By the way he brutally handles the weapon, he's trying to wear Tomlin down instead of trying to outsmart him. I would be impressed with both of them if what was going on wasn't so deadly. I look around nervously.
This act of chivalry isn't simply annoying, it's dangerous, and a smart move on Tomlin's part. He's trying to buy time. If they keep fighting, the guards will catch up, and Lysar and I won't be able to fight all of them off. We'll die out here. Or Lysar will die, and Tomlin will drag me back to the palace and marry me, if Dragomir lets me live. I have to stop this somehow. Boys, cut it out! I shout feebly, and the two place a few more crushing blows between my words. Tom, I promise I can explain everything if you just... A hand closes over my mouth as Tomlin's and Lysar's swords connect again, and both weapons shatter in half. Shh! A conniving voice hisses in my ear. Let's sneak off while the boys play, shall we? I squirm, trying to get loose so I can tell Ivan Grigori to let me go, but his filthy leather glove is jammed up against my mouth. I pierce my fangs into his palm, but the cursed one doesn't seem to mind pain. I try to stomp on his foot and jam my elbow into his stomach, but it's like hitting iron. Each self-defense maneuver Sergei taught me fails against Ivan. As a cursed one, he's much stronger than me, and he's prepared himself for this moment. He knew I wouldn't be easy to capture. He's already thought out what I would do in order to get away, and is ready to counter every move. Descend into the darkness with me, my pretty, Ivan whispers. We still have much to discuss, and you haven't given me an answer on my offer. I struggle uselessly against Ivan, trying to alert the boys of his presence. By the time they stop fighting, he's already taken me far into the forest, and the darkness shadows him like a mask drawn across a killer's face. Lissy? I hear Lysar's voice from far away. For the first time now, he sounds scared. Lissy, where did you go? She's gone, Tomlin asks, his rage replaced by fear. Yes, you idiot! Help me find her! Lysar's voice sinks in the distance, becoming minuscule. Lissy! Lysandra! Tomlin shouts. The frantic calls of my name fade away as Ivan Grigori drags me from the scene. My feet kick against the dirt as we leave the woods and stumble upon a dirt road. An armored black van is revealed in the light of the moon, parked on the side of the road. He can't get me in that van. If he does, it's all over. I increase my efforts to get away, using my nails to scrape at his white skin and draw blood. Now, none of that, Ivan chides, and he pries open the back door of the van. You still have a chance, Grand Duchess. If we can come to an agreement, you'll soon see this as nothing more than an unfortunately timed business meeting. He chuckles. Let me go! I scream loudly as his hand moves from my face. He tosses me in the back of the van, and my body slams against the side of the wall. Sorry that this isn't your usual method of travel, Ivan snickers. But this is the best we have, and the Grigori family isn't quite accommodated to serve royalty. Liz! Another voice catches my attention. Under Ivan's arm, I see the scared expression of a beautiful brown wolf hiding in the trees. Her eyes are terrified at the sight of me trapped in the van. Bryn. She must have come back for her brother. I reach out to her, but something hard hits me on the back of the head, and I black out, my mind descending into darkness. Chapter 21. When I awaken, it's still dark. Ivan's tied a blindfold around my head, and the itchy fabric bites at my eyes. I can feel the grainy wood of a chair pressing into my back and rope tied tightly around my wrists, binding my arms to the rests. I could easily snap the cords that keep me bound, but no doubt that is what Ivan is waiting for. He's looking for me to panic, to spring up and attack. That's a sure sign of my animosity toward him.
And who knows how many cursed ones have me surrounded. If I lose it, Ivan will have his chance to slaughter me, taking a final jab at the Romanov line. Whatever way this goes, he still wins. If I stand a chance at surviving, I have to make him believe I'm still considering his offer.
"Wakey, wakey, Grand Duchess,"
Ivan says as my head lolls off my shoulder. He's somewhere nearby. I keep my mouth in a thin line. Is all this really necessary?
"You tell me."
He shifts, and a chair creaks nearby. At least remove my blindfold so I know what I'm looking at. There's a pause. Then the blindfold lifts, and I open my eyes. I'm in some sort of basement pantry, a single light bulb glowing above my head. There's nothing else in the room but water seeping through the cracks in the cement. Ivan is perched on a chair, not sitting on it, but crouched on his feet, his knees bent and arms hanging downward, a long spider closing in on the fly caught in its web. There's no one else in the room, but I'm not stupid enough to believe that we're the only ones around. I'm sure this is some sort of Grigore compound, and the upstairs is crawling with cursed ones. There's a tiny window behind Ivan's head, revealing moonlight. If I can get to that window, I might be able to squeeze out of it.
"Have you considered what I said?"
Ivan asks. He sways to the right, and the chair squeaks underneath him. I'm not sure you presented enough of a benefit for me to take you seriously. I say the words flatly, unimpressed. His gaze narrows.
"Seriously? I kidnapped you. You are within my grasp, Grand Duchess. I have all the power here."
He looks angry, but behind the rage there is a peak of fear. Even though I'm his prisoner, I'm still the daughter of Dragomir, and this frightens him. He's scared that I'm just like my father, and that taking me was a mistake. I can use that to my advantage. Do you really think this terrifies me? I raise an eyebrow. I was put through similar exercises during my training in Moscow, and I know how to get out of them. I would be gone already if you hadn't piqued my interest. He rubs his face, miffed.
"You're probably right."
He shakes his head.
"No matter, will you join us or not?"
As I said before, I don't believe you're serious, I state. What could the Grigore family offer me that I couldn't give myself? Eventually, Dragomir will fall, and I will take the throne regardless. Is it worth it to start a war over something I will eventually receive? Ivan's knuckles crack.
"There is so much more than that at stake."
He leaps off the chair and sprints toward me until his disgusting face is in mine, and I can see the rotting holes in his fangs.
"Patience alone will not give you what you desire. The time to act is now."
I don't flinch. Then persuade me. Ivan's mouth twitches. He puts his hands behind his back and struts around the room, walking around me in a circle.
"Your secret is out. Your father will kill you for loving a wolf, so don't try to convince yourself otherwise,"
Ivan says harshly. The wolf was a toy, a game I played to distract myself from the boredom of palace life. I lie. If I can convince my father I only use the wolf to gain information, he'll see me as a clever ally and not a rebellious daughter. Doubt shadows in Ivan's eyes.
"Even if that's true, how much longer can you endure the chains of your father's household? You are safer here with me than you are in Castel de Singe. Any move against the Tsar will cause you to lose your head, even if it is an accident. You cannot trust Dragomir."
I can't trust you. You'd slaughter me in my sleep once you and your cursed ones got control of the council. I shoot back.
"And even if I did," he starts, "wouldn't it still be better for those under your father's thumb?
They are little more than slaves now, the vampires of the world trembling under the shadow that is the Tsar. They are afraid of him, but under my leadership I would set them free. I would allow them to feast on whoever they wish, whenever they wish, and allow them to become the glorious monsters they were born to be.
You're no ruler, Ivan. You're as terrible as my father, and would be just as awful an emperor.
I don't think either of us believes that.
He laughs lowly.
I'm a monster, yes, I'm evil. I'll admit that to myself and anyone else. I know what and who I am.
He shakes his head.
Yet Dragomir is another story. He keeps the vampires in line so he can save all the killing for himself. He has no respect for life or bravery. He does not even respect power.
Ivan draws himself up.
The only thing he respects is blood, torture, and death. So why don't we give it to him?
I won't help you kill Dragomir, no matter how cruel he is, I reply.
Why, you foolish girl?
Ivan grips the edges of my chair.
Tell me why.
I lift my head. Because I'd rather see the Empire vanish forever than help it fall into the hands of a filthy Grigore. Ivan roars, and I know I can't wait any longer. The cords snap off my wrists as I jerk them upward, gripping the arms of the chair so they come with me. I use the shattered, broken pieces of wood as wooden stakes and plunge them downward. One buries itself in his shoulder, while the other plunges into the crook between his neck and his pectoral. Ivan screams, and I scamper to the back of the room, watching as blood pours from his chest as he tears out the first stake and throws it behind him. He attempts to rip the other one out, but it's too deep. He leaves it in, huffing in agony and frustration. My aim was off. It's not enough to kill him, and I don't have any more weapons. I've missed my chance.
You've made a very big mistake,
Ivan growls, and his claws retract as he hurtles toward me. I put my fists up and attempt to punch him, but he ducks aside and swats at my face, his dirty nails drawing blood. I kick him twice, but he ignores my blows and punches me in the gut. I bend over, holding my injured side and wincing in pain. This isn't working. I'm going to die down here.
Killing the Grand Duchess will start a revolution,
Ivan boasts, raising his clawed hand.
It's a shame you weren't willing to partner with us to capture the throne, but taking your life is a comforting consolation prize.
He smacks me with the back of his hand, and the amount of force behind the blow sends me flying into the wall behind me. The concrete cracks at the impact. I crumble to my knees. Ivan towers above me, his eyes dancing in anticipation, long fangs dripping saliva from his mouth.
The blood of another vampire is a delicacy, and yours even more so, he rasps. I can't wait to drain your precious corpse of each drop.
As Ivan's fangs descend, I longingly remember Lysandra and how it felt to have his skin brush against mine. I think of how wonderful he smelled, how amazing and full of life my existence was for a few short weeks with him by my side. I have the fleeting thought that if I could go back and do it all over again, I would have chosen the same fate to spend that one night in his arms. I suppose that's the power of love. It makes fools out of us all. With nothing left to do, I, the so-called chosen one, hold up a trembling arm and wait for death. Chapter 22. The tips of Ivan's fangs pierce my skin before something crazy happens. The window shatters. Glass flings all around the room and settles on the concrete in large pieces. Ivan's head whips behind him, snarling. I can't believe my eyes. Lysandra is here,
He's in his human form, his hands bunched into fists and his bare chest embedded with small bits of glass, but he doesn't seem to care. He's breathing heavily, his shoulders hunched, eyes ravaged by a fury that scares even me. Lysar's wolf has been awakened, and it won't leave without the presence of blood given by the hunt.
"You!" Ivan shouts in disbelief.
"Get away from my mate,"
Lysar growls, and he delivers a swinging punch to the side of Ivan's head. The hit knocks Ivan over, and Lysar descends upon him, delivering blow after crushing blow. As the punches come, I can hear the crunching of Ivan's bones underneath Lysar's knuckles. I scramble away from the fight, watching in awe as Lysar easily avoids Ivan's sharp fangs. He twists the vampire's wrists sharply and renders his claws useless. Something's not right. Lysar only has the strength of a normal wolf, but he's fighting like he's something else, like he has power equal to Ivan's. Even as a man, he battles with all the ferocity he carries in his wolf form, wild and without consciousness. Lysar grabs the stake in Ivan's shoulder and twists it inward, diving the wood farther into the vampire's body. The cursed one screams, but Lysar digs his hand within the muscle of the cursed one and with incredible force wrenches the stake out. He lifts it high into the air and then plunges the stake downward directly into Ivan's heart. The cursed one sputters. He tears at his chest for a moment, trying to get the stake out, before his wriggling hands silence and his body falls to the ground, mouth and eyes wide open. Ivan Grigore has lost. When Lysar looks at me, the hate and bloodthirst in his eyes dissolves, chased out by love and kindness. He inches toward me, but I brace myself against the wall. Instinct is telling me that Lysar is a killer, that I'm a vampire and he's a wolf. I can't trust him. It's our destiny to end this in blood. "Lissy, stop," he says, holding out his hand. Ivan's blood drips from his fingers. "I had to." I gulp, shaking my head. "Stay back." "Hey, don't be afraid," he says softly, advancing closer. "It's me. Just me." I slide sideways. The wolf's eyes and mine connect, and the feeling of our bond hovers between us, bringing us closer together. "Who are you?" I gasp. His look is sad. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It's too ironic." I fling my arms around his neck. He holds me tightly, and as I'm in his embrace, he leans in to kiss me, his mouth encasing my own. I kiss him back. He's once again the gentleman, and no longer the monster I know he can be. "Oh, Lissy," he whispers, burying his head in my hair. "I'm so sorry. I never should have let it get this far." "It's my fault in the first place," I whisper back. "We had the chance to leave and we never did." "It doesn't matter. It's over now." I pull away, full of questions. "How did you find me?" "He had help." Bryn kicks down the door, walking in. "I followed you here, then went back to grab Lysar." "Thank you so much, Bryn," I say gratefully. "I'd be dead right now if it wasn't for you." "Hey, you saved my brother. I owed you one." She smiles. "Thanks for pitching in, by the way," Lysar responds sourly. "I would have helped, but it looked like you had it handled." Bryn shrugs, staring at Ivan's immobile body. "Are there any more cursed ones out there?" I ask. Lysar and Bryn glance at each other. "No. Tomlin and the soldiers took care of them," Lysar says. "Tomlin? Did the guards work with you to find me?" I ask. "Temporarily. Now that you're rescued, I'm sure the partnership is terminated," Lysar says. We both stand up. I can hear footsteps in the room above us. "You two have to go,"
I say. Quickly, before the other vampires find me and take me back to the palace.
Your rescue came at a price, Lysandra says reluctantly. I promised to turn myself over to them if they helped find you.
No, I burst. I don't care what you promised. You're not going through with it. You can't do this.
I have to, Lissy. I made a deal.
Well, then I undo it. I'm the Grand Duchess, I cry. If I say you're free from your bargain, you're free and clear. You and Bryn need to get away.
Lissy. His eyes are watering. I'm not going to let you go back alone. I know what they're going to do to you.
They're going to do it anyway, Lysandra, whether you're there or not, I say, my throat ragged and choked. And it's better if only I go back. If you come with me, they'll kill both of us.
I'm going to use everything in my power to prevent that from happening.
Lysandra wraps his arms around me tightly.
And if there's nothing I can do, at least we'll die together.
My tears run against Lysandra's chest. What could he possibly do to prevent our execution? He's just one wolf. I'm going with you guys too, Bryn swears. Might as well have a couple of extra paws to help out.
No, Bryn. You've got to get out of here,
Lysandra says firmly, dropping his arms. I'm not leaving my brother behind again, Bryn growls.
Go, Bryn. They don't know you're here,
Lysandra orders.
They think I followed Lissy's scent. Both of us don't need to be in trouble.
She gives him a harsh glare, though underneath it she looks like she's trying not to cry. I'm coming back for you, she swears.
Yeah, well.
He ruffles her hair.
Don't be in a rush.
She swats a hand at him, making a face. Bryn kisses Lysandra's cheek. Together, we help her through the small window and to safety. Long streams of blood have created red lines on Lysandra's chest. You're hurt, I say, my fingers tenderly avoiding the glass still stuck in his chest.
It's nothing, he says. I'll heal soon.
When Tomlin comes down the stairs, flanked by guards, he barely notices that Lysandra's holding on to me. He's too engrossed in the sight of Ivan Grigore's body, lying still in a corner of the room. Mouth open, he asks,
Who did this? It wasn't the boogeyman, Lysandra says under his breath, almost making the joke a threat.
Tomlin actually looks impressed. He glances at Lysandra before his attention turns to me.
Lysandra, are you all right?
I nod. Tomlin takes a step toward us, and he swallows before saying,
I regretfully have to take you back to Castel de Singe, so you can be put on trial for treason.
I understand, I say softly. Tomlin's gaze falters, revealing a flash of guilt.
The wolf must come as well, Tomlin adds, as our prisoner. Expected as much, Lysandra says.
Tomlin motions to the soldiers and says,
Come, let us be off.
The soldiers gather around us, closing in from all sides. Lysandra makes no move to fight them, though his body bristles. I take his arm, and we walk up the stairs and enter the upper level. My mouth falls open at the carnage. There are dozens of cursed ones packed in this dirty hovel, all dead. My father would consider this a great victory if it had not come about as a result of a treasonous child. He might consider it a victory anyway, to be rid of a daughter like me. We re-enter the woods. Darkness is vanishing fast. We have to increase the pace in order to beat out the sunlight. As we travel through the forest, my mind wanders back to the fight at the compound. This doesn't add up. Lysandra was easily able to take Ivan, but he fought forever with Tomlin. Obviously, Lysandra is much stronger than even I realized. Tomlin should have been no match for him. Lysandra, I say softly, you spared Tomlin, didn't you? His expression is blank.
I knew I had to go easy on him, because if I killed him, it would hurt you.
He responds. What happened back there? You shouldn't have been able to take on a cursed one, yet you threw him around like a rag doll.
I whisper quickly. He shakes his head.
I'll explain later.
Later? Since when does he expect there's going to be a later for either of us? Does he have something planned? My hopes increase, but they're slowly dulled as the towers of Castel de Singe come into view. We enter the courtyard, and the gazes of hundreds of vampires are coldly upon us. They do not call names, but their eyes shout what their mouths will not, that I am a traitor, worthless scum, a betrayer of my family, my race, and my people. I do not deserve to live. We're taken to the judgment room, and I look up. All the members of the council are looking down upon me hatefully. Sergei is pale white. He looks shocked and so terribly disappointed, and fearful for my life. I expected Dragomir to be gleeful at my mistake, but his presence is only an incoming storm thundering toward me. His face is mashed into an expression of distaste and disgust, as if he can't believe he produced something so inferior. He calls for silence, though no one was talking anyway.
We are here today to discuss the embarrassing treason of my own daughter, Grand Duchess Lysandra Romanova Dracula, who just this morning, on her wedding day, was caught in bed with a wolf.
Dragomir spits the words.
I would ask if she has anything to say in her defense, but there isn't much of a point.
There is a point, I shout. The council mumbles as I take a step toward the stand. What I did wasn't to betray my house. It was done for love.
Silence, you deceitful tramp!
Dragomir snarls.
Do not speak of love under my roof when you would betray the memory of your mother by sleeping with the same kind that killed her.
Insults and jeers come from above. My eyes search out for Sergei to make an apology, but I stumble backward in shock when I meet his eyes. His face is not filled with anger or hatred, but compassion and tears of realization. He understands.
You're going to regret calling her names.
Lysar growls, shoving off the guards who are holding him.
Especially in front of me. Silence, wolf. We'll deal with you later. This is business among civilized people.
Dragomir waves him off. I saved Lysar after I found him dying, I blurt, turning to the members of the council. At first he promised that his pack wouldn't attack the castle in exchange for my kindness. But then we became friends. He argued that wolves and vampires could make peace and somehow live in harmony.
You fell for the lies of a wolf.
Dragomir throws his head back and laughs.
I can see that your time spent in Russia was a waste, as it apparently didn't help your stupidity.
I'm not stupid, I counter. I did what I did because I believe there can be peace, and because I believe in love. If you have any wisdom at all, you'll understand.
I don't see how anything that comes out of your mouth could change your fate at this point, daughter,
Dragomir says spitefully.
Then maybe something I say can.
Lysar breaks through, stepping in front of me.
Didn't I tell you to be silent, wolf?
Dragomir says.
I've had enough of this. Guards, deal with him so we can move on.
The soldiers hustle forward, raising swords. I cry out in fear, but Lysar casually throws his head back and says,
You really don't want to do that. I'm way too valuable.
The guards pause before they get to him. Even Dragomir halts.
What do you mean?
The Emperor asks slowly. Lysar throws his shoulders back. Next to the smouldering fires of the judgment room, he looks all the part of a king.
I'm not any mere wolf. I'm Prince Lysar Lupescu,
Lysar says lowly, his gaze encircling the room.
Son of the Alpha.
The room breaks into chaos. Councilmen start shouting, scrambling out of their seats. Dragomir's hands clench the sides of the bench. He leans downward, staring at Lysar as if the wolf is a great prize he's been handed on a silver platter. Lysar's voice rises above the noise.
"That's right. Someday I will be leader of the shifters," he shouts, "and I am willing to bargain my own life for Lysandra's."
Just as quickly as everything erupted, it becomes dead quiet again. Lysar stares at my father, and my father stares at him, and nobody makes a move. My world might as well be rearranging itself. Lysar is willing to sacrifice himself for me. He can't. If he does, the wolves will be without a future leader. It will bring an end to the shifters for good. The love of my life is going to die, and his race will become extinct, all because of me. Maybe I am the chosen one after all. I've destroyed everything. Chapter 23. I still can't believe it. Lysar, son of the Alpha, which makes Lysar one too. Alphas are unmatched in battle, equal in power and strength to any cursed one. Suddenly, Ivan's defeat at Lysar's hands makes much more sense. That's why his pack wouldn't leave him behind when I was tending Lysar's wounds. They couldn't abandon their prince, the next in line to lead.
"What proof do you have of this?"
Sergei speaks for the first time, pushing vampires out of the way to get to the front of the stand.
"How can we be sure that you're the son of the Alpha?"
He defeated a cursed one by himself with his bare hands, I say. He didn't have a weapon. Only an Alpha could do that and survive.
"Is this true?"
Sergei asks, looking toward Tomlin. Tomlin's eyes flicker around the room before he nods nervously.
"I wasn't there, but Lysandra wasn't strong enough to fight him off, and when I arrived it appeared the wolf was the only one who brought him down." "But this is excellent!"
Dragomir claps.
"The wolf prince in our hands." "Not so fast,"
Lysar says.
"I'm not yours until you let Lysandra go. What makes you think you can demand anything? You're already within the castle, with no chance of escape," Dragomir thunders. "I swear I'll fight tooth and nail to get away if you lay a hand on her,"
Lysar cries, turning to look at each member of the council.
"I could kill almost everyone in this room before they took me down. But if she's set free, unharmed, I'll come quietly. Then you can do whatever you like with me."
Dragomir taps his chin.
"A pleasing offer, but I'm not sure it'll make much of a difference."
The judgment doors open. In walks Valentina, wearing a red royal cape, Lydia pattering behind her. Relief spreads through my veins at the sight of them. "Valentina," I whisper. I rush to the witch, tumble at her feet, and clutch the hem of her dress. "Valentina, you can stop this. You know I never meant to hurt anyone by hiding Lysar." The witch's eyes are cold. She says nothing. A dreadful pit forms in my stomach, and I glance at my best friend. "Lydia?" Her name is a plea as I fall before her. "Lydia, please, do something. Speak up." She doesn't even look sad. Lydia merely frowns as she says, "I can't do that, Lysandra." Even my best friend has abandoned me. Lysar strides to me and gets me to my feet, holding me steady.
"Don't beg, Lissy," he says under his breath. "Don't let them think they can get away with this."
"You wouldn't be so affectionate toward her, Wolf, if you realized the truth," Valentina speaks. "She's been keeping secrets from you this entire time." Lysar freezes.
"What do you mean?"
"Lysar, it's not what you think," I say hurriedly. "Of course it is." Valentina begins to snake around Lysar, muttering in his ear. "The one who shall end the shifter line comes. born on winter's first breath, fair of hair, blue of eye, descended from the Romanov dynasty. Valentina strides away, clasping her hands. This was the prophecy I foretold on the night of Lysandra's birth. She is the chosen one, the vampire destined to end the shifter race and send the wolves into extinction. Lysar's eyes are full of hurt as he looks at me.
"Lissy," he whispers, "is it true?"
I nod tearfully. It is, I say, but I don't see how it could be. I've never killed a wolf. I couldn't even hurt you when you were already sick and dying. How am I supposed to end the shifters when I couldn't even do that?
"Why didn't you tell me?" he asks.
The answer comes from deep down, from a place I didn't even know existed. I was worried you wouldn't love me the same if you knew. Lysar looks down. He's calculating something. Does he doubt our love now, after all this time? Has this truth lost him to me? Does he regret all that's happened between us?
"Obviously, the prophecy is wrong."
Dragomir has to break the moment, the big jerk.
"Valentina mistook you for another."
The Tsar looks toward the members of his council, gesturing to the witch.
"Valentina discovered my daughter's treachery days before Tomlin did and told no one. When she came to me to reveal what she had done, I thought her a traitor as well. But then she revealed her greatest work, and I understood her secrecy as a weapon, turned not against us, but the wolves."
Valentina pulls a flask out from within her robe, the insides sloshing with a terrible red liquid. She holds it aloft to display it to all as she walks around the room. I convinced Lysandra that I needed shifter blood for my spells, and I was able to take some from the wolf in exchange for keeping their secret, she announces. But the ingredient wasn't used for any mere potion. For years, I've been working on a spell to defeat the shifters, and I finally have perfected it. One drop of this potion will render a shifter unable to change. I will quickly be able to replicate the spell. Soon, we will have the capability to use this upon all the wolves and defeat them once and for all. Lysar's legs buckle beneath him, and I reach out to catch him as he falls. He's barely able to stabilize himself as I prop him on his feet. The look on his face kills me. It's all over. I thought what Lysar and I had was beautiful, that it was an innocent and pure thing. But I was wrong. Our love is a wicked thorn that has doomed his kind. None of this could be done without the help of my apprentice Lydia, Valentina says, laying a hand on the girl's back. She provided much of the work for the spell and aided me when I could not manage alone. As the council applauds, Lydia's gaze turns on me. There's no regret or guilt in her stare. She was helping Valentina all along, just waiting for the right moment to reveal my secret. Years of friendship between us meant nothing to her. Uplifting her position in court was much more valuable to her than my life. And it's a terrible thing, because if the situation were reversed, I would have given up the crown in order to keep her by my side.
"Well done, Valentina," Dragomir praises. "And now to tie up the loose ends."
His gaze turns on Lysar and I.
"Take the wolf prince down to the dungeons immediately." "Your Majesty, shouldn't we kill him?"
a councilman asks as the guards proceed toward us. They fit Lysar's hands and ankles with chains, an act he does not fight off.
"Keeping the son of the Alpha as our prisoner is much more important than taking his life," Dragomir says gleefully. "Unfortunately, not the same can be said for my daughter. Tomlin, you are free to take your revenge."
"No!" Lysar shouts.
"No!"
Lysar shouts. He jumps against his bonds, but several vampires rush forward and restrain him, and he can't throw them off in shackles. The room's attention turns toward Tomlin expectantly. He's shaking. Tomlin searches for Dragomir.
"Your Highness, I don't believe I have the right," he says. "The bride was yours to have, and she betrayed you. Any punishment you give out will be found acceptable by the court," Dragomir replies. "But hurry along. We have much to discuss after this on what our next move against the shifters should be."
Tom looks down. He puts a hand on the hilt of his weapon, thinking clearly. Then he draws his sword. I can't help it. I collapse. Tomlin walks toward me with careful, heavy steps. His expression is fearful, but cold and clear. He's made his decision. He's going to take my life. I could fight back. Maybe I could defeat Tomlin in a fight, but I could never have the heart to kill him, and the rest of the vampires would finish the job afterward. There's no point in making a bigger fool of myself. I decide to go quietly. Tomlin pauses when he's before me. His sword quivers in his hand.
"Is there anything you want to say first?" he asks bitterly.
I lift my gaze. He's so tall. My head is at the level of his knees. It'll be easy for him to make a clean swipe. "I can't say anything to you except that I'm sorry, Tom," I whisper. "Through it all, I never wanted to hurt you." Tomlin nods. He smacks his lips, mouth dry, and takes a fighting stance. Then his arm raises high, his blade aimed to dismember my head. As he brings the sword slashing down, I close my eyes and whisper Lysar's name. Chapter 24. There's a clattering sound. I open my eyes, and I'm shocked to see Tomlin's sword on the floor, abandoned. Tomlin's expression is cruel, but distant. He won't look me in the eye.
"I can't do it," he murmurs.
"What?" Dragomir rasps the question. The room's tension is balanced on the edge of a dagger.
"What did you say?"
"I said that I can't," Tomlin shouts, spinning on Dragomir.
"Get someone else to do it, because I won't."
Tomlin stomps out of the room, slamming the giant doors behind him. I gape in surprise. Tomlin had every right to take revenge, yet he spared me. For what? Because he still had feelings for me? Because he felt the need to save his own morality and not tarnish himself with the guilt of slaying an unarmed girl? Or was it a mix of the two? Something catches my attention across the room. Lydia's burning with jealousy. Finally, I see. She wanted Tomlin all along. She just needed to get me out of the way. I wonder how close the two of them became when I was gone. How blind I was for so long. Tomlin has spared me, but it's a small mercy that won't last long. Dragomir's rage is unbound as he raises an accusatory finger and points it at me.
"I don't know what sort of wretched hold you have on these boys, but it ends now. I will deal with you myself."
Dragomir flings himself off the bench and plummets to the floor. From within his robe, he pulls out a long wooden stake. I scamper to my feet as Dragomir plunges it toward me with a wild yell. Lysar is screaming in the background, and so is the council, and everything sharpens to a point as my own father drives his weapon at me. Someone's cry prevails over Lysar's and Dragomir's, and the Tsar is tackled out of the way. I give a ragged gasp as I watch my grandfather spring to his feet, pull out a sword, and advance on the king.
"Sergei, you old fool, have you lost your mind?"
Dragomir hisses. He picks himself off the floor and draws his own sword. The two vampires sweep around each other, blades pointed straight at each other's hearts.
I will not lose my granddaughter, Dragomir,
Sergei growls.
You'll have to end my life before you end Lysandra's. I will no longer serve an empire that exists under such a corrupt czar. I'll have your head for this,
Dragomir shouts.
Gods, kill him! Kill him now!
For the longest time, nobody moves. It's just Dragomir's eyes darting around the room. The soldiers freeze, not sure what to do. They look to one another and then to Sergei, who displays the utmost respect for them in his proud gaze. None of the soldiers dare to make a move. Then the first soldier goes to follow Dragomir's orders, and the entire castle dissolves into hell. Another guard pulls out his sword and stabs his comrade for moving toward Sergei. The next thing I know, bullets are flying everywhere, along with arrows and daggers, and the sound of clashing swords rings throughout the judgment room. Dragomir's army soon splits into halves, with one side defending the old war general they have followed loyally for years, the other fighting for the Tsar they have sworn to protect.
"Get off me, you peasants!"
Valentina cries as the soldiers bump into her. One of them knocks her to the side. The flask of red liquid goes sailing out of her hands, then tumbles to the floor and shatters. Valentina lets out a defeated cry, falls to her knees, and picks up the pieces of the broken flask, tears welling in her eyes. I can't help a smirk from forming on my lips. That's what you get, you deceitful witch. Lissy! Lysar tackles me to the floor as a stray arrow flies by my head. He struggles with his shackles, and I reach for a collection of keys attached to the belt of a fallen soldier. I unlock the cuffs, and he shoves my head down as a bullet whizzes by and shouts, "Where's the next exit?" Grandfather and Dragomir are still fighting. They're immune to the chaos around them, intent on only slaughtering each other. Their battle is an intricate dance, performing jabs and slashes that would be beautiful to watch if it wasn't life or death. Will Sergei win? If he dies at Dragomir's hand after he stood up for me, I don't know if I could live with...
Lissy, wake up. We've got to get out of here.
Lysar shakes my arm again, and I'm suddenly spurred to move. We run through the room, keeping our heads down and maneuvering through the battling soldiers. The councilmen try to control the mess, but some of them get in the way and end up falling off the podium after a stray bullet or arrow causes their deaths. Lysar and I are nearly to the doors, and the heat of the raging fireplace is at our backs, when something absolutely insane takes place. The fire is put out, and the judgment room is cast into darkness. Screams envelop the room, until they are replaced by something entirely different. Howls. Vampires have better sight than humans do in the dark, but in the pitch blackness I can't see anything. I grapple for Lysar, and I can feel his strong arms in my own until he's ripped from my grasp. "Lysar!" I cry. "Lysar!"
Lissy!
I can hear his voice.
Lissy, I'm right here. Follow us.
"Lysar, I can't see you." The scent of wolf is everywhere. I can't locate Lysar's trail in this. I fumble around, reaching my hands out to try and feel my way to him, but all I touch is the armor of guards and the stone columns circling the room. There are hundreds of people around me, but none of them are him. "Where are you?" I scream, my voice cracking with the effort.
"I'm right here."
Lysar's voice is getting farther away.
"I told you, let go of me. Wait for her."
His struggles against his pack are fading into the symphony of chaos around me. They're carrying him away. I quicken my steps, not knowing where I'm headed. "Lysar!" I cry again. "Lysar! Lysar!" It takes a while before I realize I'm shouting to no one.
He's not here. The pack took him. He's gone. I let out a sob and break down into miserable tears. Lysar's gone. His pack forced him to return. I'll never see him again. The thought of never touching Lysar, never having him in my arms, never hearing him say my name again, spurs a resolve in me. No, I'm not going to give up. I haven't come this far to lose everything and then lose Lysar, too. I have to do something. I stop crying and start heading in one direction, certain that I'll come to the wall eventually. When somebody trips me, I start crawling, and I keep doing so until I meet the wall. I edge along it until I can feel the wood of the judgment doors beneath my hands. I push it, and light floods into the room. An instant stampede happens when our vision is restored, and the vampires run toward the door. I get up and fling myself out of the way. I emerge from the chaos and sprint up the steps to my room. On the last step, someone grabs my ankle. I lose my balance, stumbling forward and face-planting into the carpet. I look behind me. Lydia's got my ankle, and she's hanging on for dear life.
"You're not getting away," she shouts. "You always get everything you want, but not this time." My nose wrinkles, and my lip rises in a disgusted snarl as I kick at her. "I can't believe you chose a guy over me," I scream, fumbling to escape. "You did it first." She's not letting go. It's like my ankle is the only lifeline she has, and she's clinging to it, her nails digging into my skin. "You picked the wolf over me." "I did not." My foot lands sharply against her face, and there's a loud crunch. She cries out, cradling her nose. It's broken and dripping blood. I get back to my feet. "If you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my way," I say. There's a pause as we stare at each other. I think that I should help Lydia, that I should lift her up, apologize for everything that's happened, listen to her, and try to understand why she's been jealous of me for so long. Maybe our friendship isn't over. Maybe there's still some love between us that we can scrape up and save. Then I realize that she wouldn't do the same for me. So I take off. When I get to my room, I grab my backpack, the one I used for outdoorsmanship training in Russia. I fill it with long pants and shirts, a thick parka, and hiking boots. I'm not worried about blood. I'll drink and hunt animals on the way. Thinking quickly, I snatch the container of sun balm, smear it on my skin, and toss it in the bag with the remainder of Valentina's invisibility potion. It's too dangerous to wait until nightfall. I'll have to leave now, while the day is new. The sun will give me a head start against the other vampires. They won't be able to leave until it descends. I rummage through my closet for my climbing gear and sleeping bag. I notice that both of my paintings of Lysar are broken. The canvas is torn right in half. Lydia. I make a pitiful noise, shaking my head. She just couldn't handle it, could she? I only have enough time to grab my dagger, my pistol, and a fresh case of bullets. I zip the bag shut, fling it on my back, and run full speed toward the balcony. I feel like I'm flying as I leap off it, my face toward the dawn, finally free. Chapter 25. The twigs crunch beneath my feet as I avoid the well-traveled path. I maneuver around large trees and wide pines in order to avoid being followed. I've never walked through the forest in the sunlight. It's a glorious experience, coupled with the feeling of being reborn. The birds are singing, and the yellow glow of the sky trickles through the canopy, creating a glimmering effect upon the rich emeralds and lovely greens. Everything sparkles under the morning dew, and my breath is a fog upon the air. Morning in Romania is truly magical. I let out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of an empire slink off my shoulders. I changed out of my dress and into a pair of jeans a few kilometers ago, donning a long-sleeved flannel shirt and my hiking boots instead. I left the nightgown behind in the bushes. It's torn, tattered, and stained with blood. No doubt Dragomir's soldiers will find it. It doesn't matter. By the time they do, I'll be long gone. I wasn't sad leaving it behind in the brush. That life doesn't exist for me anymore, and I'm not quite sure it ever did. I'm not certain what is ahead, and I'm not sure it's better than what I left. But it's mine. It's my choice. It's something I wanted and decided for myself. And in my life, that's the grandest thing I've ever experienced. Save for love. I stoop downward when I notice an animal track on the ground. It's definitely a wolf print. Whoever it is, they were heading north. I pull out my compass and check it. I then change directions, following the path of the tracks below me. I grip the straps of my bag tightly. No matter how long it takes, I will find the den of wolves. I will find Lysandra. And somehow, some way, he and I will be together again. Hold on, Lysandra, I whisper. I'm coming. Lysandra and Lysandra's forbidden romance continues in Den of Wolves, The Shifter Prophecy, Book 2. The End. This has been Court of Vampires, The Shifter Prophecy, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Candace Joyce. Copyright 2022 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2023 by Megan Linsky.